to be part of today's activities for the Second World Igbo Conference taking place here on Ground Zero and then also on virtual platform. I want to greet all the participants from different parts of the world for making our time to be part of this historic occasion. For those of you who have started participating from yesterday during the opening ceremonies day, I want to thank you that you have found time to be here with us again. For all you have done and you intend to do, we thank you so much. Center for Igbo Studies, University of Nigeria, the Vice Chancellor and his team, we are so grateful for everything you have done for us and we intend doing for us in the future. The conference actually was organized as part of our line-up activities in the center to drive the ultimate objectives for which the center was established, which is promoting, preserving, developing Igbo language, literature, and culture. And so we believe that part of our mandate is to, from time to time, convene a meeting like this, where everybody will be offered the platform to make contributions from different angles, whether from the angle of language or economics or politics, religion, culture, everything that is about Igbo, to make his or her own contribution towards the development of Igbo land, Igbo nation, Igbo language and culture. And so that is why we've decided to organize this conference. As you may have known, the year's conference theme is Bridging the Homeland and Diaspora Connect for transforming our present and future together.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
Yeah, Prof, can you round up a bit? Yeah.
Okay. So, in summary, so that is what we are discussing. We have sub-themes woven around this central theme. We have already started. So some of our lead paper presenters and commission papers presenters will be presenting to us what they think about this conference. And then also some specially invited guests who will do their special presentations. Well, permit me to let you know that today is a special day for my family. My second daughter, Uyonwa Chizaram Chris Agbedo, is 17 years today, and we are celebrating her birthday. And I'm dedicating this second day to celebrate her. It's a special gift to the family. We're giving thanks and praises to God for blessing us with such a wonderful kid. I think I've shared the little publication on her with the moderator. Maybe at the appropriate time, he may need to do what he's supposed to do, but just to join me in thanking God for giving us Uyonwa as a baby, as a child. Thank you so much. May God bless all of you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Yeah, so we have heard it is a thing of joy.
Happy birthday to
happy birthday to her. Yeah, so I think I will read it out. So happy birthday to the daughter. So Prof is dedicating the second day of this event to the birthday of his daughter, Oyonwa Chizaram Chris Agbedo, who is turning 17 today. So Oyonwa did her primary and secondary school education in University Staff School in UNN, University of Nigeria Secondary School, Nsukka respectively. She gained admission into University of Nigeria to study nutrition and dietetics. So please let us all kindly join Prof. and his family, Professor Chris Abweda and his family, to thank God for this special gift of a birthday. So thank you so much. Let's just clap for him and wish them well as we just go into the. All right, thank you so much. Okay, so now, without wasting any more time, we're going to give the floor to our special mother and the vice chairman of this ICVC, Igbo Cultural Village Complex, and all activities to actually lead us in the session that is coming. Dr. Agwoje, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. And happy birthday to that precious gift, Prof. We celebrate with you and your family as you know, a gift of a child is precious. You can't even, there's nothing to quantify that. So we are gladdened. Thank you for bringing it to us. So are we praying today or no? Or we just continue to go ahead? Are we going to say short prayers?
You can lead us in short prayer and then start, ma.
Father God, we thank you for the second day of this conference. We plead the blood of Jesus. We thank you for what you did yesterday. We're so grateful. It went smoothly. And we plead that you come again today and sanctify all the devices we're going to be using, no glitches. We thank you, we thank you, we thank you. We know that you have already answered our prayers. Thank you, Father God. Enrich us and open up our hearts so we can continue to brainstorm and then use that brainstorming result to do something tangible. That Igbo village, we need to raise money. Please, Father God, enrich our pockets, touch people's minds so they can bring out their checks, transfer money, so we can build that Igbo village, so it can be a reality, because that's the really bottom part of all these things we are talking. So we talk and do the work. We have so much to ask you, Father God, but we need to stop right here because you already know our needs and you will make it happen. All this we ask you in Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Amen.
I hope you guys heard me. I didn't hear
yes,
amen.
Amen. Yeah, we are muted, that's why.
Oh, okay, that's okay. Yes. So today is conference day 2. Yay, we are here again. Thank you, Jesus. Saturday, 13th April 2024. So we're going to be doing the conference proceedings too. And then we have keynote address and we have our commission papers. So I'm going to really go into a little housekeeping so everybody will understand the time we have and what we can do with our timing. So here, for the keynote address portion, we have 4 people that would go on that. We have Kevin J. Hills, PhD. We have Dr. Sydney. We have Ambassador Jean. We have Dr. Sylvester Onya. So these four individuals, we have 50 minutes for 4 of us here, presenters, for keynote address. So if we can condition ourselves and take 10 minutes, we can play with the 10 minutes that remain and then do for question and answer. And I beg the audience, write down your questions at the end of each, at the end of all the presenters, then you can ask the question. We can open up if we manage the time well. So that's for this first segment. Then the second segment will be for the commission papers. And we have 45 minutes to play with this. 45 minutes, and we have, let me see, I think we have 3 people. We have Dr. Chambers, we have Professor Onyeke, and then we have Chigozie Nweke as a PhD in view. So we have 45 minutes to play with here. So if we can do 10 minutes again, and then leave 15 minutes. We can have interactive sessions. So that's what we're going to do there. And then we have in the middle, we have brief remarks by the special guest. 3 people there, we have 5 minutes. And if they're here, then we go ahead and get that done. But please, let me just say this. If presenters are not here, when we, and your time is gone, we cannot rewind back because we have other things to do and people are waiting. So we have to just be very, very cautious of this because this is something we have already prepared for a long, long time. And we all know what time we're supposed to be here. Thank you so much. So this is just the groundbreaking rules. Okay, now we're going to start. Thank you so much for listening. So we're going to start with number 1 person here is keynote address speaker is Kevin J. Hills, PhD. Permit me to introduce him. Thank you. Dr. Kevin J. Hills is an Afrocologist and communication scholar. Hills teaches courses on intercultural communication as well as diversity. He is a former 2-time Fulbright Scholar recipient, NEH Scholar, FLAS Fellow, Project STAND Fellow, Tarleton State Rural Scholar, and Black Book Interactive Scholar. Please help me welcome Dr. Kevin J. Hills. I call him my brother from another mother. Go ahead, Dr. Kevin J. Hills.
Thank you for that great introduction. Can y'all hear me okay?
Sure.
So my sister from another mister. So I thank you for that. I'm going to share my screen, if that's okay. I think you have to do it now, okay?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. So I'll be brief.
Are you getting it?
Can you see my slides?
You're not sharing yet.
Oh, hold on. How's that? Can you see it?
Chigozie, can he share? Because I can see it. Are you guys seeing it?
Not yet. Can the tech team allow him to? Can you? Yeah, I think you're not sharing it yet, sir.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me try this, y'all. Share. Okay. Screen. Okay. Let's see. Can y'all see it? Can y'all see it now?
You can go ahead because your time is ticking.
Oh, can you see it now? Can you see my screen?
Not yet. You could also quickly share it to me. I can see if I can put it up for you, but yeah, we cannot see it yet. Maybe you
okay,
can.
What about now? Still can't?
Not saying no. If you quickly share it to me, you can start. If you share it with me quickly, I can put it up in the maybe as you are presenting. If you just share it to me on WhatsApp or something, or email, I can put it up.
Okay, hold on. We do it this way. Okay.
You just share it to me on WhatsApp or something.
The power of technology.
And this also goes with everyone. Please, if you have a slide just for backup, feel free to send it to my email or WhatsApp so that if you have technical issues, I can just put it up for you.
What I'm going to share is actually a man's dream, a man's will. There's a lot of discussion happening right now about how Africans, continental Africans, those on the continent, do not have any love and do not support so-called Black people in the diaspora, we African folks in the diaspora. And, there's been a lot of debate and all kind of conversation. I've listened to so many sources. I find it to be an intriguing conversation. But what I want people to know is that there are so many people on the continent, because usually the people who are participating in these kinds of conversations, they really aren't those prone to spend time in Africa. And so, you know, when a person like me, I've been all up and down the continent, when you try to communicate to such people that, it's just it's nonsensical to really believe that Africans on the continent, for some reason, have disdain for African people in diaspora. They don't believe you because they can't, because they have not, seen anything firsthand, especially if they don't spend time speaking with Africans in this country or spending time in Africa. And I want everybody listening to know what's happening right now, what CISA is doing, not talking about, not hoping to do going forward, but what CISA is doing right now as an organization. This is powerful. This is powerful. You have one man, Keith Anaquinzi, who had a dream many years ago. He wanted to help reconnect the African diaspora, those on the continent, especially of Igbo descent, those in the Caribbean, North America, Central and South America, even those of African ancestry in Europe. It's a powerful dream. It's a powerful idea. I am a firm believer that Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois was right over a century ago, that the ultimate way to end white supremacy, white power, white privilege, is by unifying all people of African descent, so-called Black people. And now you actually have someone who's doing it. I was blessed to spend over a week with Dr. Anaquinzi in the Caribbean, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, series of over 30 islands, Caribbean. And we were able to make and reconnect with so many incredible African people. It was a once in a lifetime experience. Now, I've been in a lot of places where we are the majority, African people. I've had a blessed life and career, but I've never in all my years of doing this work experienced anything quite like what we did in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There were people on those islands who are a mixture, they're an amalgamation of the various native peoples and African peoples who were enslaved and brought to the island, the Garifuna. And I want everybody listening to understand, I don't know of anybody who has really made a sincere attempt in recent decades of reconnecting all the various branches, and there were so many, of African people throughout the world. I think that it is beyond a great and noble effort. What Dr. Anaquinzi has envisioned and what he's doing is one of the mightiest tasks ever in the story of African people. It is something that Du Bois and John Hope Franklin would be so proud of if they were alive today and they could see it. It's absolutely incredible. So my part in the journey was to chronicle his journey. I'll be doing that going forward. Jamaica, Costa Rica. I'll be in Brazil doing some things myself this coming summer. Panama, Honduras, and Belize are on the list for visits, and there'll be other places too. And it's one of the great deeds, the great doings happening right now, in my honest opinion, in Africology. I don't do history. I don't do any his story. It's a made up word by some made up people. So I call myself an Africologist, and this is an Africological story, an effort, deed, task. And so Dr. Anaquinzi must at some point go down in the books. He must be part of the record, part of the story of African people going forward in the 21st century, those who are doing the work, living and doing, being. There is nothing more powerful, and I mean this in a literal sense now, not thinking sense, Dr. Anaquinzi's case. So when you have a person, a man with a dream, and then the willpower to forge that dream into reality, anybody can dream, dear people. But then to act upon that dream, to spend one's own money and resources and energy, we have to give this man, we have to give Chief so much credit. It's a great task, a mighty thing. This is something on par with Dr. Clark, Sheikh Anta Diop, all of the greats, the immortal, forged Africology decades ago, 1960. It's a great thing. It must be discussed in classrooms, all African descended states, everywhere in the world. And to be able to, ride shotgun, to be Robin to his Batman, one of the great honors of my life. I will continue to do so going forward. And we're going to put a little twist on what he wanted to do, his original vision going forward this summer. I think many of you are going to find it to be quite interesting. We're going to share that information on the CISA website and with Sydney on the Igbo Landing website. We want people to watch it, and ingest the information and take it and think about it. I don't care where you are in the world. If you're a so-called Black person, you're an African person. There is no Black land. There's only Africa. If you're of African descent, you're an African person. And the best way to get a sense of self, of belonging, of your past, is to spend some time in Africa. And I would humbly suggest in Nigeria among Igbo people. Powerful people, ancient people, great people, Igbo people, and the Igbo people. And I want y'all to follow what we'll be doing this summer. Dr. Ndigbo and I will be doing some things in the fall also, 2024. Make sure we're in the right year. And, if you have any questions, any commentary, you'll be able to reach out to me on my website. You'll be able to reach out to Dr. Ndigbo, Chief Ndigbo. And you can Google and find information now on our trip to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And this is only the beginning of the story, the start of the story, the journey that he and I are undertaking to reconnect our family, African family. We want all of you to be a part of it, all of you to be welcome to ingest the information. And just, think about it. Think about going to Nigeria, spending some time in an Igbo community, learning, joining CISA, making donations. Money's not everything, y'all, but it's something. Okay, it's something. The building of the Igbo village, an important step in the reconnection effort also. Give what you can. No amount is too little, and of course, no amount is too much. These things are worthy of your money, time, and energy, more than worthy. The building of the Igbo village in Nsukka, and following along with what Dr. Ndigbo will do going forward this summer and this fall, and actually even into the winter. So I want to thank y'all for your time, for your energy. I'll make sure I do put up my slide presentation. There's been a lot of time and energy on it. You'll be able to see it and enjoy it. If you're of African descent, I want you to remember you're an African person. And being an African person means you have an African obligation to your people, to your community. It's a great and wonderful thing to be of African descent. We're a beautiful, wonderful, creative, intelligent people, and there's nothing that we can't do, past, present, or future. So you're blessed to have that melanin and to come from that continent. And if you have Igbo descent, you're doubly blessed. So that was a joke, but I'm being serious too. So I want to thank y'all for your time, for your energy. I think Sydney is next, the great Dr. Davis. And so thank you. And again, make sure I put up my presentation so you can see some of the visual evidence of the journey Dr. Ndigbo and I took to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, my brother from another mama. You were just on point. You were just strict to the time. Thank you. And then you can forward that slide to Chigozie, and then he will present it, put it up. And, you guys should let us know, because you guys made us so jealous. You guys should let us know your itinerary. So, we want to galvanize with you and Dr. Ndigbo. We want to do that. All that fresh food and everything. We want to be part of that. Thank you so much for your time.
Queen, we want you to come.
Okay, thank you. So the second keynote presenter will be Dr. Sydney Lewis Davis Jr., Director, Igbo Landing Projects, Boston, Massachusetts, USA. We're just talking about the food that we eat in what's going on. I have to introduce him. Yeah, Dr. Davis. Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah, Sydney Lewis Davis Jr., title Prince Eluomuno, He was given the title of Prince Eluomuno from Idu, Eri Kingdom, founder of the Igbo Landing Project. And that's where we go now. Every August we go now to Igbo Landing. He's a founder. Please help me welcome Prince Chief Eluomuno. He's been to Nigeria so many times. He's a Nigerian, you know. Go ahead, you have the stage now, Prince Eluomuno.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
And I don't know, I'm trying to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
We can see your screen, but we can't see you.
No, we can see you on your screen.
Okay. I can see him. Okay, go ahead, dear.
I'm trying to put this thing in
Go ahead, it's on. It's on.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Click. You see the button just below. Just go down below to this presentation button. Those small icons below by your left, not there, but then go by your left. Yeah. You would see the share button.
Oh no, it's, I'm sharing already.
Yeah, we can share. We can see it. Please go ahead.
So I'm just trying to make it in the
presentation mode. I'm just trying to
presentation mode.
Yeah, I'm just asking you to click on the button below. Just go below. Take your icon really below. Yes. Go down again. Go down again. You can see where you have 4 buttons. Click on the 4th one. No. This is the 2nd one. 3rd one. Click on the 4th one. No, not that one. The 4th one by your right. Yeah. No, not there. Yeah. Just click on the 4th one by your left. Not that one. Go to the 2nd one. Not the 3rd one. Oh.
Just a minute. I see.
Yes.
All right. Very well.
Perfect.
Okay. So my paper is entitled Ionomics. It's a global Igbo-oriented cosmology, the spirituality, cosmology, and science of African metaphysics as the unified field theory of everything. This is a information plaque that was found on the Pioneer 10 and 11 space probe. Maybe some of you have seen this. This was something that was sent up into interstellar space in the 70s, 71 and 73. Pioneer was in 71, Pioneer 10 was in 71, and Pioneer 11 was in 73. And then shortly after that, there was another space probe sent up into interstellar space. It was called the Voyager. And on the Voyager, you had an information disk that on this information disk and on this information plaque, it featured information that identified the time, the place, the origin for the benefit of any spacefarers who might come across them, who might find them in the distant future. And on these discs was put in code and in symbol the cosmology of mankind as the source of these probes. Now, we have something similar in African cosmology, and they're called the icon monoliths of Cross River State. The icon monoliths of Cross River State are a virtual information disk, if you will, or information plaque that is engraved with the same precision and with, I would argue, even a more superior technology than that as was displayed in the Pioneer information disk plaque and in the Voyager information disk. But there's a significant difference between them two. And what I would argue would be the significant difference is the cost. The technology that was used to make the golden information disk and the plaque, the technology that was used to make these does not even exist to make this one. We don't know how this was made, just like we don't know how the pyramids were constructed, just like we don't know how some of the great megalithic structures that we find around the world, especially in South America, how they were constructed. We don't know how they were constructed. We don't know the technology that was used to make these kinds of symbols and engravings on this monolith. But this is a virtual information disk that was uncovered in Cross River State. And there's another information disk that was also uncovered in Anambra. And I'm going to quickly go there to show you that. This Igbo Ukwu bronze Taurus was discovered in Anambra. This is also an information disk of Igbo ancient cosmology, science, spirituality, etc. But what I want to bring before you in this presentation is the hypothesis that the origin of mankind and the origin of all knowledge and information does not come from what most Africologists believe is in East Africa. I am presenting a new hypothesis that says that it's West Africa. The global early civilization was a West African origin. Ancient Africans, these ancient Africans were the first to develop language as a system of communication and to develop a formal system of writing, education, religion, and culture. Africans gave knowledge, wisdom, philosophy, and a science that would be termed black magic or chem mystery. Chem meaning black, mystery meaning magic, chemistry, which we will be finding, and which we are finding, is the source of what we are calling quantum physics. Quantum physics is nothing but the science of the black magi. This new system of quantum physics has proved that there are two basic realities: the physical reality composed of particles, and the non-physical reality composed of waves, vibration, or pure energy. And this is the science and understanding that our ancient ancestors had. Now, the Newtonian physics that we study in our educational institutions focuses on proving that the particle universe is the only reality. But how wrong Newton was. Consequently, anyone who dared to believe in God and miracles, especially among scientists, were excommunicated from the mainstream and branded as fools. We as Africans have been seduced into denying the priceless heritage of the high civilizations of our ancients and our ancestry. And we have discarded them and have been given homage to our somebody else's ancestors. We've been given homage to somebody else's deities. And we have being given homage to another construction of a cosmology, instead of giving homage to our own African ancestors, our deities, and our own African cosmology, because we have been told, excuse me, we have been told that our cosmology and that our perspective and our understanding, we have been told that it's heathen. It's heathenistic. We've been told that it's pagan. We've been told that it's too primitive. We've been told that it's tribalistic. We've been told that it's demonic. We've been told it is fetish, devilish, animalistic, cursed, immoral, evil, etc., ad infinitum. It was thrown out to the dogs. It was being destroyed, and in some cases, it's still being destroyed. Not to talk about, to say nothing about what it has done to our African mind, to our African psyche. Our cosmology, our spirituality has been turned on its head. And we have no longer respect or pay any attention to it. And instead, we live and die, gods among us, live and die, being rated as some human, apes.
Chief Prince, you want to round up, please?
Baboons, begging for recognition. So, all right, so I have, I'm out of time. So let me just round up by giving you a few names of the people that, I'm an ebologist. I have coined the word Ionomics to describe the paper that I've written, talks about Ionomics. The person who introduced me to this was Catherine Ashulono. When I first gave this paper, I presented it in the person of Professor Alexander Animalo, who was also a contributor to my understanding of Ionomics. And I wanted to also tell you about Samuel Okoye, which I can only give you his name and information, Dr. Gabriel Oyibo, and Philip Emeagwali, who was the one who founded the hyperball, which is nothing but the torus hyperball. This is our cosmology, and this is the Igbo bronze torus. Let me just round off by saying this, my brothers and sisters. We have come to this conference because we want to deal with the problem of our culture, preserving our culture and preserving our language. And I would submit to you that there are two things that are missing from what we are attempting to do. The Igbo language is not the only thing that is about to go extinct. The cosmology upon which the Igbo language is based and subsists and upon which it is founded is also about to go out of existence. There are two missing things that this conference is missing. The Igbo language is a holy language. It is based upon Afa. The Igbo language comes from Afa, and there's nothing in this conference about that. And there's nothing in this conference about those who are the custodian of this cosmology. And these are the Dibia. These are the people that we are afraid of, the custodians of Afa. And if we ignore these two aspects of our culture, I don't see any real hope that we can really preserve what we want to do in our Igbo language. And I'm hoping that when this Center of Igbo Studies is finally put up, that we will have a place for Ionomics, and that we will have a place for the uncovering of our ancient spirituality, our ancient cosmology and culture. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, my own Prince Chief Eluemuno. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just want the audience to understand that Chief Eluemuno and Dr. J. Hills, we're just, we're just blessed that they are members of CISA, Council of Igbo in Americas. Igbo states in Americas, and they are our brothers from another mother. They are Black Americans. So, you know, they are members, and they've been frequenting Nigeria. They have passion, you know, everything. They eat the food, they dress, they wear the outfit, they do everything. They think, they passion, everything. So I just want us to, the audience, to know, because I know some of us already know. So having said that, I want to present the third keynote speaker, Ambassador Jane Okechukwu Pilad, a global leader with extensive expertise in international relations and crisis communication. Currently the CEO of Crosswave Global Partners, Ambassador Pilad leads a top consulting firm that provides strategic solutions to complex international challenges. He has previously directed Pilad Consulting and established the first ever Haitian Chamber of Commerce in Great Britain. His diplomatic career includes a significant role as the head of Haiti's diplomatic mission to the UK. I mean, I can go on and on. He has so much that that everybody has to know about him. But I'm going to stop right here because it's just so much to talk about. Just like every other people that has already spoken, they have so much to talk about themselves. So now, Ambassador Pilad, you have the stage, sir.
Thank you, my sister. Delighted to be with you, all of you, this morning. It's a real privilege to be invited here and to be speaking with you as a newly found child of Africa. I heard what Dr. Hale said earlier, and I concur that there are no such thing as Black people, there are only Africans. With my own story, I can tell you that growing up in Haiti, being called an African was meant as an insult. I was educated by the Christian brothers who were French Canadians, and when they wanted to stir up the pot in a classroom, they will call you African. From there, all hell break loose. It took years of self-searching and soul-searching to understand that the reason why those who try to diminish us have done so is because perhaps they are afraid. I have sent a slide over of some pictures to my brother on the other side, to see whether they could share it with us, to show you what it is that us people do. What you're looking at here is a cannon that is found at the Citadel in Haiti. If you look at the bottom, you will see what looks like the Star of David. Now, if you could forward to one forward slide to show the structure, this building right here that you're looking at is perched at 1,500 meters above sea level. This building is a fortress called the Citadel La Ferrière in Haiti, and it was built in 7 years, between 1805 and 1812. You know, Haiti got its independence from France in 1804. In 1805, fearing that the French would return, we started building fortresses in Haiti. And this is one of the few fortresses standing right now in Haiti. I showed you the cannon first because in Haiti, we never really understood what connection we had with Igbo land. We heard Nuse Igbo in folk songs, Nuse Igbo meaning we are Igbos, but we never understood what that meant until I started making the connection. Went to Enugu, met with everyone in Enugu, and then I was fortunate and privileged enough to have met Professor Oswagu virtually. And he explained to me that this Star of David, alike symbol that we are seeing on this cannon sitting in Haiti, is not the Star of David. This is the old Biafra symbol. And what you see in the middle is called the octahedral stool. and they call it Mpata Ozo. So when I took the AVID delegation, I had Dr. Onya leading a delegation to Haiti. We went to that citadel. The moment was so magical and spiritual. We could not believe what we were discovering. Even the people who've been touring the citadel for years did not understand what that meant. And I remember it was Dr. Emeka and Dr. Onya, they said, our people were here. That citadel was built by Igbos. And we have the evidence right here on that canon that the Igbos built that citadel. There were no transatlantic commerce between Haiti and Africa, except for us coming up as cattle and as, enslaved people. So we built these in Haiti. We built that citadel that represent the might and the power of the Igbos. But yet, the world is yet to find out what it is that we've done. So what I have been trying to do, and I've been trying to enlist the support of Igbos globally to figure out what do we do with such structure that is standing up and so pristine. We know that in Brazil, the Yorubas, they have their pilgrimage site. Why not having our own Igbo pilgrimage site in Haiti? It's the citadel, which is a monument that is known in the world, actually around the world. It's a UNESCO heritage site. Let's make that a pilgrimage site where the work that Dr. Anakwenze is trying to do in United Igbo globally could really, really, really have their own symbol. Imagine one event, all the great Igbo organizations globally putting together and say, we're having this one event in this one site to showcase the might our people and what we are capable of. So I will not take up any more time, and I'm most certain there is going to be plenty of other occasion for us to meet and converse. I just want to put some thoughts out there, and thank you again for having me. I will yield back the remainder of my time.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, Ambassador. Yes, one event, and we're going to start this with December 2025. December 2025 it is. We're going to Igbo village in Soka. That's what we're talking about. So we're going to build it. Yes, rightly as Ambassador said, one event, we're going to start with this. Okay. So I'm going to introduce, we're doing very good with the time. Thank you, sir. I'm going to introduce the fourth speaker, keynote speaker, and that will be Dr. Sylvester Onya, the president of American Veterans of Igbo Descent. I don't know if he's here. Is he here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're on the floor, sir. You're on the stage. Go ahead.
All protocols observed. My name is Sylvester Onya, AVID President, American Military Veterans of Igbo Descent. I will start by recognizing some important dignitaries here. Chair Board of Presidents of CISA and EWA, Dr. Nwachukwu Anekwanze. Dr. Mrs. Agoji, Director of the Center for Igbo Studies, CIS, Professor Chris U. Wado. Chairperson, LOC, Associate Professor, Christentia, then Wonu. My ambassador, Hillard, who took AVID to Haiti. Many others whose hard work made several aspects of the conference possible. Finally, I want to thank all the special guests, presenters, friends, and fellow Igbos. The Igbos have two enemies, internal and external enemies. The diasporas of or self-imposed exile, whichever way you want to look at it. We are displaced, and the need for security cannot be overemphasized. I'm glad I have extra time to say all I need to say. What is security? Who is for your interest or against Igbo interest? What is it to be an Igbo man in Nigeria and the world in general? Who is destroying our interest? Who is destroying our being? Where can we stand tall and be proud of who the Creator has created us to be? If our enemies succeed, your root and heritage will be forever gone. Now, what do we do? Let us key in on how to secure Igbo land. Avid is readily available in this peace process. The release of Nnamdi Kanu is very paramount to Avid and should be for all Igbos. Why has Ohanaze not visited him? Your bargaining chip was illegally locked up. Now, did we get the Igbo presidency? If we have the presidency, the CIS project that we're talking about now will be a question of a check from the government. The Igbos need to support each other like the other tribes do. If you guys recall, about 2 years ago, I did say that Peter Obi would win the presidency, but he's not going to get it. They won't give it to him. Our land are fertile, and the Fulanis are bent on grabbing it. Without security, we cannot flourish because nature abhors vacuum. Those our houses and land will be occupied by the invaders. Our governors should, for the interest of the people, work for the people, not against the people. Our project is to have a direct flight from US to Igbo land. We're engaging with the American government to change their policies that is not working in our interest. I say this because there's a lot of lobbyists that always go there to tell America things that British people have been telling them. And it's high time that the Igbos understand that we have to come together and support each other, just like the other tribes are doing. Because what the government have been doing via Britain is getting one man down each time. Today is Nnamdi Kanu, tomorrow will be another Igbo guy. So until we come together and use our resources and what God have given us, people will have respect for us. Without going much into any other thing, my appeal is that today is still an early time for us to start acting like human beings, strong enough that God has created on this planet. We should not shy away from our responsibilities. And as being
Dr. Tonya, you have 1 more minute. 1 more minute, okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, that's good enough. I think I made my point. They support each other. The governors should work for the people, just like Otis is doing in Abia State. Not staging a war theater in Imo State. We don't need that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you. This is the end of our keynote address. We have, thank you so very much. We have our 10 minutes. The audience, like I expressed initially, if you have questions for any of the keynote speaker, you must have written their names beside the question. Please indicate by, I don't know if you have access to the raising of hand. If you have question, we have 10 minutes for this first segment before we go down. Do you have question? Anyone that have question? Then the host can unmute you, but you have to indicate by raising your hand if you have the reactions on your phone or your device. Okay, I assume nobody indicated that they have question in this. So if there's no question, I want to thank all the keynote presenters. You guys did honestly. Too much to comprehend. It's mind-boggling what is going on. Thank you for those informations. They're gonna go a long way with us in our lives. So now, without wasting time, I'm now into brief remarks by the special guests. I don't know if I have Dr. Catherine Gill here, Trevor Carabili Palacia. Forgive me if I'm not pronouncing the name properly. And Dr. Mackenzie. And I think I don't know, we just added Dr. Anthony Richards. I don't know who is here.
As far as
You
I
have
can
one, you have 1 minute, 1 minute
Yeah.
to do your remarks. Who do I have, sir? Who do I
Yeah,
have?
as far as I can see, I think you can actually start with Dr. Richards. When other people come in, I will let you know. But I think Dr. Richards, Anthony Richards can go ahead.
Okay.
With his brief.
Dr. Anthony Richards, you have 1 minute, sir.
Thank you. Just trying to get on screen here. Just a second, please. Actually, I'm having a little bit of a problem here.
We can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
We can hear you. Just go on.
All right. Just greetings from Barbados in the Caribbean. We are hoping to participate in CISA this year and look forward to the construction of the new center at Nsukka. We are also expecting a small delegation in the person of Chief Onowu of CISA, who is coming down to visit us in Barbados later this year. Hopefully also some other islands. So one love and strength to the brotherhood and sisterhood. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, you know, that's what I want to hear. I want to hear the partnership. I want to hear that we want to build that Igbo village in Nsukka. That's what I want to hear, because whatever we do here, that's the bottom line of the whole thing. We want to get it up. And do you know that we're going to be going there in December 2025? Dr. Richard, did you hear me say that? I don't know what time you came in. So please start telling your people and start saving for the ticket, because we're all going down there after we build. And another thing, let us know your schedule, because I like to pack my bag and come too. I want to be a partaker of the Barbados trip. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Forgive me for my bubbly self. Having said that, we're now going to move down to the commission papers. I don't know if any other person is here for the remarks, but you seen the screen, right? Dr. Whenever they come, just let me know so we can give them their 1 minute, because we still have their 1 minute. Okay. So having said that, I want to go into commission papers 2. We have Dr. B. Douglas Chambers. We have Professor Onyeke A. Onyeke, and we have Chigozie Nwekeze, PhD in View. Now, these 3 segments, people, we have 45 minutes for you. And if you take 10 minutes, then we can have 15 minutes to play with your question and answer. All right. So if you stay with the time, so we can get this done. So I want to introduce Dr. Douglas B. Chambers, PhD, Associate Professor of History, retired. Is there anything like retiring? University of Southern Mississippi, USA, and Executive Director, Igbo History Foundation, LLC, USA, Igbo Landing, St. Simons Island, Georgia, USA, a sacred site of reconnection. Please help me welcome Dr. B. Douglas Chambers. Are you here, sir?
I am here. Thank you.
Oh, well. You're on stage, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. And thank you, Dr. Goji, for guiding our discussions. Thank you, Professor Chris Abedo, for all that you have done. I want to offer a special greeting to Prince Pascal and Mebuge Oba II in Wazenri. No, Iportagwala Wanem Nwoke, Igbo kwenu.
Yeah.
Igbo kwenu.
Yeah.
Igbo kwezwenu.
Oh, yeah.
Oha unu na ma, you say. Ora adili unu na ma, you say.
Okay.
So I'm going to give a short presentation on Igbo Landing as a site of reconnection. And Chigozie, if you will launch the PowerPoint for me.
Yes.
So as that's launching, so for some 10 generations, some 220 years now, Gullah Geechee people in the Georgia Sea Islands and beyond have remembered something that happened on St. Simon's Island in May of 1803. Something remarkable and really quite memorable. And by Igbo Africans in particular, for 10 full generations, Igbo Landing has been a regional oral tradition. It has been and remains a way for Gullah Geechee people to honor their ancestors, to honor Ndigbo as noble ancestors, and that still matters today. Just in 2018, a young man in Brunswick, the major city on the coast, was on his daily jog, and he jogged through a neighborhood that happened to be a white neighborhood, and he was shot and murdered. And his name is Ahmaud Arbery. So if we can start the Chigozie, have you got the PowerPoint?
Yeah, it's coming up.
Okay. So there was a title slide and a map from 1847 showing St. Simon's, and here it's coming. On this, once we have this title slide, we'll move directly, please, to the 1847 map. Dankeschön. Oh, right. Okay, so, and then go to the third slide, please. So this is St. Simon's Island, surrounded by marsh, the Atlantic Ocean to the east. The water comes in to a bay, these rivers. And if you see in the middle there, it's hard to see, but there's a farm called Abbott, the Abbott Farm. It was on this farm, on the banks of Dunbar Creek, from which the water came from Frederica River, from St. Simon's Sound, from the Atlantic Ocean. And in fact, Abbott Farm also was the birthplace of perhaps the most famous person of St. Simon's, Robert Sengstack Abbott, who lived from 1869 to 1940, who in 1905 in Chicago founded the greatest Black newspaper in the US, the New York Times of the Black world, the Chicago Defender. And he built that newspaper in part because he championed the call for Black folks in the South at the worst time of Jim Crow, of American apartheid, to escape and come to the North. And he succeeded to a great measure. His legacy of fighting against racial injustice, a direct descendant not just of Igbo, but of the survivors of the Igbo Landing event, clearly, is still relevant today. So in this one small corner of the African diaspora on St. Simon's, a large group of enslaved Igbo captives who had survived the Middle Passage and were by that moment in sight of land among the marshes, were led by a noble chief among them. They rose up and overcame their captors and made it to shore, despite their shackles and chains. On land, the chief gathered the people, speaking before them, and began to sing something like, "The water brought we, and the water will take we home." And most, but not all, then took up the chant and followed the chief down into the water, where they all died. Next slide, please. And ever since, this land has been a sacred place. This is a view, the only public view of Igbo Landing on this screen to the left of that house you see there in the distance. This was high tide. I took this photo in 2015. And yet, Igbo Landing, the actual site, is private property and is closed to the public. Next screen, please. Looking west, this is Dunbar Creek at low tide. Every day, the water of this river, of this creek, goes up and down 3 full meters twice a day. Next slide, please. And this is standing on Igbo Landing, the only really accessible part of it, looking east, and you see again this world of marsh, Spanish moss, of the sea, of the water, of the land. This small local event tells a large universal story, folks, and it is an inspiring story about asserting one's humanity, about resistance, about martyrdom. No, it is not about suicide. It is about the Pan-Igbo concept of Ilowa, that is reincarnation, return of the soul. The central message: you may enslave my body, but not my mind, not my soul. The backstory of this is a complicated conspiracy. It's taken me a decade to unravel all of this. But a local planter, Major Samuel Wright, owned this land that you see, and it's on the backside of St. Simon's, kind of hidden. And he used it to traffic illegally in captive Africans. But it was part of a larger conspiracy with some of the most powerful planters. Major Pierce Butler, a signer of the U.S. Constitution and author of its notorious Fugitive Slave Clause, 2 signers of the Georgia State Constitution of 1798, which explicitly prohibited the trafficking of African captives to Georgia. Others, that's John Cooper and Thomas Spalding, and James Hamilton. Remember his name. The richest man among them. In 1805, for example, Hamilton and John Cooper illegally trafficked an entire slave ship of some 300 captives and 300 other people and put them on a wilderness land on the coast, a plantation called Hopeton, that these Africans and their descendants built into one of the greatest plantations of all of the American South. By Hamilton's death in 1829, he was one of the very richest men in America, equivalent today to a billionaire, like a real billionaire. And his wealth was founded on his illegal trafficking of African captives and the financialization of his enslaved people.
Dr. Chambers, you want to round up, sir?
Oh, I'm going to take my full 15 minutes, if I may. These powerful...
Actually, you don't have 15 minutes, you have 12 minutes. So you want to take 3 more minutes?
Well, just as a footnote, that Major Samuel Wright, exactly 1 year later, after Igbo Landing event, May 16th, 1804, died unexpectedly. And his death has never been determined. But it reminds me of the ancient Igbo proverb, Ife naazu naebu, Ife naebu ebu nanzo azu. What saves also kills, and what kills also saves. There are several tellings of this story, but this is the most comprehensive one, and I will close with this, Dr. Ugoji. It was a telling of the event story in the Harrington community on St. Simon's, a community of the descendants of enslaved people. And here's the story. Long ago, during slavery times, a slave ship holding a large number of Igbos sailed down Dunbar Creek to a point since known as Igbo Landing. Under the leadership of a chief, the Igbo overcame their captors, then went ashore and began to sing. The water brought us, and the water will take us back home. Having chosen death by drowning over life in slavery, they turned and together walked into the creek and drowned. Next slide, and this is where I will finish. Igbo Landing Foundation, Inc., a nonprofit charitable corporation established in November of 2023, has begun raising the required 1.75 million US to purchase and preserve this land in perpetuity as a sacred site of reconnection. We invite you all to join with us in this endeavor. As an epilogue, and now I really will end, Dr. Goji, in February of 1815, folks, at the tail end of the War of 1812 against Britain, which the US almost lost, the British occupied St. Simon's for a full week in February of 1815. When they withdrew, some 500 enslaved people went with them in a mass escape. They wound up in Nova Scotia, in Canada. They were known as the Black Refugees. Some wound up eventually in Sierra Leone, some in Trinidad. Many remained in Canada, and their descendants are still there. That fall of 1815, the Black refugees were starving, and they had to register for rations from Canada's government. One man from Georgia, when he lined up and registered himself, he gave his name as Igbo Hamilton. His fate is unknown, but he likely lived from freedom to freedom. The world needs to know these stories on both sides of the Atlantic, especially in today's North America, but also in today's Igbo land. Currently, I'm in the process of finishing my book on Igbo landing. It's taken me 10 years to write. Hear me clearly. I promise before you all that there will be a simultaneous Nigerian edition of this book, and all proceeds from the sales of that Nigerian edition will be donated to the Center for Igbo Studies at University of Nigeria, Nsukka, to support the Igbo Village Project. So let me stop there. Thank you very much for your attention and for the extra time, Doctor.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. Actually, we were all there last summer at this creek, and we're going again by the grace of God, August 2nd, by 8:00 a.m. You know, we're going to be there, 2024. So please pack your bags and let's go there. It's so serene. When you get there, it's another kind of feeling, you know. So pack your bags, buy your ticket. We have our flyers going on. So please, brothers and sisters, come on. We need to go there and continue to pray for all our brothers and sisters that, you know, because of their resilience, because of their determination, and then the spirit goes on. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. So on this, without wasting much time, I want to call on Professor Onyeke Onyeke. He's from University of Abuja, Nigeria. He's 1 minute, trying to get this out here. Professor Onyeke Onyeke. I'm sorry, my device. Where are you? Okay. Yeah. Yes, he's from University of Abuja, Nigeria. Igbo Indigenous Food Entrepreneurship, Sure Way to Igbo Language and Sustainability. Do we have Professor Onyeke Onyeke here?
Yes,
do we have you in the house? Okay then.
Yes, you have me.
You have the stage, please, sir, 10 minutes.
All right. Because of want of time, I may stand on existing protocol, but there is an individual that is like a tortoise and folklore. Chief Dr. Anakwenze is somebody that everybody had echoed his name and congratulated and appreciated him. And I would be exceptional if I didn't do so. Dr. Anakwenze Kenem. There is something that is unique about this paper. It's unique in the sense that I'm not a nutritionist, and I'm not even associated with food except that I eat my breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But After thinking about the relationship of myself and my children in New Zealand, I realized that language has a huge role to play in keeping your children. I went to court on custody, and they asked my children, who do you want to stay with? And they said, Daddy. And then the court asked them why, and they said he cooks good food. So I saw the power of food and the significance of food. Then Igbo people, I want to also say that listening to people from the islands and other speakers, I've decided to extend that we need to research actually the genealogy of Igbos. Because I met a powerful professor, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, in New Zealand when he came to present his paper. And I asked him, what is the meaning of Wa in his name? And he said, it means son. So what that means is Ngugi, the son of Wa Thiong'o. And the Ibia na Igbo, Okechukwu Onyeke can be Okechukwu Nwa Onyeke, which is equivalent to Wa. And even in Imo State, you can trace Wa, Wamba, and so on, which is equivalent to the Kikuyu tribe in Kenya using Wa Thiong'o. So we need to research further on the extent to which Igbo diversity had been researched into. Then food. Food had been defined in various ways, but for the purpose of this paper, I've chosen to abridge it to any substance that is consumed to provide nutritional support and energy to an organism, in this case, humans. I have enumerated the names of those foods. For want of time, I will go further to delve into the real subject, which is indigenous entrepreneurship, which literature has extensively discussed and presented it in the perspective of business owners. But this paper decided to talk about changing the kind of food that we have or making it better in different ways. And I have decided to present it in such a way that it will be understood. How can food, therefore, sustain Igbo language? The first language that any child hears is the breastfeeding. And once a child is born and is hungry, and the mother puts the nipple onto the mouth, that child stops crying. That means it is a communication, the first communication between the mother and the child, which means food is significantly linguistic. So by extension, I defined for this context, food shall be the development of indigenous food, food products and services to offset the markets of these food or food products and services in a particular area and at a particular time. For example, if we export our food to Haiti and then they start eating nkwobi, they start eating eho, and so on and so forth. That means it becomes entrepreneurial any type of food we move to Haiti becomes entrepreneurial, because it will also involve transportation, which also will have linguistic implication. It will have logistics, it will have administration, and they will all be extending to food and food products and services. Furthermore, we can go further to industrialize these food and also give them names. For example, I will raise this up. This is actually very significant fruit and is a reproductive medicine in a way. And this one has 3 fruit. This one has 2. This one has 4, with a small one, which you are not seeing. And these things has 5 components. The particular fruit has 5 components with different names. So these names are also going to be linguistically relevant for those who are going to be teaching Igbo. Industrialization of our food will go a long way to also produce technological linguistics.
Prof, you have 2 more minutes, sir. You want to round up?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Well, let me go to the summary of saying that food is so diverse and unique because everybody eats food. And because everybody eats food, the advantage of using food to sustain Igbo language is that everybody will continuously eat food from generation to generation. And secondly, that the language to which we explain this food in Igbo language will make it sustainable. And how do we do that? We have seen now that Chinese will not produce any product without writing it in Chinese language and adding English language. So those in Igbo language education can as well continue to add the same thing by writing in English and translating in Igbo language. Thank you very much, as this paper has educated us that for the first time, the mother's language, first language to the child is the nipple. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm a mother. I never even know I was communicating through that. Thank you for bringing that awareness to the table. Prof, you forgot to tell us the name of the fruit.
Okay. This fruit is not easily known, but anyị na-akpọ ya mkpụrụ mbe.
Okay.
Mkpụrụ mbe.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Yes, I'm a lover of literature. When you mention Ngugi wa Thiong'o, I'm like, ooh, weep not child. Weep not my darling. So thank you so much for bringing that junior high school memory back. I really love that. I'm a lover of literature. And I bet you, I was chatting with Ambassador Pila the other day. They will eat any food you export from here, from Nigeria to Haiti, because they are Igbos already. He was mentioning all the food. Bring on the Nkwobi, they will eat it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes. On this, I want to call up our last but not the least on this paper presenting, and that would be Chigozie Nweke Eze, PhD in View. He's the Secretary General of the ICVC, CIS, and then the head of Secretariat of the current ongoing World Igbo Conference 2024. He is an economist and geographer. Ooh, I love geography. Specializing in energy, large-scale projects, and economic development. He is currently completing his PhD in economic geography at the University of Bonn, and is the CEO of Integrated Africa Power, IAP. Actually, Chigozie Eze has been working so much you know, I can't even quantify the energy, the consistency. I love the word consistency. How that's the, I mean, the adjective, all the positive adjective that I have found in this young man. He has it. He's been working behind the scene with the IT. He's been, I mean, keeping all the documentation, everything. Onowu calls him up. He's there. He's awake. He calls me up 2 a.m. in the morning. So I'm like, this is New York. You're in Germany. Okay. Without wasting much time, let me present Chigozie Eze. Go ahead, Chigozie. You have the stage now. You can now talk.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Goji, for the introduction. I want to thank everyone. I stand on the existing protocol. My regard goes to Dr. Anachukwu Anakwenze Onuwa Bagana, the chairman of ICVCCIS, to Nze Amadi as well, the vice chairman of ICVCCIS, Professor Chris Abedo, the director of CIS and also the host of the program, and all of us here who have already made a very, very interesting contributions during this very interesting Igbo conference, World Igbo Conference, the second of its edition. Yeah, so today, without wasting any of our time, I want to delve at just to present on one of my very interesting areas. I'm going to share my screen, which is going to border on another aspect of Ndigbo, which is our love for business and our uniqueness in generating wealth and our love for prosperity. And I think that there is something about it that the world can learn from and that the world needs to know. I mean, of course, it is usually obvious, you know, that when you see an Igbo man in any place, he does well. You put him anywhere in the world, he's doing well. But people have not yet taken time to understand why. That is the geographies of why that is. And that is what I'm occupied with in the last months, and will also be occupied with also going forward to kind of understand what are the factors that makes Igbo people unique in their hard work, in their prosperity, and also in the way they make wealth. So now, of course, as a prelude, we've already talked about the population of Ndigbo that is not certain yet. And I think that Professor Jaffer alluded to that yesterday. And I think that this is what we need to get at. For now, we do not necessarily know, but we would usually say 43 million people. And we would also say roughly that 40 million live within Nigeria, while 3 million lives outside Nigeria. Yeah, so, and of course, we have also heard of the Igbos being referred to as the Jews of West Africa, also alluding to these special characteristics of their being wealthier and more prosperous than their neighbors. In the Nigerian context itself, it becomes clear that Igbo investments in different areas, be it in different cities in Nigeria, is actually what drives development in those regions. And this is also relating to what was also alluded to yesterday by Chief Oliver Nwankwo when he was saying that why don't we also bring these investments home? Yeah, so that is also captured. So in Igbo culture itself, becoming wealthy is seen as a blessing that should be nurtured rather than something to be mocked. Commerce is held by Igbo people as sacred and is central to their worldview. By observing Igbo people, their ways of life and beliefs, the rationale for the phenomenal success in entrepreneurship and accumulation of wealth appears unsurprising. So if you try to study the anthropology of Igbo culture, it becomes clear, and also their beliefs becomes clear why this is usually the case. And And I think that this is also, and their love for entrepreneurship, why do they really prefer and love entrepreneurship? They're enterprising by nature. Why? And I think that this also brings up the fact that most Igbo people are not necessarily affected by macroeconomy too much. So when there is inflation, when there is hardship, because of this attitude of entrepreneurship, they tend to be largely unaffected. Yeah, so that is what we are concerned about. So now, in order for us to understand this, I'm actually using the typical geographical lenses at it. That is to understand the actors, to understand the processes, and to understand the linkages that is behind this. And of course, using anthropological and geographical methods would inform this analysis and argument. But some of the findings I've already mentioned it is that that is coming up so far is, of course, this love for commerce and trade, which is called here. That is learning of trade. So Igbo people would want to learn a trade or two. They have that zeal. They want to learn to do something tangible, not abstract. Another area is oro, that is starting an enterprise. When they have learned something, they want to put it, whether it's in medicine, whether it's in engineering, whether it's in any commerce, any aspect, they want to put it. Another thing that it stands out among the Igbo people is what is called Igbo Sahia. And this is the trick, indulging in trick of marketing of another person's goods or services with his consent for the purpose of raising premiums for startup capital. So the Igbo people have this special way of, even when they do not have a startup capital, they do not stand down and say, you know what, I don't have capital to start. They have an innovation of raising that startup capital. One of it is Igbo Safia, which is they serve someone and they try to sell, and then they try to make some cuts out of the sales. For generations, the innovative training system, also known as Igbo Odibo or Igba Boy, has equipped young men with managerial skills, business acumen, and social capital that they need to excel in commerce and business. According to, of course, this we know about that. And I think that this is also a term we need to study more. And how can we export this apprenticeship system of Ndigbo, that is serving under a successful person in order to gain the skills and then set up your own. This is something that I think should be learned in business schools, and how to see how this has been done. Then finally, rounding up.
You have 1 more minute to go.
Yeah.
You want to round up?
Yeah, I'm rounding up.
Thank you, sir.
According to Igbo philosophy, acquiring material wealth should be a necessary part of living in a meaningful life. Therefore, no one passes away in poverty, also known as Nwente or wretched poor, has the right to a place among the ancestors. So the Igbos strongly believe that they need to be successful before they leave. So they have that strong innate desire to try to be successful before they leave, because they think that, you know, for me to be able to sit among my ancestors, they want to leave something on the ground before they leave. So that all these drives, cultural drives, innate drives, are all together summarized to be what has contributed to Igbo's wealth and prosperity. But this is also work ongoing. Thank you so much for your audience.
Thank you so much. And I can tell you that Igbo here is very, very captive. You don't even have to have the permission of the other person. You know why? I have been to a store and then they don't have the thing I needed. And the guy was like, oh, Kanjana's shop on Kanyin pause. And it's not his shop. The shop does not relate to him. And they go there and then say, oh, sometimes they say, come. And they're like, Emeka, what are you doing? Sit down there. He doesn't even know nothing. And then they get it, and they can put the price like 3 times and they'll get the cut. I mean, those are just creativity, I call it. And they make the money, you know, from nothing to something. So this is good. This is all the prowess of Igbo people. And I appreciate that. Thank you so much to bring us back to the basis. Thank you. I appreciate it. So we want to find out who has the Technopop phone. We're asking this because we want to make sure your name is appended to your phone. Who has the Technopop phone? Somebody dialed in with Technopop phone. Please, can you put your name on that? Thank you as you do that. And this brings us to the conclusion of our first phase of this morning. It's morning, it's the morning here where I am in New York. I'm an educator, so walk without play makes Jack a dull boy. So we're going to stand up and stretch ourselves. If you want to use the bathroom, and then we call up Njenje Mazi Tochukwu or Chief Tochukwu, I don't know, also Tochukwu, whatever title you have, you take everything. Alaji Tochukwu, you want to come up and then play whatever we have and then show people what we're doing, please. So as people stretches themselves, they can see this. Thank you.
Akụkọ gbasara ogige ezumezu omenala ndị Igbo nke a kpọrọ ICVC nke CIS Mahadum Nigeria Nsụka nke si n'aka ọka nkụzi Chris Uchenna Agbedo, onye nchepụta nakwa onye isi CIS. Ndị ngalaba asụsụ aka nka na omenala Igbo nke a na-akpọ CIS nke Mahadum Nigeria Nsụka akwadola ma na-ahazikwa ọbụrụkụ na oke ihe ha ji n'aka bụ ogige ezumezu omenala ndị Igbo ICVC. Ọ bụrụ ihe a gụnyere ọtụtụ ụlọ karịrị 15 nke ọbụla n'ime ha nwere ọrụ pụrụ iche ọ na-arụ nke bụ nchekwa ịkwalite omenala na ọnatarachi ndị Igbo. Otu n'ime ihe ọzọ dị mkpa na ICVC a bụ ụlọ ọrụ nhazi nke CIS. Nke a ga-arụ ọrụ dịka isi ahụ nkwado okpu maka ihe niile a ga-eme n'ogige ezumezu, nke gụnyere ebe ndị ọrụ, ndị nchọcha, ndị mmụta ga-anọ na-ahazi, na-amụ nakwa ịkwalite omenala Igbo. Ihe ọzọ dị oke mkpa bụ ọba akwụkwọ na ebe a ga-enwe mkpokọta ọtụtụ ihe, akwụkwọ, atụmatụ, ihe ọkpụ na ngwa niile metụtara akụkọ ọdịnala Igbo, asụsụ nka na ọdịnala. Ebe mkpokọta ọtụtụ ihe a ga-enyere ụmụ akwụkwọ aka, ndị mmụta na ndị niile nwere mmasị ịbanye n'ime ihe gbasara omenala Igbo. Ịgbakwunye ebe ihe ọkpụ ga-adị na ICVC a dị oke mkpa. Ebe ihe ọkpụ a ga-adị na-egosikwa ihe ọkpụ dị iche iche, aka nka, ma gosikwa ọtụtụ ihe gbasara omenala Igbo nke ga-eme ka ndị ọbịa mata ma ghọtawanye nnukwu ihe dị n'ọnatarachi ndị Igbo. Dịka mkpa ọgbara ọhụrụ dị, ICVC ga-enwekwa ụlọ ebe a na-akpọ ICT nke ga-enwe ọwa ikuku. ICT a ga-eme ka ọwa ikuku na-aga were were, nke bụ ihe ndị CIS chọrọ iwebata maka ọmụmụ ihe dị iche iche. Asambodo a na-enye ndị na-agụ na mahadum n'ogo dị iche iche, nke ga-eme ka amụmamụ ihe gbasara omenala Igbo bụrụ ihe zuru ụwa niile ọnụ. Ọzọ dịka ibe ya bụ ụlọ nkụzi n'ime ogige ezumezu CIS bụ mbunuche iji kwalite agụmakwụkwọ na mmụta. Nke a ga-eme ka e nwee ebe a ga-anọ eme ntụli uche na amụmamụ dị iche iche nke ga-enye aka ime ka mmụta gbasara omenala na ọnatarachi ndị Igbo na-agawanye n'ihu. Ihe ọzọ dị oke mkpa ma ewezụga agụmakwụkwọ bụ na ICVC ga-enwe ụlọ ndị ọbịa nke a kpọrọ 5-star guest house. Nke a ga-eme ka ndị ọbịa na-abịa na-enwe mgbakọrịta omenala ma na-enyekwa ndị ọbịa ohere ịmata na ịghọta omenala ndị Igbo dịka ha nọ n'ụlọ ndị ọbịa. Inwekwa ebe oriri na ọṅụṅụ n'ime ICVC ga-enyekwa ndị ọbịa ohere inwe mkparịta ụka ma gosikwa mkpa ndekọta ọnụ dị n'omenala Igbo nakwa ebe ndị mmadụ ga-anọ na-ezu ike akọ akụkọ dịka a na-aṅụ mmanya. Ọ bụkwa ịgbakwunye na a ga-enwe ụlọ ọdịnala ndị Igbo n'ime ogige ezumezu. Nke a ga-eme ka ndị ọbịa hụ etu ebe obibi ndị Igbo na obibi ndụ ndị Igbo si adị. A ga-enwekwa obi eze maka steeti niile dị n'ala Igbo nke gụnyere Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, Imo, Delta Igbo na Rivers nke a kpọrọ Ikwere Igbo n'ime ICVC, nke ga-egosi nkwanye ùgwù, nsọpụrụ n'ebe ọtụtụ ọdịnala, akụkọ ala ndị Igbo na akụkụ dị iche iche nọ. Ụlọ a ga-arụ dịka ebe mmụta nke ga-enye ndị ọbịa mmụta pụrụ iche gbasara ọdịnala, omenala, usoro ọchịchị nakwa ụdị ụlọ eji mara akụkụ ala Igbo dị iche iche. Ọzọkwa, a ga-enwe usekwu ndị Igbo ebe a ga-esi nri ndị Igbo dị iche iche, ebe ndị ọbịa ga-ahụ ma na-eri nri ndị Igbo. A ga-enwekwa ebe sara mbara maka ezumike na ebe a ga-enwe ọgbakọ. Ụlọ ihe nkiri nwere ebe a ga-eme mmemme omenala dị iche iche, mmemme na asọmpi nke a ga-arụ ọrụ dịka ogbe dị egwu maka ekwumekwu na mmemme ọdịnala dị iche iche. Ọ ga-enye anyị ogige maka emume ọdịnala dị iche iche dịka iti mmọnwụ, iri ji ọhụụ na mmemme omenala ndị ọzọ, ịkpọkọta ndị mmadụ ọnụ ime mmemme ma na-egosipụta omenala Igbo. Ụlọ ọrụ ICVC maka ịmụ aka ọrụ ọdịnala dị iche iche dịka ịkpa isi, ịkpa ekete, ịkwa akwa, ịkpụ ụzụ, nke ebumnobi ya bụ ichekwa omenala na inyefe aka ọrụ ọdịnala ndị a n'aka ndụdụgandụ na-abịa abịa. Nke a ga-enye aka kwado ọtụtụ azụmahịa ọdịnala na aka ọrụ ndị bụ isi n'omenala Igbo. Njikọta ngwaọrụ ugbo dịka ụlọ ugbo, ọba, ebe a na-azụ ọkụkọ, ezi na anụmanụ ndị ọzọ na-egosi mkpa ọrụ ugbo dị n'obodo. Ngwa ndị abụghị naanị isonye kwado ICVC, mana ọ ga-enyekwa ohere maka inye aka n'ọmụmụ na ime ihe ahụrụ anya eji omume ọrụ ọdịnala Igbo arụpụta. Iwekọta ngwa akụkụ ọdịnala dịka osisi nkwụ, osisi ọgbọnọ, osisi ọjị n'ime ogige ICVC abụghị naanị ime ka ogige ahụ maa mma, ọ ga-emekwa ka ewepụta ngwa akụkọ ọdịnala eji mara omenala ndị Igbo. Osisi ịrịba ama ndị a ga-arụ ọrụ dịka ihe ndị na-echetara ndị ogbe ihe nrite ọdịnala, ọrụ ugbo na njirimara omenala Igbo. Inwe ngwa dị iche iche dịka senta ụmụaka na ụlọ obibi ndị okenye na-emesi ike na-akwalite obodo. Ngwa ndị a na-ejikọta otu ọgbọ dị iche iche n'obodo, na-azụlitekwa mkparịta ụka na-ejikọta agbụrụ dị iche iche ma na-esonye na mmemme omenala Igbo. Nke bụ isi bụ na ọrụ ngo ogige ezumezu omenala Igbo nke ndị ngalaba na-ahụ maka asụsụ, aka nka na omenala Igbo nke Mahadum Naijiria Nsụka kwere nkwa ịbụ ebe a na-ele anya, a ga na-agbakọ, na-echekwa, akwalite na ime mmemme omenala Igbo. Ọ ga-agụnyekwa atụmatụ niile nke gụnyere agụmakwụkwọ, omenala, ebe obibi, ihe gbasara ọrụ ugbo, ma nwekwa ikikere bụ ngalaba dị egwu maka inyefe omenala na ọmụmụ n'aka ndụdụgandụ na-abịa abịa. Ọgụgụ isi anyị ịkpọ ndị nnukwu mmadụ ndị Igbo oku, ma nwoke ma nwaanyị, ndị otu dị iche iche ka ha were ọrụ ngo ụfọdụ ndị a ga-ede aha ha na ya, nke na-egosi usoro njikọta aka na usoro nnweta ego na mmepe, site n'ime ka ndị na-enye aka sonye n'ihe a na-eme, ma ndị nọ n'ala Igbo ma ndị nọ na mba ọzọ, na ndị na-enye akụnụba na ndị na-ekepụta ọrụ. N'uju, atụmatụ ICVC bụ mmepe nke gụnyere nkụzi, omenala, ọhaneze na usoro akụnụba nke na-egosi echiche ọdịnala, ọhụụ maka nchekwa na ịkwalite asụsụ na omenala Igbo site na njikọta aka ọrụ echiche
Okay, daalụ.
Ndị ngalaba amụma asụsụ Igbo aka nka na omenala bụ nke a kpọrọ Center for Igbo Studies n'aha bekee nakwa sayensị n'aha ịchafụ nke mahadum Naijiria Nsụka jikọtara aka ọnụ ha na ndị otu a Council for Igbo States in America, Igbo World Assembly Igwa, Ohanaze Ndigbo Worldwide, American Veterans of Igbo Descent na Respelling Obie jiri obiọma ezipụtara unu mmemme ọgbakọ izugbe ndị Igbo nke abụọ bụ nke ga-adị n'ikuku bido na mkpụrụ ụbọchị 12 ruo na mkpụrụ ụbọchị 13 nke ọnwa Eprel n'afọ 2024. Dịrị njikere sonyere anyị na nnukwu mmemme a ga-ewe mkpụrụ ụbọchị abụọ ga-ekpo ọkụ ga-enye ihe na nghọta tọrọ atọ banyere omenala anyị. Nnukwu ihe mmemme akụkọ ala dị egwu bụ nke ụmụafọ Igbo gbara ọkpụrụ na ndị nwere ezi ntọala na ihe gbasara omenala ga-atụgharị uche banyere isiokwu ọgbakọ abụọ njikọta ọnụ ndị Igbo, ndị nọ n'ụlọ na ndị nọ na mba ofesi maka mmepe ala Igbo ugbu a nakwa ọdịnihu. Onye ga-emepe ya bụ nnukwu mmemme bụ onye isi mahadum Naijiria Nsụka bụ ọkankụzi Charles Arinze Igwe n'ụbọchị Fraịde bụ mkpụrụ ụbọchị 12 n'ọnwa Eprel n'afọ 2024. Onye ga-abụ onye isi oche na ya bụ mmemme bụ nnukwu dibịa bekee bụ dọkịta Nwachukwu Onowu Abaga.
Nke a gacha. Okay. All right, Dallin, thank you so much. I gonna panel session very soon, but we have about 2-3 things to do. So one of them, Bona, the ground zero kwadola egwu. The ground zero people actually prepared a dance for us on site. So we're going to welcome them. This is going to take about 5 minutes or so. After that, we're going to do a bit of fundraising session because we've heard a lot of things. If there's any special announcement you want to make about finance, that will be the time you do it. We are on seat. We're going to be putting down all your donations. If you want to already make the donation immediately, we will put the account details on the screen. So these are the two things that will come. So we're going to welcome the dance from Ground Zero. We're going to do donations and fundraising. And then after that, we're going to go now into further presentations. And but before we go into the further presentations, we will welcome Iziada Ifeoma to give us about 3 to 4 minutes highlight of Omuwani. Immediately after that, we'll go back into the panel presentations as we know it, starting from plenary 1, plenary 2, plenary 3, and we will close. Plenary 4, sorry, and then we will close. Yeah, so now to Puyoge, Obuna. I know the Ground Zero, are you people ready? Ground Zero people, we cannot hear you yet. Let me see if I can put up the yeah, we cannot hear you yet. Can you turn on your audio from Prof? Go to the system you were using before and turn on your audio. The Ground Zero, we're not yet hearing you. We are not yet hearing the Ground Zero. We are not yet hearing you.
Dr. Ogoji.
Yes, please.
May I make a comment while we're waiting? It's a very
okay.
I just want to while we're waiting, because
Dr. Chambers,
the video.
Yeah. You know, I use English to moderate. I want to beg everybody to pardon me because we have our brothers and sisters from African American, and we have Dr. Chambers, a white man, Igbo man. So we
are ready.
Okay, they're
so,
ready.
Yeah, I'm saying that I read the Bible in Igbo. So you want me to talk, Dr. Chambers, and I'm talking.
No. Thank you so much, Prof. I see you are ready now. The Ground Zero people want to present to us. Can you speak again, Prof?
Yes, I can speak.
Perfect. Okay, we can hear you. So please do the presentation for 5 minutes.
Well, go ahead. Continue.
Uche nwa agbedo na-agbọ mma m na-ekele gị. Ọnwa ebule Kristi mo ndị nwe egwu. Nwere obodo eziokwu na ọkụkọ ọjọọ yele ngige yilenu na ụchali. Nwere obodo eziokwu na ọkụkọ ọjọọ yele ngige yilenu na ngige bulu ụzọ gbaghalịba. Akwa mụ ojezula na egwu egwu na-ekwe nwa Imoto ndị senta bulanyi. Imoto ndị senta bulanyi na-abakwa na senta. Kajane tipanya na senta imawo. Abada na roku no bomo wasina na galang. Padamu kage meno adeno maimawo. Kirisi na roku no bomo wasina na galang. Padamu kage meno adeno maimawo. Amadebu na bedo. Madebu na bedo. Kirisa bedo jakane iyo. Ewo. Mwe. Amadebu na nawo. Mwe yoye kuchiya. Mwa. Bedo jakane iyo. Ewo. Mwe. No bomo wasina na galang. Wazano kange meno wademo imawo. Ndisenta na roku no bomo wasina na galang. Wazani kange meno wademo imawo. Inewo mona nyege bizeno na senta. Omona nyege bizeno na senta. Omona nyega loze na senta. Omona nyega loze na senta. Omona nyega lupa na senta. Omona nyega loze na senta. Ebu anaba mogala. Ebu anaba mogala. Idele mu anaba mogala. Idele mu anaba mogala. Omuna nyege biyo nuwala. Omuna nyege bizedu na senta. Omuna nyega lube na senta.
Aka, call no haka. Thank you so much from the Ground Zero team for their folklore song. This is how the Igbo people sing it when they want to tell stories. Yeah. That's when they are singing, they're also telling stories. That's how it goes. Okay, so without wasting much time, we know that there are so many people here who really want to contribute financially to what we are doing. And some people have also told us they have not really found that time. So we want to be able to give them that chance to make your promises and to also make your donations using this time. And we're going to before we go there, I think it is good for me to also maybe give us a little bit of a context of what we have done so far. Some people have already donated so far. We have been running everything you have been seeing so far on the ground, both the clearing of the site, the clearing of the site, the grading of the site, the infrastructures you can see on the ground that made this event possible on ground zero. You can see the ground zero people that are relaxed. It's because we have solar infrastructure there. We have internet infrastructure there. And this is what made it possible. We have been running, we are running our websites, and we have also been able to organize this particular event. So we are doing these things initially based on resources that were donated individually by well-meaning brothers and sisters seated here. I'm going to share my screen just to give you an overview of that. And after that, we're going to put up also on the screen the account details and also to open the floor widely. We're going to unmute everybody and open the floor widely for anyone to speak. So we have received a number. This list is not complete. It's not completely complete, but at least we have an idea of people who have been championing what we have been doing. You have people like Mochukwu Anakwenze, Dr. Mochukwu Anakwenze, who has given over 1.5 million and even promised much more. We have the people like Nzeamadi Bembama. We have people like Dr. Agwoje. We have people like Chinedu Ezugu, Kensel Chinedu Ezugu, that's Ambassador Casey. We have people like Chifemeka Wonsu. Dr. Davis has promised us, but I think he will pay soon. Then we have Kelechi Egwim, the engineer Kelechi Egwim. We have so many people who have actually donated financially. Some people have also pledged, and that pledge is coming. We have also people who have promised donations of buildings, for instance, and also companies, and also us in the secretariat. We just put in one or two things. We don't announce it always, but we do put in one or two things to see that things are moving. Yeah, so we want to let us know that finance is also very important in what we are doing. And if we are serious about really promoting Igbo culture, which is what we are doing, and having Igbo, this Igbo cultural village complex as the melting point for everything Igbo, whichever way you want to contribute, financially, infrastructure-wise, direct transfer, or pledge of transfers, whichever one or whichever way you want to do it, you have the floor. You can raise up your hand, and then you can try to unmute yourself and go ahead and speak. We're going to put it, but I can also tell you, let me also give us a little bit of a background. This is the beginning stage of ICVC. We hope to document very, very carefully everyone that has made both financial and significant technical support to the development of this project. And we have already agreed to put their names on the wall. And we have also said that people who donate buildings, those buildings will be named after them. And of course, we know that we have all kinds of, we even have small huts. Those may not even cost much. We have ICT center, we have the admin blocks. So any group or any person that donates a structure, no matter how small, that structure will be named after that person or that group. It's as simple as that. And people that are donating in this beginning time, we're going to have their names perpetuated throughout the history of this Igbo Cultural Village Complex. We're not going to do this project through donation alone, but we want to bring it to a level whereby we can begin to seek institutional funding, which we will get. Yeah, so, but before we get there, we still need personal donations from people, organizations, companies together. So without wasting much of our time, I want to open the floor and anybody can come in at this point to talk to us about their interests in whichever way they want to contribute. Yeah.
My dear brother, I don't see my pledge of 200 there.
Who is speaking, please?
Dr. Hales.
Dr. Hales. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Hales, that's $200, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Now I'm going to impute it now. Dr. Hales. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, I will make sure to add it.
I'd also like to, this is Douglas Chambers. I'd also like to remind that I did make a donation of 250 US.
250 US dollars. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to include your name then. Your name is not here yet. So that's Dr. Douglas Chambers.
I think it was the first time
okay,
donation.
That was the first time. Okay.
Yeah, that's why you don't have it here. This is the second. Dr. Chambers, this is the second one. The first one we made before is not here.
Okay,
that's where your name, yes. So you don't have that list.
Yeah.
We made it all in dollars.
Oh, okay, okay. So this is list B.
Yeah, this is list B. You gotta, list B. List A, you gotta ask for list A. Yes.
Yeah, we have list A. Don't worry, I think your name is there. So
do remember us first-time givers.
Yeah. As I said, we are compiling the names of all first-time givers, and we're going to publish it for everyone to cross-check. But we're going to store it and use it to remind everyone historically that this number of people played a huge role in the beginning process of this project. So that is to say that the beginning of a cry is difficult. So that is why we want to especially appreciate those who want to support at this point. It will come to a point very soon whereby we would no longer need to cry a lot. People would willingly do so, and we also apply formally for funding through institutions. But for now, we are at this stage, and we want to open the floor. Anyone else can please intervene. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Chigozie here.
Okay, we have our finance, treasury and finance DSG here. So in fact, I will hand over the floor to you, sir.
No, please.
Chief Emeka, we need that. Chief Emeka, we need list A. We need list A so people can see their name.
Okay, I want to let you know, I'm sorry that I came in late. I'm on the road. I will ask you, Dr. Chigozie, please, if you can document any donations. And that list here she's talking about, I think you have a copy of it. It has not changed. If you don't mind, you can also display it. And I will be in the meeting and I will listen. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to share it now. We have list A and list B. As I said, what you are seeing on the screen now is list B. So we're going to right now share list A as well. So we had consistent donors both in list A and list B. And people are still donating. So yeah, but we are opening the floor for new interveners. This is list A, and that I can also see Dr. Douglas Chambers' name here, $250, and it has been redeemed. Yeah, we can also clap for him. It's in order. Yeah. Okay. So we want
to mention Dr. Hales too. You see Dr. Hales?
Yeah, Dr. Hales, that's $100 redeemed. It's here in list A as well.
So add that 200 for list B, okay?
Yeah, and he added 200 extra for
Actually, make it 250. Make it 250.
Okay, 250.
All right, my brother.
Clap for him, please.
Okay, that's the spirit.
Clap for him, please. So
yes, I'm clapping here.
Yeah, you can clap virtually if you like.
I was clapping. I put on my
yeah.
clapping hand.
Okay. So who else wants to intervene or want to make an announcement? I don't know if Dr. Douglas can also repeat his announcement on the book proceedings he talked about.
I don't know how we are going to do it, but I have my 7 books online. Once you put Professor Onyeke, you will see it against my name. And I'm giving 20% of any of the sales to the center. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can. We are recording it. Thank you so much. Can you please clap for him? Yeah, that is well noted. 20% sales of all your 7 books, proceeds from your sales goes to the center for this project. Please clap for him. Please.
The most important thing is to show the account numbers. It's not being showed. People who will give money needs put the account numbers, the Zelle numbers, the account numbers. That's what's the most important.
Okay, so the account number is coming up in just 1 second. The account number is coming up in 1 second.
That's where you tell people to start sending money is there. And then you put it down for people to send money.
Yeah, for those looking for where to put in their money, you can see your screen now. The details are clear. If you're in the United States, you put it in CISA account, it's secure there. You have Zelle, you have direct deposit. If you're in Nigeria, you can see the UBA account there, Council of Igbo States in America. You put in your account there, we will receive it, and we'll thank you and confirm that we received it. So this is also for the information of those who are now announcing for proceeds. So if the proceeds from your book comes, please, this is the account you can direct it to.
Thank you.
Yeah, you need to leave this on so that people from all over the place, including the people in YouTube, will see and send money. You know. So anyway,
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I want to speak about this. What we are doing is for the legacy of our children. Before we had said the reason we are speaking English mostly is because we have a lot of African Americans, people from Caribbeans with us. We even have a white professor here. That's why if we speak only Igbo, they would not know what we're saying. That's why we try to mix it up. Why can't I so Oyibo maka ndị asụ Oyibo na-ene anya eri nne. Ị ga-afụ ndị niile na-enye speech on ndị America na ndị Caribbeans ma ndị Haiti. Ọ bụrụ na ya mara asụ Igbo nwere onye sụkarị mụnwa Igbo. Anyway, mụnwa bụ onye omenala, ana m asụ Igbo karịa onye omenala, but ịsụwa asụ Igbo ndị ọzọ ndị America ga-akwado anyị na ndị Caribbeans na ndị Central America, Latin America, fancha niile na-efue arapụzi anyị naba. Mụnwa akwadego m enyebugo m more than $4,000. Nke last week ka enyekwa $6,000. So enyego m up to 10 million or more. Last week enye m 6,000 more. And ego abatago na CISA account. But don't have a million announced. So this is something we have to do for ourselves, for our children. You know, this is something. There's no need of you coming to this world and going away and you didn't leave any mark down. There's no need, there's no point. What are you going to do with your money? Are you going to get on the ground, go under the ground with your money? We need to do this for our children. They're planning to teach Igbo, show Igbo movies, show Igbo dances, Igbo movies, teach how to cook, ofe onugbu, nkwobi, stew, jollof rice. People all over the world are watching. A lot of Americans and Caribbeans, they go to YouTube and learn how to make egusi soup, and they learn how to make porridge, yam porridge, and bring it to my office as a doctor, and for me to test what they cooked. And from watching YouTube, the university will be teaching it is a kakwa, how you tie your wrapper and your hair ties, how you dance. Igbo dance is how to, you see how where the people shake their bottom, and the Enugu people shake their leg. So they will teach you all of that. It's for perpetuity. Remember that Zik is dead, Mike Obara is dead, Kanibiam is dead, Sam Bakwe is dead, Ezife is dead. There's nobody left but you. Don't be looking for somebody else. You are the one left to make your mark. You kept talking about those people in the past. You are the one here now that can make things happen. Please dip your hand generously and give money. The money is going to Council of Igbo State account. It's a non-profit organization. It's an NGO, which you can deduct from your tax. They're accountable. We have serious people in CISA that are manning the money. Emeka Nwosu, the one that spoke, you have James. These are very serious Igbo people. Your money will not be stolen. Whatever you give is monitored. They monitor the construction. They see how the money goes to the construction daily. So if you don't put money, you're only cheating yourself. God, it was said, give and you shall receive, seek and you shall find, knock the door shall open. That's the truth. God is alive. God is watching what you give. When I break all or not, we say, love your neighbor as yourself. Do unto others what you want to do for yourself. Love your neighbor as yourself. You give money to build this institution to teach you a language. That's loving your neighbor as yourself. And if you don't give, God's spirit wouldn't release any money to you either. You're cheating yourself. Onye nwere aka chingom nwere weneche. Ị ga-erelease ife iji, inweta ọzọ, irelease ife inwe, inye nweta ọzọ, irelease ife iji, inweta ọzọ. Onye nye ka Chukwu na-enye. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Oh no, I think
Well
Prof
said.
now. Oh no,
Well
Prof
said.
now.
Well said.
I will keep quiet. But please give money. I will stop talking. Give.
Okay, so we have Professor Onyeke's hand up.
Okay.
Can go ahead, sir. Professor Onyeke, your hand is up. Do you want to speak to us? I think he's freezed. Okay, maybe his internet.
Anyway, you see the accounts there. I want you to give Zelle. If you're in America, you direct deposit to CISA or put in Nigeria account. The people that are managing the account are serious people. They will not steal your money. They will not let the university steal your money. When they give the money, they monitor what is built every day. So please give if you want progress of Ndigbo, progress of Black people. You see, we're reaching out to all the Igbo people everywhere. Somebody said Igbo is 40 million. It's not true. We are more than 70 million. And in diaspora, we're more than 10 million. Anywhere you go in the world, you have Igbo people. If you go to any part of the world and you don't see Igbo person, you need to run away. It means there's no life. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Other than the indigents in St. Vincent Island, I told them there has to be Igbo people there. Then the 30 Igbo people came out from St. Vincent who came from Igbo land now. I'm not talking about before. 30 people came to see me. They're in medical school, nursing school. They came to see me. Anywhere you go, if you don't see an Igbo man, you need to run away. And then we are going to be expanding this to all over with the university, UNN and CISA, EWA, Professor Hales, We're going to Costa Rica in August. They are waiting for us. They want me to come and do New Yam Festival for them and break kola nut and invoke the spirit of our ancestors, Chukwu Abiyama, to bless them. And we are the one that we baptize you with Nzu. We give you name after DNA testing. We do that. We're going to do that in August. So tell everybody to come. We have the high priest. We have the king, the biggest king Ezeri. We have me as Onowu. We have the high priest who will bless you with Nzu, the white chalk, and then we'll give you name. We give you name. So tell everybody in diaspora, we're the one doing it. We are making it happen. This is Nzu. Nzu is white chalk for blessing. It's for cleansing and blessing. So I want people to give money. I'm not playing. I've given $10,000 already. I don't mind giving more. Then we're going to go after the big names like Chisco, Innocent, Atoezi, Onyema, Peace Airline. We're going to go after big people. But bring your money so we can put the foundation. Whatever money we've raised by these people you saw, they tax themselves. They are not millionaires. A lot of these people put their money at their school teachers and their small business people. Please bring out your money. If you give, God will give you back. My name is Nwachukwu. I'm representative of God on earth. So if you give them, God will give you back. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Okay.
Hallelujah. Is there anybody that wants to intervene?
I think I want to add something if there is time.
Please go ahead.
Well, I'm excited about this center, and I'm also overwhelmed by the generosity of Chief Dr. Anakwenze. And I'm pleading that we make this not just the big names. When I spoke to businesses in Lagos, I told them that ndị Igbo niile nwe shop na Lagos tụọ 1,000. Onwere gọọmenti ha ya shake. Onwere project fire alụpụta. So I need just only the big names that will donate millions. We shall make this available to ordinary Igbo man on the street. And then, go to 1,000 capacity. 1,000 people tinye 1,000, which I'm sure now only in the Ikoyi, mo Oshodi, Gemenwe. Na I looked at this center. Owebulo Center aneme envy. Nyapukene that no now the only project ndị Igbo tụkọrọ ọnụ wee mmepụta. Maka anyị emego nke politics. Wee fụ na ha ya ekwe anyị gaba until na anyị ekwe onwe anyị gaba. So ana m ayọ onye ọbụla na ụlọ akwụkwọ na ụlọ ụka na ime afịa ka anyị buru this message gaa everywhere. Ka anyị yọọ onye ọbụla ka ọ ghọta the need for this center and the need for the preservation of our language and our culture. Maka I'm a victim, ụmụaka m na-abụ nọ na New Zealand kịta. Onwere onye fa na-asụ Igbo sụtụ ya ofuma. Echi niile ha bịa sị na marginalize afa. Ọ bụ na ị nwere indigenous language ị na-asụ, ịdị ka onye bịara abịa na Nigeria. Ana m ayọ ka ihe aha anyị ji wee, when the African Americans and the Caribbeans were speaking, they were not making exception of any tribe. They were using Africans. And I agree with them. When Obama was failing for the primaries, we redefined Africa as not just those born in Africa or those who are colored brown or black, but those who share socioeconomic and political predicaments with Africans. And that changed the narrative, and Obama came from losing to winning. I also want to observe that ndị Igbo abụrụ sọsọ ndị a mụrụ n'ala Igbo ma ndị na-asụ Igbo, nọ ndị niile na-share socioeconomic and political predicaments with Igbos. And that has helped us in the current political dispensation, where we saw other tribes that are sharing the same socioeconomic and political predicaments came and joined us in the fight against marginalization, victimization, and intimidation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that very touching speech by Professor Onyeke Alpheus Onyeke. So I think that has is a very clear message to us. And again, we have taken note of it. I'm a mobilization team na this ICVCCIS. I'm a mobilization team. The mobilization team, we have a letterhead. We are now at the verge of reaching out to everybody, every group of Igbo people, whether in the marketplace, we know how to write to reach them, not in the way they would understand. We know how to reach, so we are already on it. And I'm happy that you pointed this out, because that's the level we want to. We want to give everybody that is interested an opportunity to get interest, to contribute. We want to give everybody who is interested an opportunity to contribute, no matter how small. Yeah, so we are at it, and that will be happening. As I said, we are also going to be compiling the names of all those who will donate, and we'll keep it for record purpose. While this discussion was going on, we received a donation from Josephine and Nene. She put 50,000 naira in her name and 15,000 naira in the name of the organization called Nkata Ndị Iyom Igbo Foundation. I call her Akabikon. Let's clap for her. Yeah, that's good. That's what we want. We are coming.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. So at least we have people donating. And as I said earlier, if you go to our website, in our website, in the homepage of our website, the account details is there. We don't need to...
website.
Yeah, I will put the link of the website on the chat. It's icvccisunn.org. I'll put it here. Even in front of in the website, you will quickly find further details of what we are doing, what we plan, what we are here for, and the account details is also boldly written there. So you can still refer to the website and get all the details you require. And also keep your eyes on the website for blogs of the different events that we'll be doing. So
okay, okay, so I will change continue the program, then I pause after the next session and make with us.
Exactly.
So 2 or 3 times before.
Yeah. Yes. So now, please, I'm putting our website on the chat right now. Yeah, you can go ahead. So now, without wasting time, we'll continue. Our website is now on the chat. Yeah. So, but before we continue, I want to announce that we were able to reach Iwanyang, who is the president of Ohanaze Ndigbo. So he says he's going to address us in about now about 15 minutes time. So whenever he comes during the presentation time, we will give him some minutes to talk to us. But for now, we will give the floor for about four minutes or so before we enter into the panel proper. We want to give the floor to Eziada Ifoma to give us a very quick presentation as a representative of Igbo Diaspora and also to tell us some stories about Nnanna, just in about 3 to 4 minutes, and then we'll go into the panel proper. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, our brother. I want to really stand on existing protocol, so I make use of the time allocated. So what I'm going to present today in Igbo says, Ije mmụta ndị nna nna anyị jiri. So, and what that means is the journey of our ancestors. Ije mmụta ndị nna nna anyị ha jiri. And where did they make this journey? To the land, the Western world. You know, so the first time we know our ancestors noticed the Portuguese around them was in the mid 15th century. You know, so and they embraced them. And what attracted our ancestors to the white men was their creativity. They brought a lot of gifts to our ancestors, ranging from mirror, from clothing, and some other things that they came with. So, and our ancestors trusted them and even gave their children to go with the white men so they can learn the things the white man knows. Our ancestors cherished creativity, entrepreneurship, and all that. And that saw our people into the Western world to learn what the white man already knows. So today, we are all over the world, learning the ways, the Western life and everything. We've achieved a whole lot. And this is the time to go back and invest in motherland. Go back home so we can fulfill the dream of our ancestors. Our ancestors couldn't see beyond their nose, but they trusted that our children will go and they will come back. So it is time for us to fulfill that dream of our ancestors. Go back to motherland and invest. We've been waiting for that dream to be fulfilled, and the time is ripe and is now. So let's go straight to our women. Ụmụ nwanyị Igbo. Ndị ụmụ nwanyị na-emenụ na-emenụ. Ọ dị nke anyị na-emenụ nwanyị ọkwachi anyị na-eme. So ụmụ nwanyị Igbo ekele na m unu. I bring you greetings, our great daughters of the land of our ancestors. We have made this journey to the land, the Western world. So what are we bringing back home? Today, Ọgbakọ Ụmụ Nwanyị Igbo Worldwide Foundation, we are adding our voices to all the women, Igbo women all over the world, to call on women. Make sure you teach our children how to speak our language, the Igbo language. Teach them our food. Let them wear our clothing. Teach them our ways, the way we do things, our lineage, our heritage. Some of them can't speak our language, and it's very sad. We are calling on women, most especially because it's called mother's tongue. Mother's tongue. Some will say, oh, the father, you're not speaking. You, the woman, should speak your language to our children. That is why it's called mother's tongue. We are holding you responsible. If your child cannot speak Igbo, you as a mother, you as a daughter of the land of our Igbo, you have failed in your assignment. And also another aspect we want to talk about today is for women. When you leave the shores of our land to the Western world, you tend to learn something different. We want to bring your attention back to the fact that we have a family system that is together. The family ties, do not forget. Some married women don't want to associate with their mother-in-laws. They don't want to do anything. They just want me, myself, my family. That is not acceptable. In our tradition, family stays together, making up of mother-in-laws, father-in-laws, sisters-in-laws, brothers-in-laws, everybody. So you as a daughter-in-law, remember tomorrow you're going to be a mother-in-law and you want your daughter-in-law to treat you well. So please remember that. Take care of the elderly ones. We don't have a system of taking our parents to care homes. So we care for our elderly ones. Do not forget. Don't let the Western world change that value for us. It's very important for us. And another thing we want to talk about is, bring your wealth to homeland. I know we do the August meeting and everything. It's not enough. Now we are building the Igbo Cultural Study Center. Please add your own quora, whatever it is. We have a lot of women organizations all over the world, Igbo women organizations. Please, be part of what we are doing. This is history being made. Do not be left behind, please. Give whatever you can give. All women organization, we are calling you this, they come out and support this process. Obako Mwanyi Worldwide Foundation, we are looking at having a spot inside that, center where we can teach the younger generation our ways of life, our cultural, our heritage, and everything. So for lack of time, I want to cut it here. So please, Akurulo, both for Umunwoke anyị and for Umunwanyi anyị. Bịanụ zoku ndị nna nna anyị ha kpọrọ anyị oku imezi ala Igbo. Come and answer the calls, the clarion calls of our ancestors. Come and make the dream of our ancestors come true. Bring your wealth to me. African Americans, we love you all. Come to motherland and invest. We have a lot. Come and invest in motherland. Come and see the land of your ancestors. We are waiting, and our ancestors have been waiting for this time for us to come back and fulfill that dream. God bless you all, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for that very interesting rendition. That's what we want to hear, that women has a huge role to play when it comes to children speaking Igbo. We are all called to also contribute and to continue in the good ways that that's our forefathers has left. For us, we need to run with the baton. So thank you so much, Eziada Ifeoma Nwandike. She is the DSG, indefatigable DSG of Media and Communications. Thank you so much. And we're going to, she has very nice videos and pictures. We're going to put it on the website. She knows how to dress in a traditional way. We're going to show our young women how to dress in the traditional way and how to dance. So she's going to maybe be teaching a class. So thank you so much. We're going now to, in fact, the plenary proper. And I think we have taken quite a number of time. So we would ask people to try to keep their interventions short. Try to use between 5 to 10 minutes to round up your presentation. You don't need to give us the whole details. Summary and conclusion is enough so that we can be able to give everybody here an opportunity to at least speak. Without wasting time, we're going to, we declare the plenary one open. So plenary one is going to deal on Center for Igbo Studies Igbo Cultural Village as a hub for fostering Igbo Homeland-Diaspora relations. Yeah, so for that one, we have presenters to include Professor Chris Abuedo and Dr. Ebere Chris Abuedo. And we have A.O. Odezulu. And then we have Professor Wong. So we're going to have these three people in this particular plenary, and we're encouraging them to try to be quick in the intervention. That's 5 to 10 minutes to summarize what they are. So if the ground zero people are ready, because most of these interventions will be coming from ground zero, if they are ready, please unmute yourself and start with the first one, which is Igbo Cultural Village ICVC and its place in reconnecting Igbo people in homeland and diaspora, a socio-cultural study. Professor Abuedo, you have the floor. Oh, can you unmute yourself again? Okay.
Let her present while I sort out my own.
All right.
Okay?
Okay. Yes, she can go ahead. Yeah, we cannot hear her. Maybe she can use put on your audio, Prof, so that we can hear her through your audio.
They still haven't figured out how to fix that audio, because when Profs closes it, then the whole thing goes off.
We're going to, there's someone that has Samsung SM. We're going to ask you to unmute yourself. You're on ground zero. Okay, so wait. So there's someone with the phone. Is it Prof's phone? Yes, yes. Can we use that audio? Yeah. Can you present now? Well, we can hear you. Can you start afresh? We cannot hear her well.
Chico, that thing is just like they were telling them yesterday. It's very easy. They got too many people there with phone and it's backfeeding.
Yeah.
Okay. They got too many people standing close to her with their phone on Zoom. And that's why we're getting a backfeed, like multiple audio sources.
Yes. So we're going to ask people who have their phones with Zoom around the speaker to please distance yourself from her. If you have your Zoom on, distance yourself from her. Otherwise, there'll be conflicting.
Or if they got to be around, they should zero their volume all the way down to zero.
Yeah. We cannot hear her yet. She's speaking, but we cannot hear her.
Can you hear her?
Oh. Can you unmute again one more time?
Can you hear her?
That tablet, they have tablets, they have microphones. She should use one audio source. Either the tablet or the mic.
Okay.
It's coming from the sound engineers. I think we probably guys move on and let them come back again.
Okay.
The sound engineers.
Yeah. Can we ask you people to sort yourself out? Just sort
Checking
yourself.
the other title in
Yes, we
Igbo
can hear you now.
area.
Yes.
By get him?
Yes. Just let her continue.
Okay.
By Chief Mrs. Stroke Ugegbe, CIS, Chief Mrs. Antonia Odinaka Chukwu Odezulu, alias Ezinwanyi Duko, for Igbo Studies, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Abstract. According to the Dictionary for Advanced Learning, title means an adjective qualifying a noun or someone specialized in certain honor, like Lord, Duke, Prof, Dog, etc. Clarification of concept of other title. Other title is the highest and most important spiritual, religious, and social grouping in Igbo land, society of Eastern Nigeria. To become other person implies that the title holder is now Nze or Onye Nze, and the person becomes another person rather than what he was formerly. Other title in Igbo land and style of leadership. According to oral tradition from various parts of Igbo land, the origin of institution can be traced back to the first Edenry, Ifukariam, who established the Ozo title during Inri, ascending from 9th century, increasing through the 12th to 15th century, and declining until collapsed on the British ban of Inri activities in 1911. Other title is the status, symbol, and a respected institution in Igbo land, is to present an exemplary leader for the young ones to emulate. The other title is for upright people, fairness and equity and integrity. They are respected throughout the community. It is usually for nature males who are reasonably sound and well established materially. There are two studies that trace the other title in Igbo land. One is from sociologists and anthropologists who believed the other title institution grew as a form of social security, where mature men only could invest their agricultural wealth in the form of crops and livestock into the taking of the title, from which they derived much dividends from the new entrants. In this way, they secured for themselves the means of livelihood in old age, a kind of pension, when they can no longer work. Second study, the other institution grew out of the need of priests and upright men who will preside the extended family and lineage and supervise the cult of the ancestors and keep the family of sick, which is a symbol of truth, justice, and fairness. The study believed the continuity of the lineage, clan, or community depends on the existence of God-fearing men. The other institution is respected in Igbo land, not only because of their wealth, but also their honesty, uprightness, and justice, which they exhibit in their leadership style, especially when presiding over cases and when managing the finance and the common good of people in the clan or village. The other title is the status symbol in Igbo land, taken by those who can afford it or who can have friends or relations who can sponsor them, provide. There are people of upright character and integrity are respected throughout the community. It is usually for mature males who are reasonably sound. Other title is a respected institution in Igbo land, and it is for upright people. The stage of other title taking. It must be noted that Igbo believe that in customizing and personalizing culture, that will explain the variation you find in the way several communities handle the other title taken by their community. The notice of intent and announcement. Upon securing the support of the kinsmen, the candidate consults with the other fraternity through their leaders to obtain the requirements. This visit is usually made with 8 Igbo kola nuts, a bottle of gin, and monetary gifts as prescribed by the fraternity. He may be accompanied by friends, and immediately words will quickly go round and his intention. Some stages of other verification for qualification. A, the people or the person selected will enter like cave, Aboza in Igbo, where they will stay up to 8 market days and receive some training or orientation with their backed heirs. B, marriage with multiple wives. The other The Ozo to be will not marry only one wife. The wives must be following their husband in rituals and process of Ozo title. And they will be calling no, Unya Ozo in Igbo. The man must be a rich farmer in crops like yam and goats, sheep, etc. The incredible mark in the face must be done by Nri people. Faithfulness and uprightness needed. Pre-born bona fide citizen needed. Ancestral hindrances that will prevent the other taking. The visit to Abozo will announce to secure the support of the kings. The candidates consult with the other fraternity through their leaders to obtain the requirements. The visit is usually made with 8 Igbo kola nuts, a bottle of gin, and monetary gifts prescribed before. The man must be rich and wealthy farmer who is digi, who make like 10 barns of yam and many livestock to enable the candidate to supply whatever the fraternity needs. The indelible mark in the face must be done by the Nri people called Igbo Ndigbo, and it is a serious event. Some used to die in the process for too much of blood wasted, used to gush out from the face. But successfully, the victim must be nourished with many diets for happy survival. Then the people will be highly attended or entertained during their process of Ibuchi. Uprightness and faithfulness is needed. Oh. This is the day to which all the sundry and welcome to come and eat, drink, to be entertained, several cows and cockerels to be butchered. This is the incubation period for the new Ozo to recover physically and mentally from the stress of the ceremony. He stayed indoor from 8 market day, during which he is well fed and nourished in preparation of market outing. Izuafiozo, he is spared with any case or cases of the community in the 8 days. Mode of cooking. Ozo must have small hut where the youngest wife must be cooking for Ozo. When the food is done, the woman will beat the big gong, ogene, to call Ozo. Then Ozo will come inside the hut. There will be a small boy inside the hut beating the ekwe. If you hear the sound of ekwe, you will know that Ozo is eating. When Ozo finished eating, he will beat the big gong, Ivom, big gong, to show that he has finished eating. Then the little children will rush inside the hut to the remains. Ozo will never eat any food concerning cassava. Igbo rich people said that cassava is not Igbo food and it is foreign food from Equatorial Guinea and Cameroon. Okay. Ozo title is common respected rituals in Igbo land. The Ozo fraternity has rules and regulations, do's and don'ts in olden days. But now in computer age, things has changed. The Ozo title has no rich value as before, but Igbo cultists are trying to reform it as usual. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that very interesting presentation by A.O. Odezulu on taking the Ozo title in Igbo cultural area. This was how it used to be before, but now things has been adjusted. So thank you so much. If you want more information on it, she will have her details ready. You can contact us. We can provide you with that. What she gave was a very clear and thorough tracing of Echichi, that is titling in Igbo land. So without wasting much time, we asked the people in ground zero to please keep the technical team exactly as it was. It was very clear. And please let us maintain that decorum. We'll be calling you up again soon. For now, Professor Abedo, you don't want to take your first one, right?
Yes, I want to.
Okay, if you want to go ahead, you need to, I think we are having resounding again. Can you speak now? Let me hear.
Okay, can I speak? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This paper is entitled Igbo Cultural Village Complex, ICVC, and is placed in reconnecting Igbo people in homeland and diaspora, a socio-cultural study. The paper was co-authored with Ebere Selina Chris Agbaedo. Let me quickly go through it. I may not have all the time in the world to delve into the details. But basically, the research intends to investigate the role of the Igbo Cultural Village Complex, ICVC, in fostering cultural reconnection among Ndigbo, that is Igbo people in both homeland and diaspora communities. Now, despite the rich cultural heritage of the Igbo people, both in homeland and in diaspora, there exists a challenge of cultural disconnection and loss of identity among younger generations, and even sometimes the older generations. Furthermore, the dispersal of Igbo communities across different regions and countries of the world has created a sense of detachment from their cultural roots and heritage. So it is again this backdrop that the research problem centers on exploring and then understanding the role of the Igbo cultural village complex in reconnection efforts among the Igbo people in their homeland, as well as in diaspora, and then also identifying the challenges and opportunities associated with its mission of cultural preservation, development, and promotion. So in this context, the establishment of the Igbo Cultural Village Complex, ICVC, aims to address these challenges Just a minute, just a moment, sorry. Sorry. Hello? All right. So, in this context, the establishment of the Igbo Cultural Village Complex aims to address these challenges by serving as a cultural hub for preserving, promoting, and transmitting Igbo traditions. In essence, the primary purpose of this study is to investigate the role of the Igbo cultural village complex in facilitating the reconnection of Ndigbo, both in their homeland and in diaspora communities, to their cultural heritage. Now, through a socio-cultural lens, the study seeks to understand how the ICVC contributes to preserving, promoting, and transmitting Igbo traditions, values, and practices, and its impact on fostering a sense of identity, belonging, and unity among the Igbo community. So through qualitative research methods, which includes interviews, observations, and document analysis, this paper examines these specific objectives. These include the historical and cultural significance of the Igbo Cultural Village Complex, ICVC, in the context of Igbo cultural heritage preservation. The programs, activities, and initiatives implemented by the Igbo Cultural Village Complex, ICVC, for promoting Igbo cultural identity and heritage, and then the perceptions, experiences, and attitudes of stakeholders, including residents of the homeland and members of the diaspora towards the Igbo Cultural Village Complex, and its role in reconnection efforts, the challenges and opportunities associated with the mission of the Igbo Cultural Village in fostering cultural reconnection among Igbo people, and the recommendations for enhancing the effectiveness of the ICVC as a cultural institution for preserving, promoting, and transmitting Igbo cultural heritage and reconnection among the Igbo people in both homeland and in the diaspora communities. So by addressing the overall significance of the ICVC in preserving, promoting, and transmitting Igbo traditions, Igbo values, and practices through the theoretical lens of social-cultural approach, the study deepens our understanding of the ICVC's role or roles in reconnecting reconnection efforts among Ndigbo, and provides insights into strategies for strengthening cultural preservation and cultural promotion initiatives within the Igbo community. In essence, this research draws attention to the importance of cultural institutions such as our present ICVC, which are planning to start establishing, in preserving and promoting cultural heritage and fostering a sense of identity and belonging among Igbo homeland in diaspora communities.
Prof,
so, at the end of the this paper, we are likely going to see the possibility of the Igbo Cultural Village, which we are about to set up here in the University of Nigeria, and which we regard as the legacy project of the Center for Igbo Studies, the essence to which it can help us drive this this agenda, that is, this reconnection drive we are making, this reconnection effort we are making, trying to bridge the gap existing between the Igbo homeland and the Igbo in diaspora, not just Igbo in diaspora, but also some of our Ndigbo that are being brought up and they do everything outside Igbo land. I've said that before. These Ndigbo that are brought up doing everything about our life in urban cities, both in the Igbo land and elsewhere in Nigeria. We have noticed, for instance, that some parents organize marital rights of their daughters or their sons if outside the original home state, outside their village. Sometimes you hear that Igbanku ceremony is taking place in Lekki, is taking place in Asokoro, is taking place in Independent Layout, Enugu. or is taking place in the heartbeat of Owerri. Whereas the father, the mother is from somewhere, maybe in Ngokpala or in Enugu Ezike or somewhere in Aguata, but they conduct marital rites that are supposed to be purely traditional in highbrow parts of Lagos, or Abuja, or Enugu. That is the form of disconnection that we are talking about, and which we want to see how we can bridge it. If you have a daughter you want to give out in marriage, what is that stopping you from conducting the marital rites in your village?
Okay, Prof.
Is it that we don't have a befitting, you don't have befitting country home, you don't have a house in the village? If that is your problem, then go and build a befitting house in your village that you'll be proud to invite your rich, well-to-do friends and well-wishers, so that they come into your house, into your
Prof,
home.
can you hear me? Prof, can you hear me? Yeah, Prof.
Yes.
I think we have to move to the next speaker right now. I think we've been trying to tell you 1 minute, 2 minutes, but we couldn't hear us.
Hello.
Can you hear us? We are saying that your session has just come to an end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening to me, and God bless you.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. So please, let's clap for him. We are going to the next one because we do have a lineup of people here. Please. Yeah, so I think the next one we have on the list, without wasting time, is Professor Francis Mwong. Please, he's going to present on, he is here with us online. He's going to present on Homeland-Diaspora Cooperation and is critical to Igbo culture, socio-cultural transformation. Professor Francis Mwong, you have the floor for about 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, moderator. Okay. Can I share my screen? Can you see my screen? Hello? Can you see my screen?
We can't see it yet, and advise that maybe you already start to talk because of time.
So, okay. The title is already indicated. I'm going to present the presentation outline. We'll have the introduction, why remedial action is critical, why remedial action should be swift, the damage that has been done so far, the desirable remedial action, the way forward, and then the conclusion. I will focus mostly on the distortions and the bastardization of Igbo culture that is currently taking place, that is actually contributing to the demise of what we consider the core Igbo culture. By way of introduction, we are saying that there's a growing concern in Igbo. Hello, I'm being interrupted. Should I go on?
Yeah, please go on. And we advise you have about 8 minutes.
Growing concern about the disappearance of Igbo culture and the tradition, as well as the Igbo language. And the reasons that are adduced include the fact that, the fact that the mentality of the Igbos of practicing what is foreign seems to be the best. They like it so much. And the propensity of an Igbo to respect what is foreign or what is alien, rather than respect what is his own. For example, our relations outside Igbo land, even within Nigeria, will rather let their children learn the local language, which in the West is Yoruba, and then in the East is, in the North is Hausa, rather than learn Igbo. And the increasing migration of Ndigbo because of not only economic hardship, but also search of greener pastures. It creates conditions for Igbo youth to migrate. So there's a disconnect between the traditional and the older generation people who are the custodians of knowledge, and the new ones, the newer generation that should learn from the older generation. For that reason, you see the gap between the two sets of people, creating the condition that transfer of knowledge becomes rather impossible. Now, why is remedial action? Remedial action in terms of bridging this gap, why is it critical? One, there is this large population of Ndigbo and the big remittances that they make, which is very important in the socioeconomic and socioeconomic transformation of the country, of Igbo land in particular. It is reckoned that out of the 40 million Igbos, 10 million are in the diaspora. And it is also estimated that 70% of Nigerians living in the diaspora are Igbos. So if they now project or predict that the Nigerians in general remit 10 to 15 billion dollars annually, or even some people said up to 23 billion annually, then given that 70% of that remittance is from the Igbos, it means that Igbos in diaspora remit as much as so much money compared to any other group, ethnic group in the diaspora. Now, I want to address three major areas that Igbo culture has been abused. What I call the damage so far. And so one of our participants have just mentioned the other title. And then here in the diaspora and even in the Igbo land, the eagle feather is so highly abused that everybody, people who are not also title holders, affix the eagle feather on their red caps, which is very wrong. Worse still is that our traditional rulers confer a chieftaincy title on foreigners that are not Igbos, and affixing the eagle feather on the caps that they wear, which is fallacious and very a blatant abuse of Igbo culture. Also, only other title holders affix the eagle feather on their caps.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
Sorry?
You have about 1.5 minutes to go.
Okay. The second abuse is the issue of Ezigbo in
Is this still there?
Yeah, we can no longer hear you. Okay. I think it's maybe an internet connection from your side, but we would be moving on. because of time, we don't have a lot of time, and we want to be able to give the people who have, who are presenting time to do so. Okay, now we are going to enter into the second plenary, which is currently bordering on economic empowerment. And I want to ask if Okwuowulu is around for here. The three people in this plenary are: number one, Okwuowulu, OP Nwodo, and GO Obeta, N Eze. So the first one, Okwuowulu, is supposed to present on apprenticeship system, challenges, and the way forward. Nwodo and Obeta is supposed to present on the impact of technological innovations on socioeconomic development in Igbo Southeast Nigeria. And Eze is supposed to present on towards better patient care in the management of diabetes, improving the outcome of patients in the management of diabetes in Nigeria. So if we have any of these people around in ground zero, please, can you let us know and unmute yourself for them to present? Are the mentioned people currently in ground zero? Can you hear us?
Hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, people in ground zero. Prof, can you hear us? Yeah, the people to present, are they ready?
They're not here.
They're all here. Okay, please.
They're not here.
They're all there. Okay, they're not there.
They may be in their different homes.
Okay.
But not on this ground zero.
No problem. Let's go to plenary 2. So in plenary 2, we have language revitalization and preservation. So we have CN Ugwuona and VO Eze that is supposed to present on women and language use in domestic conflict resolutions in Southeast Nigeria. We have VO Eze and Ugwuona present on metaphor, meaning and deductive reasoning in griot culture narratives in Udenu local government area, Enugu State, Nigeria. I want to first of all ask if these two people are present on ground zero. I can see you go on already. Is she ready to present? We cannot hear you yet.
Can Prof mute back? I'm not able to unmute him.
Let me get the topic right, please.
Yes, we can hear her. Can you take your phone closer to her, Prof?
Yes. I want to present on a language as a medium of as a way of reconciling conflicts. That's women and their language in conflict resolution in Igbo Southeast Nigeria. And my name is, I've said my name before. We want to talk on how language or women's language can figure in conflict resolution in Nigeria. And we want to specifically talk on how women's language can foster peace in domestic homes. Now, in many areas, those people that
Joe, you are making noise. Somebody's presenting. Please keep quiet.
Those people that are into conflict resolution, most of them, the writers do not even consider language. Talk more of considering women's language in a conflict resolution.
We can no longer hear her. I don't know who unmuted themselves right now. Wait, one moment. I'm going to try to reactivate her.
She's on Abuedo's phone.
Yeah, she's supposed to be. Prof, can you unmute yourself from the phone you are holding?
Calling
Yes, perfect. We can now hear her well.
resolution. Now, first of all, let me go to
But they
the
switched the
abstract.
microphone.
Please go ahead. We can hear you clearly.
Okay. In the abstract, we want to show some of the things we are going to talk about, types of conflicts, and how idiom by women used to go a long way in conflict resolution. Please, I'm still trying to figure out where I said the whole thing. Okay, in summary, there are certain words that are used to provoke people, especially in the home. So in the home, we know women as peacemakers. And whenever any woman in the home, when that person is faithful, the whole house is going to be peaceful. But if a woman is the one that uses language anyhow, especially foul language or language that used to neglect people, that home is going to be in shambles. So at times, let us see how words can cause conflict. Because language can cause conflict, it can also resolve a conflict. So when a woman, maybe in the language, if she cannot condone a number of things, she can say anything to the husband. In our Igbo land, you see a woman say, look at you. Are you in shock? Can you also count yourself as a man when you cannot provide for the family? And at times, you see a woman trying to let down the husband, telling him that every time you are coming back late, see other men like you, they used to come back early, and you are not doing the same. And a number of things, or maybe in our own language, you see someone say, so this kind of way used to trigger a kind of a conflict or annoyance in the man, so that at times if care is not taken, the man may try to keep the woman to not take. And when such happens, you see conflict all over the place. So language is one of the things that used to cause conflict. Some women or some people do not know how to use language. Some men do not know how to use language. Women cannot do not use language appropriately. And you are saying that it is not the best. Now, when conflict is already there, what do we do? What we have to do is to find a way of resolving that conflict. There are some ways that used to mellow down people's anger, such as sorry, please, I'm sorry, or such a thing will not happen again. Or even when there's a conflict, you try and find out some certain ways which you can alter so that the conflicted parties will mellow down. Something like, let us see what is happening. Or a kind of a dialogue, peaceful dialogue between a husband and wife can solve a number of things. Peaceful dialogue between a father and a son. Peaceful dialogue between
We lost her again.
Prof, can you turn on your audio? Prof, turn on your audio. Just always keep your audio on because that's the audio we hear.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear now. Just keep your audio on.
I'm coming. My name is Iwayan.
I live in this way.
Now.
So we are trying to say that language is a very powerful tool in conflict resolution. And you know, women, God has created them in a way that their language is suited. They have a soft voice. They can, they can kneel down, and many of them are humble. So at times, when you hear a woman's voice pleading for maybe or trying to bring peace through a kind of using a kind of kind words or words that can mellow temper down. Such women can always win the case. So we are trying to say that in as much as the language used to cause conflict, in the same way, we can also use language to resolve conflict, especially in various homes in Igbo land. We have mentioned a number of other things that used to cause conflict in our homes. And some of them, there's a number of things anyway. Apart from language, there are others. But language is the key one. Let us try as much as possible to be using words appropriately, because inappropriate use of language most often used to trigger conflict or trigger any other thing that one may not even expect, things that may be funny. So we are saying that everybody, both women, children, adults, and old, should try as much as possible to imbibe good use of language or appropriate language use in appropriate context. So far, so good. That's exactly what we want to contribute to this conference, because conflict used to reconnect people. Because when you attack, some homes are broken, but you find out that after reconciliation, such homes will also reconnect. So it's also part of the reconnection that we are trying to talk about, especially trying to build a peaceful society, especially in our various homes.
Thank you so much. Clap for her, clap for her. That was a very good intervention coming from Associate Professor Crescentia Ogbuona. She's presenting on the importance of language in family cohesiveness in Igbo land. Igbo language, what kind of words do you use to make sure you don't cause conflict within the home? It starts at home, and then it can then go ahead to extend to the society and to Igbo society at large. So thank you so much for that. That was very rich. So right now, we want to welcome the presence of our President Ohanaze Ndigbo. He's here with us. He was supposed to address us yesterday, but he was unavoidably absent. But right now he's present, and he wants to give us his address now, the remark of the special guest of honor. So far, we've been having a lot of keynote addresses, special addresses, plenaries. We've even gone into the conference proper. We have the setting of on ground. University of Nigeria and Nsukka currently speaking from there. People are presenting from there. And we also have most of the international community also presenting from online, from different parts of the world, United States, Europe, and Caribbeans, different parts of the world. So we are here, in fact, a representative of different Igbos in different parts of the world. So this is where we are right now. So without wasting much time, and the reason why we are also using English is because we have even African Americans who are of Igbo origin. We have the Caribbeans who are of Igbo origin. We made the decision to use a combination of English and Igbo in this event to make sure we carry everybody along. So we welcome you again, Nanyuku, Emmanuel Iwanyanwu.
Thank you very much.
And we give you the floor to address us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Ekelele munu ndewo. Ndigbo ekele no. Ndigbo ekele no.
Ndewo.
Chineke gozi unu, Chineke nọnyere unu. Professor Chris na ndị University of Nigeria, Department of Igbo Studies. Ana m eje aha ndị Igbo niile worldwide na-ekele unu ekele. Otu unu si bịa wepụta oge, wepụta ike unu niile na-akwadochi ihe gbasara asụsụ Igbo. Ọ dị anyị mkpa, ọ ihe dị anyị mkpa, ekelele m unu. Ndewonu. Aga m ekwu okwu na okwu bekee. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me?
Go on.
The internet
Yes,
is,
sir.
I mean, the network is not too good. I'll try my best. Well, I'm addressing you now as the President General of Ohanaze Ndigbo. On 30th April 2023, at the government Nugu, I was sworn in as the President General of Ohanaze Ndigbo, giving me the power to be the leader of Igbos worldwide. Since then, I have risen to the challenge. It was a very challenge. I've risen to the challenge. A lot of things that everywhere have come to my support. One thing I noticed about Igbos, some people think Igbos are difficult to rule. No, Igbos are very easy to rule. When you come to Igbos, problems, they're going in direction, they will all come to rally around you. The first study, I'm an engineer, I'm a scientist, and of course, trained by that great University of Nigeria. I'm a product of University of Nigeria. Now, I carried out a study and I was able to identify our problems in culture, our problems in education, our problems in industry, in health, or everything. I carried out a comprehensive program. In my earlier reports, I've treated all this matter. So right now, I know all our problems, and I have been able to set up various committees. Our culture, what we are doing today, is a very important aspect of what we are doing. I have set up a committee on culture and on culture. Now, that committee is headed by Obi of Onitsha. It's the Obi of Onitsha. The chairman, Council of Traditional Rulers in all the 5 Igbo states are members. University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Department of Igbo Studies have got a seat on the board. Nnamdi University, Department of Igbo Studies have a seat on the board. Gregory University have a seat on the board. Imo University have a seat on the board. Their mandate is to look at our culture, our language, everything about us, and make sure they reform it. Now, for example, the immediate problem, which I hope they will complete before the end of the year, is to be able to give us a proper Igbo calendar, a carnival calendar. For example, we have a very important festival in Igbo land, the Iriji ceremony. This Iriji ceremony, at the moment, is haphazard. Some communities have their ceremony in August, some in September, some in November, some even in December. Now, this committee, under the leadership of Onitsha, and which the University of Nigeria has a seat, is supposed to meet with all the Igbo communities and agree on a week that will be a carnival week, a week when we will celebrate New Yam. Because New Yam Festival is a very important festival in Igbo land. They have also to look at this language problem. And I'm glad that many people are working on it. And in fact, I hear there's a report by UNESCO also that says that if care is not taken, so then various organizations have come to me with recommendations on what to do to ensure that Igbo language is sustained. And in fact, you, University of Nigeria, your institution is one of the people that actually have championed this cause. So I want to congratulate you for this summit or seminar you're holding. I regret I could not come there in person. I've had a very busy schedule because of a lot of responsibilities. You know, there are so many political problems in Lagos, in Abuja, in many places. But I'm glad that I'm solving them. I'm able, with the support of most of the leaders, able to solve most of our problems. So my first duty is to thank you and to congratulate you. And of course, last year, I was able to get many top Americans in America, in Washington. We had a very solemn ceremony where many top Americans who told us that their forefathers many centuries ago left the message that their origin is from Igbo land, and that their ancestors must identify Igbo land, and then they became Igbos. So they are Igbos. So we have Igbos everywhere. I'm sure you must have heard. We have now we have identified Igbos in Europe, headquarters in London, Ohanaze in North America and Canada, headquarters in Washington, Ohanaze in South America and in the Caribbean, headquarters in Brazil, Ohanaze in Asia, headquarters in China, Ohanaze in Africa, headquarters in South Africa, Ohanaze in Nigeria, headquarters in Enugu, and of course, Enugu also serves as the world headquarters of Ohanaze Ndigbo. We are at the moment planning a world headquarters for Ohanaze Ndigbo. The Enugu state government has agreed to build a very imposing headquarters. And that headquarters will contain a museum of Igbo history. And in fact, University of Nigeria will play a part in this. I don't want to waste the time of your people because there's so much. All I want to say is that, you see, there is a time in the life of a people when they arise from their slumber. I think Igbos have arisen from slumber to move. And of course, when Igbos move, they move with all seriousness. I believe that the way we're moving now, and then of course, with the new continental structure, and diaspora power is very, very important to us. Are you on the line?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. Oh, very good. Okay. That's what we want to get in the next 10 to 15 world. All we want is to come together. Once we do that, our diaspora will be able to affect a lot. Even years back, when we had the problem of fighting the civil war, assets, a lot of power in our diaspora community, and we're trying to harness it. So we need this because this language, the problem we have is family is going to play a major part in making sure that Igbo language is not extinct. You people must devise a means of inculcating in all parents the ability to start training children to speak Igbo language right from the formative age. Because there's a point they will reach, it becomes very difficult. If you look at the other tribes where the language is not threatened, parents speak their language at home. Do you know in many Igbo families, even parents speak English, they don't speak Igbo. So I think really that it's important that in order to achieve this, we must carry out a new frontier of attack on how to achieve it by encouraging parents to speak in Igbo in their family, encouraging people in their family meetings to speak Igbo, and encouraging them to find a means of teaching their children Igbo. Well, with the new continental arrangement, we are going to have a summit from one continent to the other. We may have one in Europe, maybe this year, but then maybe next year in North America and Canada. And then we will probably bring children together, and they will also be told, we have to start getting our children together, even those who are born outside Nigeria, to be able to know their Igbos. The most important thing, we are not insisting that they should come home. No, I am not telling people to come home. Wherever you are, stay there. Do what you can do to achieve greatness, but know that you are an Igbo person. Once we know those who have achieved greatness, we will appreciate and honor them. And as you already know, we have established Igbo national honors, which we intend to use to honor all those who have achieved a lot. We have many Igbos who have achieved in education, in industry, in many areas. Last year, on 29th of September, we honored Igbos, mainly posthumous, those who have honored people like Nnamdi Azikiwe, people like Ojukwu, people like Opara, people like Dennis Osadebe, and many other leaders, even General Ironsi. Many other leaders were honored, including even religious leaders like St. Tansy, a Catholic saint from Anambra State. So we have now established an Igbo national honors, because any people who fail to honor their heroes cannot be regarded as civilized. So we have established it so that even the young people of today, when they serve Igbos, they will not look forward to being remembered. And of course, in the new headquarters we're building, there will be a hall of fame, so that all these things will be there. Frankly speaking, I know you have a limited time. I don't want to take up your time. So I better summarize by saying once again that I support you. I regret I'm not there in presence, but count on Ohanaze Ndigbo. We are very happy and very proud to have people like you. I am particularly grateful for the support I've received from Igbos. Igbos everywhere have sent messages of commendation and congratulations to me for the little, and whenever they give me this message, they cheer me to greater effort in service of our people. I have got a lot of people acknowledging the little contributions I've made, and I want to promise Igbos that I will do more. I want to assure Igbos that they shouldn't be frustrated. The research I carried out, and the result shows me that Igbo land is a wealthy place. Our agricultural potentials are very enormous. We have not exploited up to 15% of agricultural potentials. It's enough alone, agriculture alone can give us all the foreign exchange we require if we can harness it. And we have the brain to do that. If you come to industry, God has blessed us. South Igbo land is sitting on top of the largest reserve of gas. We are sitting on top of gas, largest reserve, and of course, you know, gas today is more important, more profitable than oil. We have limestone for cement, and of course, cement is used for limestone for cement. Cement is a product that for many years will still be used in building. What we have can establish over 6 cement factories, and that alone will give us all the foreign exchange we have. We can supply Africa with cement. Enugu coal, which had been discarded for many years, I sent it to laboratories abroad for tests, and I have been told that the Enugu coal is about the best in the world. Enugu coal is about the best in the world, and in fact, that it has less sulfur than the ones that have other places where people are still using coal. So I don't see why we cannot use coal to generate electricity. God has blessed us with so many things. We have other things. You'll be surprised. We're having gold in some places, like in Ebonyi, the areas where we have gold. We have a lot of other very important minerals. In Aba, if you remember in Aba, in those days, we used to have a glass factory in Aba. There is a river sand in Aba God gave us somewhere around Azumini. All you require is to get that river sand, mix with chemicals, and you get glass. We have ore, the best ore that can be used to get ceramics. Today, we are ordering ceramics from Turkey, from China, from Italy, but we have the raw material here. So God has blessed us abundantly. I have set up a business committee under the leadership of Samuel Habunwa. Samuel Habunwa contested election for, he's an industrialist, very sound industrialist. So he's reorganizing the business sector of Ohanaze. So he's working on it, and then definitely in the next few years, the story will be different. I want once again to thank you, to congratulate you, and of course to remind you that academics part of it is very important. You are going to play a part because two things made Igbos to get to where we are today. Two things: our education and also a business. In 1914, when Freddie Lucas amalgamated Nigeria, Igbo land had no single secondary school. The first secondary schools in Igbo land were built between 1922 and 1925, and they were DMJ Onitsha, Methodist College Uzuakole, and Hopeful de la Calabar. Now, some part of Nigeria in 18-something has secondary school. Some part of Nigeria in 18-something by then have graduates. We didn't have any graduates. The first graduate in Igbo land was in 1925. Why? 1960, we had taken over education. We were first in education. We were first in industry. We were first in everything that time. Even if you notice the appointments, the head of the army was an Igbo man. The two universities that came up that time, University of Ibadan and the University of Ibadan and Nsukka. Nsukka was run by an American. Then, but Ibadan was Kennedy. Later on, a few years, University of Lagos was a college of education. It was converted to a university, and Professor Enijoku became the vice chancellor. So you can see that in competitive position, all of us, Igbos, were doing very well because of education. Our people took education very serious. And you know, even communities were building schools. There was no question of poorly equipped schools. Ohanaze is going to bring back the schools to the ownership of the communities. Communities lost ownership and government took over. We are going to bring it back to the communities, because when they have communities, there will be no question of lack of equipment. Prominent citizens there will buy the equipment. They will renovate the place. They will rebuild the place. We are going to bring back to them. We are working with the communities. So then another factor is business. Unconsciously, we had a business habit, which you can't study in Harvard, you can't study in Cambridge or any business or University of Nigeria or anywhere. That is the method of apprenticeship. When an Igbo man starts a business, he takes about 3 people as his apprentice. He feeds them, he houses them, but he doesn't pay them salary. At the end of the time, when they finish, he now gives them he gives them money for establish, and these people will now employ new people. This is apprenticeship which works for us. Well, I think I don't want to keep you. I think there's an intervention from a telephone on my line. So I want to thank you and wish you a very successful deliberation. May God bless you. May God bless you. May God bless Igbo land. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nanyuku Chief Emmanuel Iwanyanwu. You gave us a very nice speech. In fact, what you are saying summarizes what we've been discussing so far. I know that we have 2 people who would like to, people have been listening and are very happy. We have 2 people who want to quickly react to what you have said, maybe a word of appreciation or maybe a way of thanksgiving. So we're going to call on them, 2 of them. One is Dr. Agwoji and the other one is Professor Chris Abedo. So we would start with Dr. Agwoji to just 1 or 2 minutes, to just react a little bit, and then we'll give the floor to Professor Abedo.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, sir. Chief, thank you for finding the time out of your busy schedule to honor this call. We expected you yesterday, but it's better late than never. We appreciate you. You've been doing a lot of great work for Ndigbo. And then me, right now, I'm an educator, and then presently I'm the president of CISA, Council of Igbo States in Americas. I called you. last month. We spoke. And then we are having our annual event, August 2nd and 3rd of this year. You are highly invited. And then I promised everybody, I've been saying it since yesterday, that everybody should come to this Igbo village that we are talking about today to build. Now, my question and appeal to you, with all this good work you've been doing, how can you help us to actualize so that when I bring people over in December next year, by the grace of God, we will not be outside being beaten by rain? I want to hear you tell me what you can use your power and all these things you've been doing, cement and everything, to help us at least to build one big, we have a plan though. I don't know if you have seen it, to help us build something. So when I bring all these, our brothers and sisters from out of Nigeria, we won't be staying outside, we'll have a house to stay. Sir, thank you.
Well, I will answer, let the other, when they finish.
Okay. So we collect the questions. So we have Onowu Nwachukwu Anakwenze. Dr. Nwachukwu Anakwenze, the Onowu of our bag. You have the floor, sir.
Aha eji eje mba ekele m ndị bekee ekele m ya ị na-achị ọfụma, ị na-achịta anya ọfụma. Agwabụ m na ngịnwa suppose ịpụta bụ oge ndị Imo pụtara na ngịnwa ifuru short time ịnọgo ifuru ife imego imego magic.
Thank you.
Anyway, I'm converting to English because we have a lot of people from the Caribbean islands watching. In all the Caribbeans, Ndigbo. Now, half of African Americans, Ndigbo. I've been touring the Caribbean islands. I go there. They asked me to come and break Kola North and do New Yam Festival. I did St. Vincent already, Ireland. I was Ndigbo. And then they invited me to Costa Rica, Ndigbo Atol. And then we're going to Barbados in October and Jamaica. They are really trying hard to practice Igboism. Even one of the professors spoke yesterday, Caribbean woman Igbo. She spent a lot of time on Igbo calendar, and you're talking about Igbo calendar. She did her PhD in Dibiaism. That's how she got a PhD. She's a professor. So anyway, maybe you were talking about Igbo calendar. This lady, that's what she spent all the time telling us what's wrong with us. We're not talking about Nkwo. Oh yeah. Okwenye Amona, Jamaica. They still kept the Igbo culture. And in St. Vincent, we went, they were funny tiwa. They drumming, singing, dancing, organizing. They have masquerade, just like us. The whole of Caribbean island, 26 countries, we Igbo land. But just what you're seeing. Now, 6 or 7 states, the whole of the islands of Caribbean is Igbo land. Central America, South America, Brazil, big. Our opportunity is very huge. I can exploit. Anyway, you're doing a super job. I just want to congratulate you for the work you've been doing so far.
I think maybe internet just took him off. But I think he will be coming back anytime soon. No problem. Let me see. Maybe a call took him off, but I think he will come back soon again. Okay, now to Puyoge Obana. He just left, but I think he will come back again. While we are waiting for him, we can be checking, because he has some questions to answer, but while we are waiting for him, we can be checking availability of the other people to speak because of time. We still have, we want to know how many people are available and are here. We have Ahamefula and Okoro. Are they present on ground zero to talk on contrasting analysis of Yoruba, English, and phonological? Are they present? Can you unmute yourself and let us know, Prof, if they are present? Yeah, we cannot hear you, Prof. Hello? Those in ground zero.
Okay.
Yeah, Edna, we want to give you the floor. Do you want to say something? Is there anything you want to tell us? First of all, start with an introduction. Edna, your hand is up. Unmute yourself. Okay, maybe it's a mistake. Yeah, Prof, can you hear us? Those in ground zero, can you hear us? We cannot hear you. Let me see. Okay. I think that
the external mic they used before was so nice. I wish they can stay on it.
on it, yeah, but I don't know if they are available right now to continue. I want someone from ground zero to give me an idea on what is happening on the ground, whether we have the other presenters, which of the presenters are available on the ground. Let's start with them.
Zero, Samsung.
Okay, Chukwu Idoko. Can you talk to us? We cannot hear you.
Idoko.
Yes, can you speak now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, but anyway, hold it there. We have Chief Iwanyanwo back with us. But can I tell the people on ground zero to please get your technical system together? We're going to come back to you shortly, but we have Chief Emmanuel Iwanyanwo back with us. We were having a question and answer session, and I know that Chief Iwanyanwo was able to hear the intervention from Onuwa Baga and Dr. Nwachukwu Anakwenze. So you've had two questions, one from Dr. Agwojo, one from Dr. Anakwenze.
Yes.
Yeah, so do you want to address those two questions?
Yes, I can address them in case it goes up.
Yes, please.
Now, the point about it, I had Onowu Anakwenze, and I had him. He's one of those I'm very proud of because he has done a lot of work for Igbos. So I'm very proud of him. And he talked about a woman who's a professor. Now, I would like him to send the name. No, please send the name of that woman to me. Send it to me today. I have a council meeting, a board meeting on Tuesday. I'm going to submit his name for appointment as a member of the Committee on Culture because with his qualification, he doesn't need to attend. He doesn't need to come. He can come through Zoom. But I believe that his academic experience and his will enrich the committee. I'm going to request the council to approve his appointment on Tuesday. If I get his name and other data from Onowu, I will be able to make the appointment by Tuesday when we have a council meeting. Now, the first question was about the Igbo village. I want to congratulate you. I know about it, and Onowu is involved with it. I appreciate it, and anything Ohanaze can do to support it, we are going to do. What I'm saying about the village in America is that Ohanaze will now be able to call our prominent people all over the world, in Nigeria and everywhere. Let us see the whole thing. We want a report on it. You know, an Igbo businessman won't put in anything unless he knows exactly what it's all about. So I would like to get, the idea of having any Igbo thing outside is important. I believe that Igbos must establish in diaspora, and that helped us. Without Igbos in diaspora, we couldn't have survived the 1966 to 1970, we couldn't have survived. So I believe that they are useful. Even today, most of the remittances that come to the through diaspora in Nigeria, from what I understand, over 60–70% of it come from Igbo people abroad. So the truth is that we have a very strong diaspora community. Anything to establish Igbos abroad, I will support it. And as I have said, I'm no more. There was a slogan before Igbos, everybody come home, come home. No. My own slogan now is stay where you are. Remember you have a home. Develop the home. Invest at home. But wherever you are and you are living well, you are making a good livelihood, you are making progress. Stay there, but remember you are from home. And the answer is yes. We are going to start the project. Let us have details of it. I will set up a committee to study it, and then they will advise me. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello. But Ono didn't finish his phone.
Yeah.
Ono didn't finish his phone question.
Yeah, he was able to finish. Yeah. Thank you. So he just finished when you left.
The head of Audibles are telling him
thank you so much.
Market days. He says he wants to put committee.
Thank you. So as we are speaking, he's already communicating to the professor in question. So in no time, you'll be getting the phone number you requested. She's called Professor Claudette Anderson. She's teaching. She's a professor in United States. She was one of our lead presenters. But don't worry, you will be able to get it either from
Ono. You can put it in my telephone, in my WhatsApp.
Yes.
Put it in my WhatsApp. You better to put it in my WhatsApp.
Yeah. Yes.
I think Ono knows my WhatsApp.
Yes.
Otherwise, you can get it from Professor Chris. You see, University of Nigeria, the organizers of this conference, they have my WhatsApp.
Ayana had your number. Try GSA. We'll make sure you get it.
The professor. Yeah, the professor is going to dial in in the next 2 minutes.
Okay, the professor in question is going to dial in.
You shouldn't dial me in the next 2 minutes. I won't
be
available.
No, she's coming to this Zoom. She's calling to this meeting.
Okay.
She's coming into this meeting to also talk by herself. Maybe she will share her screen also to show some of this.
Yeah. Oh, the woman on a kuzi maka ịgba afa ma Igbo spirituality dibia. Ọkwenye Jamaica Igbo American. Ọ na-ekwu ife dị miri emi na omenala ndị Igbo anyị rapụsịrị agbaba ọsị anyị na-ekpe ekpere anyị na-asị n'aha Jizọs a na-ekwuzi Chukwu abịama ọkwa onye Jamaica na-agwazi
okay. Well, while we're waiting for her
just continue. She will come in by phone. She will come in by phone. Okay, she's here already. She's here already. If Dr. Claudia Anderson, she's here already.
Okay, Dr. Claudia Anderson, can you hear us? Dr. Anderson, can you hear us? Okay, I can see her. Let me just click on unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes. Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you proceed to speak?
Beautiful. Dr. Anderson, this is Dr. Anakwezi, the head of all the Igbos, is online here. We told him about your presentation, and he was very interested. He wants to talk and get your information. He wants to appoint you to the committee that's working on the culture, the calendars, all these things you were talking about. Just he's here listening. Talk to him briefly, maybe less than 3 minutes of, not 5 minutes. He wants to hear about you. I told him you did your PhD in DBIism and Igbo and Igbo.
Yes, Professor. I want to welcome you. I'm glad to speak to you. Ono is a very highly respected Nigerian, and we respect him, and he's doing a great job in America. He talked about you, and we take his comments serious. He recommended you very highly, your work.
Thank you, Onowu, and thank you, sir, and thank you to all the guests. Yes.
If you will, if you like it, to
my
appoint you.
work.
Yeah, Shalom, Professor Kokwu. Professor, go ahead.
Yes, I was saying that for us Agwatiti, those of us of the islands, we lost our lineage, we lost our language, and it's been a struggle, trying to get back. And in my research, through a number of initiations, the ancestors gave me the calendar. This, if you want to get back, if you want to be Igbo, if this is what you need to study. And so I've been studying it for over 10 years, humbly waiting to have the confidence enough to say, this is what we can do. So the Igbo calendar is a cultural container. It's a didactic tool. It contains every aspect of the Igbo culture and what it means to be Igbo, the epistemology, the philosophy, it's a way of life, and it's a natural, organic way of life. So for Igbos who want to tune themselves back in, it is the easiest device to use because it's readily available. When we put it together and we disseminate it and everybody can access it, imagine 14 million people saying Orie on the Orie day. Everybody's praying in the name of Jesus. So Christianity is very popular and Christianity has power. But unless we begin to say our words and our God and put that energy out there, all of us together, that is how we become uplifted as Igbos. It's a way of life. The calendar literally shows us how to live our lives as Igbos. Trade, market, use of energies, which day, we have specific days that are cemented in nature, that are good for certain things and bad for others. So the idea of the foundation is to present a calendar. We present prayers in Igbo. Those of us in the Caribbean and anywhere else in the world who have lost our language, we start by simply this one word. If we start with these 4 words and we begin to hear the language, it becomes easier to recover. Excuse me. So, this was my argument that we are first, we are Igbo original, we are Aboriginal. We don't insert ourselves into someone else's calendar. We are the foundation calendar. So everything else comes after us. So if the 2 versions of the calendar that I showed yesterday, where if you want to import the Chinese calendar, you can import. You want to import the Gregorian, but Igbo remains first, Igbo remains firm, Igbo remains fundamental. So we know that today is the 24th day of the 2nd month. We know that we're ending the 6th. It's the calendar from time immemorial. It's the way that humans are supposed to live. It's the way we started living. And it helps us with the Igbo words. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. The line is gone out through all the earth. In them, in the Igbos, have he set a tabernacle. This is the template, the tabernacle, the template for us to live by. It's simple and it's basic and it keeps us in tune, and it will reconnect us, help us learn the language, help us learn the mathematics, the cosmology, astrology, astronomy. Long baskets of time, the 4 long baskets of time. This is how we negotiate our time. How we use time is important to the type of life we live. We're using somebody else's calendar that's geared towards slavery, materialism. Our calendar is a natural calendar that helps us to balance. We don't have to throw away the Gregorian. We can't do without it. We are a people now who are of 2 worlds, sometimes 3 worlds, depending on where we are. But calendar will help us to find a rhythm of balance that will help us to negotiate these different market forces with which we have to contend. So I have spent a lot of time, working on it and using it so that it works for me, and also giving it to a number, giving it to a couple of Igbos over here to say, see how this works for you in your daily life in America. Does it help you to slow down? Which days? So, we've also been doing research to see how best the calendar can serve in this modern day, and particularly in this part of the world where, it's on steroids. How do we slow down? How do we take time out? How do we use these words to remember? It's also a memory device. It helps us to remember and to reconnect. And I think Igbos will be very surprised at how quickly the energies will come to their aid if they use the calendar as the way they should. And it's a retooling, retuning, cultural container. It's a didactic device. It's a tool to teach. And I think it is the reconnector par excellence, because the Igbo's conception of time is a woven basket. Ups and downs, ins and outs, great and small, night and day. It has the binary, it has the tetragrammaton, has the septad, all of these. I mean, what a wonderful thing it would do to teach our children mathematics by using the calendar. It's so that maths is not some foo-foo thing out there that they can't connect to. That literally they become the thing that they are. If we're teaching health in school and we have to teach girls about their menses, what a wonderful thing to use the calendar so that both males and females will understand that this is the cycle. So, yeah, sorry.
Samsung.
Yes.
Samsung.
Yes. So, so it is the connector par excellence.
Okay, you made me a co-host. Okay.
Okay, please, thank you. Thank you so much for that intervention, Professor Anderson. Yeah, so that's good. What we need to, we give the floor back again now to...
I have unmuted myself.
Oh, God. Prof, you are speaking, we can hear you out. Yeah. So,
Okay, thank you.
Just give us 1 minute.
Hello?
Just give us 1 minute, Prof. Chief Iwanya will reply Professor Anderson, and then you will speak.
Okay. I want to join the president of Ohanaze, president of CISA, in thanking our president general of Ohanaze for the good work he has been doing. There are certain things I would like the Ohanaze Ndigbo president general to address. One is, I heard you mention that Department of Igbo Studies is on the board of Ohanaze Ndigbo. But I'm not aware of that because there seems to be a kind of confusion. We have Department of Linguistics, Igbo and other Nigerian languages, a full-fledged department. And then we have Center for Igbo Studies, which is the research center, different from the department. So I don't know which one you are talking about that is being represented on the board you set up. So I'd like you to clarify that. Secondly, Ohanaze Ndigbo is supposed to be our partner in this conference we are holding. but we have not felt your presence at all. The same thing happened last year, though the PRO, that is Dr. Alex Obonia, came to represent you, but beyond representing you, we have not felt your presence in terms of financial assistance at all. So I'd like you, sir, to please address this issue. Then finally, the ICVC legacy project, this is our legacy project in Center for Igbo Studies. We want to know the role or roles that Ohanaze Ndigbo worldwide and as well as branches in different countries in actualizing the noble vision. How can Ohanaze help in rallying the Southeast governors for the for the ICVC project? Because this is a multi-billion naira project, and we believe that we cannot do, individuals or even those in diaspora cannot do it alone. But if the Southeast governors step in and see it as something worthwhile for them to invest, I believe that we are going to go very far in this project. Then finally, somebody was presenting a paper yesterday. You were not there. Perhaps I may have to rewind the question he asked. And that person is Professor Anthony Ejiofor of State of Tennessee University. He's now retired, but of the World Igbo Congress. He was questioning, why is it that Ohanaze Ndigbo has not deemed it wise to intervene in the case of Nnamdi Kanu, that nobody has heard any statement relating to, Ohanaze. What is their position? What efforts are you making as a socio-cultural organization of Ndigbo in seeing that our son, Nnamdi Kanu, is released or found? Is there any way to find a political solution to his case? So these are some of the things I would like you to respond, sir. Thank you, sir, and welcome again to our conference.
Thank you very much. Now, let me start with the question from the man of World Igbo Congress. I'm surprised that somebody is asking that question. That's what they call the man's name. His name is what? Ejiofor? You say it's Professor Ejiofor. Am I correct?
Yes, Professor Anthony Ejiofor.
Now, I'm surprised he's asking that question. Everybody, there's nobody in Nigeria who is illiterate or who reads papers, who listens to television, who say he has not had requests and demands I have made as President General Ohanaze Ndigbo about Nnamdi Kanu. I have said it at various things, even when people were going to demonstrate against the government and so on, when the North and East, I stood up and wrote up that people should not demonstrate. I made it clear there. We made a clear case for Nnamdi Kanu, made clear case. The reason why we want Nnamdi Kanu, we have stated it very clearly. I'm surprised that an Igbo professor who is in America, who should know better up till now, is asking what is Ohanaze doing. Anybody in Nigeria who says he doesn't know what Ohanaze is doing, then he's not telling the truth. The truth, what is happening, the battle we have in Nigeria. We have a problem in this country. You saw even what happened after the election. After the election, we defeated the incumbent in Lagos, defeated him in Abuja. And of course, that raised a lot of worries and concerns to people because, and you see, if I let you know the type of battle I'm fighting, in order to reduce the problem Igbo businessmen have. So I want people, when they look at this, I'm easy to assess. Professor Ejiofor obviously should know my number. If he calls me and asks me, I will tell him efforts we have made. And if any other effort anybody has, I'm not an ombudsman or a magician. There are other people who are stronger than me. But I want to say that in Nnamdi Kanu's case, every Igbo man has made efforts. The governors have made efforts, the members of National Assembly, the clergy, the traditional institution, everybody have made efforts. That will show you that something is wrong. We have tried political solution because in judiciary, Nnamdi Kanu was released, but he was held. We have tried all that. So any Nigerian who says he doesn't know what we have done, but we are hoping that by the grace of God, we leave it to God, that he will be released this before the end of the month. We hope so, because we have now applied seriously to see the president. And I hope with all the pressure mounted on him by Ohanaze, mounted on him by the traditional institution, mounted on him by the religious institution, mounted on him by business people and all people. Because it is clear to everybody that it's unjust to release the man from Western Nigeria who was exactly charged the same thing with our man Nnamdi Kanu. And even the other man who was charged of treason had been forgiven by the court. I don't see why our own man Nnamdi Kanu should not be released. We have better case several times. And our case is very well known to Nigerians. And I must say that many other Nigerians have joined us. I have even gone further. As the president of Ohanaze Ndigbo, I have got on my side the Pandel, the South-South. I have got on my side the Southwest. I have got on my side the Middle Belt. So today, as I'm talking to you, the South-South, the Southwest, the Southeast, and the Ohanaze and the Middle Belt have all united in telling federal government to release Nnamdi Kanu. I mean, if Ohanaze have achieved this, I think Ohanaze should be congratulated, not somebody saying he doesn't know why. So please, if somebody still doesn't know why, let them know we have made every effort. We have united the Southern Nigeria, South, Southeast, and Southwest, and the Middle Belt. All of them are working for it, and I hope it will work. It's not that Ohanaze is not interested. So that is about that. Now, about the question of support. Now, support for the project. I have said it. Ohanaze hasn't got the money. Ohanaze doesn't have money to spend. Ohanaze can call the governors together. Ohanaze can call the businessmen in Igbo land together. Ohanaze is a structure set up to unite Igbos. If you notice, the politicians belong to various political parties, and they are most of the time polarized in their political units. Businessmen are pushing their businesses here and there, but Ohanaze is a structure kept to unite everybody. And I'm aware of that responsibility. And I have been able, since I came, to unite the governors. I have been able to keep the 5 Southeast governors together. If I see the program, I will be able to give it to people to study. After the study, I will hand it over to appropriate committee who will now request people to support. We haven't got any details of this program. You can't talk of supporting a program without details. The first thing is the program, they must write to me, give me full details of the program and what exactly they want us to do. If they want investment, that investment, is it a donation or is it a business investment? These are some of the things, because if you are developing a village, you may develop housing, you may develop business centers and so on, and those are economic interests. So once we know details, I want to assure you, I will do my best. I cannot, there is no, Ohanaze is in a position to give the money. So Ohanaze is in position to get the governors and get the business groups and so on to support it. So that is a fact. Now for the lady, the professor, I want to thank the professor. He spent time explaining. But obviously, I would like to get a copy of her speech, because I believe that Professor Chris of University of Nigeria will be able to give me a copy of her address, so that I will study it in Ohanaze. It will help us, because she spoke on very, very interesting subjects, and we're very excited. I'm very excited about her address. Now, Professor Chris, I think you raised the issue about the what department, what Nigeria is dealing with. Well, I'll find out from the Secretary General. Now call them Department of Igbo Studies. I think what you have said maybe explain the road to the university to nominate somebody. Nanda City will have nominated. I think most other universities have nominated. I'm not sure that the University of Nigeria have nominated somebody for this job. So I'm now happy to hear that what we call them is Department of Igbo Studies, but you say you call it a name. You say Department of Igbo something. You have to give us the appropriate
Center for Igbo
name.
Studies.
So please.
Center for
So
Igbo
that
Studies.
is actually that is the department that should be able to give us a member in the board. So if you now go, know that I don't think we have got anybody from University of Nigeria. So yeah, that group which you have mentioned should now give it to us because we need the name very urgently. If I can get a name before Tuesday, I will appreciate it because we're having a meeting on Tuesday and I'm going to revisit this thing on Tuesday. So that's the answer. I don't know whether I've answered all the questions you asked. I don't know.
Yes, you did.
You have, sir. You have attempted, sir.
Yes,
Very well.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
We appreciate all the efforts you are making.
Thank you.
God bless, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. That was from Professor Chris Abedo. On your screen, sir, what you can see is a plan of the ICVC Center. We heard your request. We heard your request of sending more details. And I want to also promise you from the Secretariat side that yes, we're going to put up letter and a detailed letter and in fact a presentation with the necessary files so that you can be able to get all the information you need concerning this project we have at hand.
Okay, that's fine. Where are you building it? Where are you building it?
We're building it in University of Nigeria and Nsukka.
At the Nsukka campus or Enugu campus?
In Nsukka campus itself.
Okay.
We were given 2 hectares of land there. So that's where we are building it. But as you have requested, we're going to make sure we give you all the details you need. To make sure that if you even want to come to one of our meetings, we usually have meetings every Saturday evening. You can come and we can even talk at length to discuss it front and back so that you can be able to ask any questions and get all the details you need. But every plan you may want is with us. It's with us.
Well,
because we have
thank you very much. I have a lot of responsibility. I won't be able to attend this. I will send somebody. The problem being the President of Ohanaze Ndigbo is a lot of responsibility. I have a problem to attend all place. So I will, if I may not be able to attend these meetings personally, I will send somebody to represent me. So, but definitely you can be rest assured, once I get the material, we'll study it and then we'll respond. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much for that. I think we will have one more question for you. I think just from one of the audience, that is in the person of Dr. Sylvester Onya. I think this could also be a last intervention before you can.
No, I don't mind. If you have more intervention now, I'm ready to.
All right, no problem. That's very nice of you, sir. So now we give the floor to you, Dr. Onya Sylvester. You can unmute yourself and speak to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, my name is Sylvester Onya. I'm the president of American Veterans of Igbo Descent, military organization here in the United States. I'm so happy to hear from you.
American what?
American military veterans. We have our soldiers that are active and retired.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay.
The Igbo guys that have served in and still serving in the United States Army, Navy, all the armed forces, the best military in the wide world. Those are the people that I represent.
Okay,
I didn't know that made mention of Ohanaze. In my presentation this morning, I did ask a question. Like I said, I'm gladdened in what you are doing, and I'm gladdened that you cleared the air. The question I had asked is this: why is it that Ohanaze have not visited Nnamdi Kanu? I had in the past said that whoever is holding Nnamdi Kanu is holding the whole Igbos, including you. Now, if we're going to stay in Nigeria and be Nigerians, we should be treated like equal citizens. We are not second-class citizens to anybody, neither we are third-class citizens. This is why people like us want you to continue your good fight and fully represent the Igbos, not the Fulanis that have set up the establishment with the British people. We are here talking to American governments to look into what is happening to us, how we are being treated. And I know you are capable of doing it. You need to get the governors to start serving our people. Because there will be a day people will be questioning, what have you done for your people? Just like every other person is molding their own tribes, supporting them. A lot of dignitaries visited Igbo. Why is Nnamdi Kanu not visited by Ohanaze? Why are you guys not very vocal and demanding that the government should release him? They have not done anything to anybody. They are holding the whole Igbos down. All the things going on in Nigeria and the Igbo being treated like third-class citizens need to stop under your watch. And we will support you in any way possible you want us to. We have all it takes to make things happen in this world. Thank you, sir, and thank you for the good work you have been doing. I only want to encourage you to do more especially in the release of Nnamdi Kanu. And if there's any governors putting their hand in spoiling it, you need to attend to those governors to stop. Because some of these things we do know. We have informations on what is going on. Thank you, sir, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. I sworn the oath on 30th April 2023. It's less than 1 year ago since I came to this job. Less than 1 year. It will be 1 year on 30th April. Obviously, Nnamdi Kanu had been there long before I came. But I want to tell you that it is not true to say that Ohanaze had not visited. I know that even Professor Biozo, my predecessor, he was there. He visited him. Myself, when I came, now they made the visit very difficult. You have to apply. It's not that somebody apply. And of course, I have a very busy schedule myself. If I apply and they give me to the time when I have another engagement, I mean, you have to realize I'm a very busy person too. In my I have a busy private life before I took up this job. So the truth about it, many Ohanaze dignitaries have gone. And I am in touch with them, especially on daily basis. I'm in touch with the brothers, the family, and all the people. I'm in touch with them. So most of the things about Nnamdi Kanu are not things we are going to discuss in this type of discussion. You know, there are certain things. Nigeria is a place where when we meet in Imobi, we can talk a number of, but I want to assure you that as of today, I don't believe anybody is working against, who have the courage. Nobody will have the courage to work against the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Because we have, but you see, the point is that, as I said, it's not in the television, it's not in telephone and this type of Zoom, so that I can discuss in Zoom. The Nnamdi Kanu, you know that the thing is beyond most of these things. That is why we have to use the approach we are using. We have to use even to make sure we release him. We are doing everything, and I believe by the grace of God, he will be released. But I want all of you to be rest assured. And I want to say, I thank all of you for your concern. In fact, the concern our people have shown for Nnamdi Kanu makes me happy. It means that, you see, if even myself today, it means that if I have a problem, Igbos will rise to my challenge. Because if I use my youthful energy to fight Igbos, I'm sure if you go through, I've not talked about the war. You know, because I was running for presidency of Nigeria, I ran for presidency 3 times. And of course, if you say your role in the Civil War, the Nigerians won't vote for you. I have not produced my book. When I produce my book, you will know that I am the person who stopped the fall of, who made it impossible for Nigeria to capture the airport. I commanded that battle, the defense of the airport. So and it probably have not seen me now. I have a bad leg now. I'm not completely well. As a young man, I was a very good sportsman. I was an athlete. I was quite a strong person. But because of the injury I have fighting for Igbos, I now cannot have a problem with my leg. I want to thank John Hopkins in Maryland. That's where I had my surgery after some years. And then since I had the surgery, I'm better. But you know, I can't stand for a very long time. I can't walk for long. You know, these are all injuries I have. I don't regret it because I believe I fought for a just cause. But when you remember, when you talk about Nnamdi Kanu, because Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for justice, he's fighting for equity, then I feel happy that people will also remember that me, all the efforts I made, so I appreciate all of you who are fighting for it. I am fighting for it because I am convinced that our people are being cheated. I mean, you see, if you notice, we had the amalgamation in 1914. Then we started this journey. Before independence, there was the story of Igbo domination. That story of Igbo domination doesn't mean it's just because Igbos, by their character, by their resilience, by their intellect, we are always, if you advertise now, say you want to employ people, if there are 10 people there, maybe five best will be Igbos. And you know, from the standard laid by British government, there's no way to leave them. So Igbos in 1960 occupied most of the position. It's not by design, it's just by their effort and by their capacity. That time, the whole story everywhere in Nigeria is Igbo domination, IBO, Igbo before others. But the point about it is because of the way we work. Now, in 1999, Nigeria brought up a new constitution, brought what they call federal character. What is federal character? Federal character means that even in ordinary university admission, in some places, if a child from an Igbo child wants to study medicine in Nigeria, because of economic situation, most of them don't like going overseas, you have to score much higher than others. So a child born in Igbo land is at advantage right from the date of birth. You know, these are some of the problems. We accepted this federal character because we believed that it was very necessary to manage diversity. Nigeria is a country with many diversity in ethnicity. Now, we cannot, because we are superior in intellect or superior in that, say others come up, or we should occupy everywhere. We accepted it in 1999. They have federal character. Now said we didn't vote for him. We gave him 5% votes, so he never gave us anything that was due. We didn't even get our own, so there was no federal character. That federal character was completely they made a mess of it. We didn't get what is due. And you see, this is why I'm talking about it. I'm not asking anything from anybody. I thank God that I'm old now. I'm not a young man. I'm 80-something years. I'm an old man. So at this age, I don't know how many years I have. Before God records me, I have to say the truth. Now, even up to this year, in the ministerial appointment, I was going to court to sue. I was going to sue the President Tinubu to court, but I was restrained by people. If federal character demands that we have 6 zones, in the 6 zones we are supposed to, if we have 36 ministers, we are supposed to have 6. Then if you have additional, we are supposed to have, but he has 48 ministers. We are supposed to have at least 8. But we had, I think, only 5. We had 5 ministers, and 5 ministers we have out of the 8. Some states have 10. I mean, some zones have 10, but we have only 5. I had planned to take them to court. I have consulted our lawyers. Our lawyers, I was very happy. They all stood with me. Igbo lawyers in Nigeria, their session, they stood by me. But you see, I was told, let us not give excuse now for Nnamdi Kanu. If they say now, because we are taking them to court, they won't listen to Nnamdi Kanu. So I stopped. Other things like we have a state. They have 6 zones. Igbo, Southeast is the only zone with only 5 states. In 2005, I went to the Constitutional Conference. I was there. We made a case for South. Are you on the line? Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We're about to.
In 2005, I was at the Political Reform Conference there. At that time, I was the chairman of Planning and Strategy of Ohanaze Ndigbo. I was there. We made our case that we needed to be given 6 states like others. It was approved by that Constitutional Conference. Now, we got a very bogus excuse later on that they were trying to put the thing in the National Assembly together with the extension of tenure for Obasanjo, and the thing was failed. So it looks very stupid. Others got their own. We didn't get our own. Now, in 2014, we made a case again for this, and it was approved in 2014. In fact, 2014, they even gave us additional one, making it 7. Now, we have been fighting for this, and everybody quiet. I have wanted to go to court. In fact, I have prepared my documents to go to court. And I was told I have a case. Everybody said that I had a case. I got the very good brains we have in legal profession Igbos. All of them told me that I had a case. Because, you see, the federal character have been completely violated. And, you know, we are losing every year over 1 trillion naira based on this type of problem. Because all allocation that go to state on equality, we are losing. Local government, we are losing. We are losing legislative power. Because, you see, if we have only 5 states instead of 6, you don't have 3 senators, you don't have up to 8 or 10 members of House of Reps, you are losing legislative power. You don't have even members of chairman of boards, ambassadors, and so on. The loss we are having is enormous. So when people like Nnamdi Kanu was talking, he had a case, and that is what any young person he had a case, and that is why some of us believe that, I mean, he should be released. I don't think Kanu has any weapon or any equipment to topple Nigerian government. He has no other capacity, and he cannot do it. He was only shouting for this insecurity, this with the governors. I've held meeting with the National Assembly. I've held meeting with the traditional institution. I've held meeting with the religious group, and every group I have held meeting are all unanimous in saying that it should be released. When you are abroad, it's important for you when you have this colors. As for them, we'll let you know a problem. Some of them are not things you can talk in this type of forum.
Thank you,
but there are problems, you see, which we have, and these are problems we need to use our strength in solving.
All right. Yeah.
We have to be careful in solving this problem.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Chief Emmanuel Iwanya. We have heard you so well. I think you have spoken very eloquent. Can you hear us? I think you are freezed. Yeah. But thank you so much. I think we get your passion on the topic at hand, and I want to also appreciate your intervention so far. What we are doing in Center for Igbo Studies in ICVC is very multifaceted in nature. We are very interested in many aspects. We know that political aspects are very important, but we're also very much interested in also social aspects, economic aspects, and you also spoke at length about it: economic aspects, social aspects, cultural aspects. All these things are very spiritual aspects. All these things are what summarizes what we do. I know that if we start to talk about the political aspects alone, we may not finish today. But
Chico, I'm not taking word out of your mouth, but can I get 30 seconds, please? 30 seconds.
Yeah, but please do not address, I think we have addressed so much enough on political issues. If you have question regarding to other aspects of Ndigbo, please, you can go ahead and ask it or maybe comment, but I think we've had enough of political. I think we have enough background, and also to make sure that we continue with the things we have at hand. If you have other questions that are socially related or other aspects related, please go ahead.
Thank you. Put me on a timer. Thank you so much. It's an honor to have Chief Iwanyang on the line, and it's also an honor to have Dr. Sylvester Onya as a military veteran. This is the idea and suggestion that I have for both of them. Like Iwanyang rightly pointed out, this is not the right place to discuss deeper and some sensitive discussions. I don't know if Chief Iwanyang is still there. I can see him. But
yeah, the internet has taken it off, but you can go ahead and finish.
What about Onya? Is Onya here?
Yes, he's here.
Okay, Onya, please. I have my 2 kids in the military. My first son is in the Navy, and my first daughter is in the Air Force, serving as we speak. So if it's possible, I was going to recommend and suggest to Chief Iwanyang to have a global Igbo ambassador group, like GI. There are people like Onya and so many other people of Igbo descent, of Igbo interest can meet outside Zoom to deliberate more on sensitive areas like Kano and a whole lot more. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that recommendation. That's exactly what we are trying to say here. We do not want to overstretch one particular issue in a conference that has so many aspects to handle. So we would take other aspects forward, and other aspects that are especially sensitive ones, we can try to create them in a managed manner. Yeah, so if you have 1 or 2 quick comments to make, you can make it so that we can go quick to back to the program.
Yeah, I want to thank you. Thank you so much, my brother, for unmuting me to talk. I want to especially thank our father, Chief Emmanuel Iwanyang, for being here with us today, for joining this program today. That means so much for us, and for all the assurance he gave to us that he will help us to work around to make sure that the government will come into this project, because we need that to happen, and we thank him in a very special way. I want also to thank him for all the many instances he gave to show that he understands our pain and our marginalization. And from all indication and from all he said today, we are able to understand that he's doing so much in the background to make sure we get our due. We get equity, justice, and fairness. So we thank him in a very special way. And also we want to appeal to us here. We gotta be more sensitive to issues that we cannot discuss online because of security reasons and reasons based known to us, because you don't want to be put on the spot for something that will turn into something else. We are here to make sure that we are able to protect our heritage, our cultural heritage. We're here to make sure we're able to protect our artifacts and our relics and leave it in historical form for our children and our children's children. So I want to beg us to keep to why we're here and where we've gathered, and that will really help us in the process of what we're doing. We know we have enormous challenges where we're coming from in the country in Nigeria. By God's grace, we're working around everything to make sure we gain our place of reckoning. We've gone through so much thick and thin, including our businesses being attacked in many places and angles. But it's not something for the online thing. It's something we have together in a closed door and see how to address our many problems and take decisive decisions about them all. Nigeria, as one, we need to speak one language, and that's the language of love, and everyone understands it. Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, and other tribes. We just need that one language of love to heal our many wounds and our many brokenness and be able to move on as a people. So thank you, everybody, and God bless you. Thank you, Chief Iwayan, for joining us today.
All right.
We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that intervention. Is the former YDK? Yeah. So now I think that was a very, I would say, a welcome distraction and a very good, because I think that presentations we had yesterday and also today, a lot of aspects has been addressed in full. Social aspects, economic aspects, political aspects wanted to get a little bit more sensitive, but for obvious reasons. Cultural aspects as well were touched on. So without wasting much time, we'll continue with the plenaries. And we want to ask those on ground zero, which people are currently available to speak. Can you indicate who? I had the news from, there's a young lady that is ready to speak. By name, let me find her name again.
See her waving her hand.
Yeah, you're waving your hand.
Yes,
Please. Yes, all right. Can you go ahead? Can you go ahead and speak, please? Can you go ahead and speak? We can hear you.
Oh, she walked away from the mic.
No, I think she's going to profs. Yes. Exactly. So start by making introduction. Talk about tell the title of your topic and go ahead.
Ndewonu ndị ọka nkụzi na ọka mmụta niile gbakọrọ ebe a tinyekwara mmadụ niile n'ebe a. Isiokwu anyị bụ mmetụta nkwurịta okwu otu onye na-asụ nsụ na ebe mmekọrịta na mmadụ ndị ọzọ nọ. Tupu mmalite, aha m bụ Nwaada Esther Chidimma. Nchọcha anyị lebara anya na mmetụta nkwurịta okwu otu onye na-asụ nsụ na ebe mkpakọrịta na mmadụ ndị ọzọ nọ. Nkwurịta okwu bụ ihe mgbakwasị ụkwụ n'ebe mmekọrịta mmadụ na ibe ya nọ, ebe ịsụ nsụ metụtara ọnọdụ ekwudoghị okwu nke ọma. Mbunuche nchọcha bụ ịchọpụta etu ịsụ nsụ si emetụta mkpakọrịta ụka na-adị n'etiti ndị na-asụ nsụ na ndị anaghị asụ nsụ. Ọzọkwa, o lebara anya n'ọnọdụ ndị na-asụ nsụ na ụlọ akwụkwọ ha gbasatara ihe ọmụmụ ha, tinyekwara ọnọdụ ha na ezinụlọ ha nọ n'ime. Ebe a nọrọ mee nchọcha bụ na ụlọ akwụkwọ sekọndịrị dị na Okpo, ebe nwetara otu nwata akwụkwọ na-asụ nsụ, onye a gbara ajụjụ ọnụ iji chọpụta etu mkpakọrịta na mmadụ ibe ya si aga. Ọzọkwa, a gbara nne nwatakịrị ahụ ajụjụ ọnụ iji chọpụtakwa ọnọdụ ya, tinyekwara onye nkụzi nwata ahụ. Nchọcha a gosiri na okwu ndị na-asụ nsụ anaghị aga were were n'ọnụ. Ha na-enwe mkpọbi okwu ọtụtụ oge n'ihe ha na-ekwu maka ya. Ha anaghị enwe ezi mmekọrịta ha na ebe ndị ọzọ na-anaghị asụ nsụ nọ. Nchọcha a gosikwara ọzọ na ndị na-asụ nsụ na-enwe mkpọbi okwu na ahịrịokwu a chọrọ ịkpọpụta. Okwu ha na-ekwugharị okwu ugboro ugboro tupu ha ekwupụtacha ihe ha na-ekwu. Ọzọkwa, okwu ha anaghị edo anya nke ọma. N'ikpeazụ, ebe ụfọdụ ndị mmadụ, ụmụaka ibe ha na-eme ha akaja, ụfọdụ ụmụaka na-emere ha ebere n'ihi ọnọdụ ha, ebe ndị ọzọ na-eme ha akaja n'ụzọ dị iche iche. Nke a na-eme ka a ghara ịdị na-enwe ezi mmekọrịta n'etiti mmadụ, etiti ha na ndị ọzọ. Ya bụ na mmadụ ndị na-anaghị asụ nsụ kwesịrị ịghọta ọnọdụ ndị na-asụ nsụ, n'ihi na ọ bụghị ha tinyere onwe ha n'ọnọdụ ahụ, na-emere ha ebere ka ha na-enwe ezi mmekọrịta n'etiti onwe. Ndewonu, daalụnụ aka ige ntị.
Ndewo, kwalụ na aka. Okay. So, onwekwala onye ọzọ grounds, onwe onye nwere ajụjụ? Ọ bụ na nwere onye nwere ajụjụ, ka anyị jee ọzọ. Onwe onye ọzọ nọkwa na ground zero presentation. Na-abịa n'ofu ofu na-ekwu. Ikwuo ime introduction, kwuo topic ị chọrọ ime, kwuo okwu biko.
Get ready.
Ndewonu.
Ndewo.
Ndị ọma na-ege ntị.
Ndewo, anyị na-anụ ị na-ekwu. Biko, n'iru.
Isiokwu anyị ji wee bịa ebe a bụ egwu asụsụ amaala ịbanye na nsogbu ịla azụ ya na inye asụsụ ndị ahụ dị ọhụrụ n'obodo anyị n'oge ugbu a dịka o si wee metụta asụsụ Igbo. Nke a na ihe ndị oyibo kpọrọ indigenous language endangerment and its revitalization in our society, a case of Igbo study. Nke a si n'aka Nwaada Ogechi Dioka. Ihe anyị na-akọwa ebe a bụ na enwere asụsụ a na-akpọ asụsụ amaala, ya bụ asụsụ eji wee mara onye, asụsụ obodo ọbụla. Asụsụ ahụ ọ ga-abụ ịbụrụ onye Igbo, abịakwu n'ala Igbo ịbụrụ onye Enugu maọbụ Anambra, abịakwa na Anambra ịbụrụ onye Enugu ịbụrụ Udi maọbụ Nsụka maọbụ Nkanu. Asụsụ ahụ bụ asụsụ eji wee mara gị. Ihe ndị a ka anyị na-akpọ asụsụ amaala. Abịa n'ala Igbo enwere ọtụtụ asụsụ dị iche iche. Asụsụ Igbo nwere olu ndị dị iche iche eji wee mara ha, mana ya achọpụtala na Naijiria gbaa gburugburu anyị enweghị otu asụsụ eji wee mara dịka ihe awa asụsụ eji eme ihe na Naijiria. Kama ị ga-enwe otu asụsụ, anyị enwe asụsụ Bekee were mere asụsụ eji eme ihe. Mana o nwere asụsụ atọ karịchara pụta ihe n'asụsụ n'ala Naijiria, ya bụ Hausa, Igbo na Yoruba. Ọ bụrụ na ọ ga-ekwe ka eme ka a sị ka anabata asụsụ ndị a ebe ọbụla na-eme ihe na Naijiria, sị na ihe a bụ asụsụ anyị ga-eji eme ihe. Mana nke kacha njọ bụ na asụsụ ndị a n'agbanyeghị na ha gbara elu, ha nọkwa n'ala azụ, nke bụ na ọ bụrụ na akpachaghị anya ha abanye n'asụsụ na-anwụ anwụ. Emere ka anyị mata na asụsụ ekewara asụsụ ụzọ atọ, ya bụ nke dị mma kwụsiri ike, enwere nke na-ala azụ, nwekwana nke nwụrụ anwụ. Asụsụ nwụrụ anwụ bụ asụsụ na-enwe ezi ndị na-asụ ya nụ. O nwere ozi ndị ama a na-asụ, ndị nwe asụsụ ahụ adịghị eji akparịta ụka, asụsụ anwụọ. Nke na-ala azụ bụ nke ndị na-eto eto dịka ọ dị n'asụsụ Igbo kịta. Ndị na-asụ asụsụ Igbo bụzi ndị agbụrụ na-agafezi agafe, mana ndị na-eto eto enweghịzi mmasị n'ịsụ asụsụ Igbo. Ọ bụrụ na ya akpachaghị anya, asụsụ Igbo esi na ịla azụ banye n'ịnwụ anwụ. Ya mere anyị ji wee na-ekwuchi ike sị asụsụ Igbo akarịala ọnọdụ ahụ. Ọ bụghịzi obere asụsụ, o sonyeghị n'asụsụ ndị edebeghị n'akwụkwọ. O teela aka kemgbe a malitere dewe asụsụ Igbo n'akwụkwọ. Enwere mkpụrụ edemede izugbe eji edepụta asụsụ Igbo. O teela aka kemgbe ndị dị ka Ọgbalụ ha, otu SPILK, otu ịkwalite asụsụ na omenala Igbo malitere kwalitewe ihe gbasara asụsụ a. Ndị na-eme nkwalite n'ihe gbasara asụsụ a na-atụ anyị n'anya na ọ bụ ndị na-agụghọdị ihe gbasara asụsụ Igbo. Ma ugbu a anyị nwere ndị ọka nkụzi, nwee ndị ọka mmụta tọrọ atọ n'ihe gbasara asụsụ na omenala Igbo. Kedụzi ihe merenụ ndị nne na nna, ụfọdụ ndị nkụzi ji na-ahapụ asụsụ anyị ọ na-ala azụ? Ọ bụrụ okwu anyị ji wepụta n'ụbọchị taa na-ayọ sị kama anyị ga-ahapụ asụsụ anyị ka ọ laa azụ, ọ ka mma na anyị fore ntụtụ taa na asụsụ Igbo agaghị anwụ. Nkwalite asụsụ na omenala Igbo bụ ihe ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ, ọ bụ ihe tụrụ anyị n'anya na ndị na-eme ya n'uwu ndị na-amarọdụ na-abụrọdụ ndị Igbo ma ndị na-abụrọ ndị gụrụ asụsụ Igbo. Lekere ihe anyị na-eme n'ụbọchị taa. Ndị na-enye anyị ezi nkwado bụ ndị nọ na mba ofesi, ndị garara elu gaa ala wee hụ na o nwere ihe mmadụ bụ ma ewepụ asụsụ olu nne ya maọbụ asụsụ amaala. Ya mere Ohanaeze ji wee tinye aka, ndị Igbo niile, ndị nọ na mba, ndị nọ n'ụlọ wee na-etinye aka na-akwalite asụsụ na omenala Igbo. Anyị na-arịọ ndị nne na nna, ụfọdụ aghara n'asụsụ Bekee, hapụ asụsụ amaala anyị.
ụfọdụ na-ahapụ akụkọ ifo eji akọrọ ụmụaka ha akụkọ wee na-ewere akụkọ Tom and Jerry na-akọrọ ụmụ ha akụkọ. Ụfọdụ ndị nne na nna ahapụla ime ihe onyonyo ndị Igbo na-ekirizi nke ndị Z-World na ndị Telemundos. Ụfọdụ n'ime ha ewerela omenala ndị ọcha wee hibe isi nke na nwaanyị amarọzi nsọpụrụ na-enye die, ọ marọzi ebe ọnọdụ ya nọ n'omenala Igbo. Ya mere anyị ji wee na-asị ọha na eze na-ege anyị ntị, biko dododo ndị gọọmenti, ndị nne na nna, otu niile dịka otu SISA, IWA, CIS, ndị a niile gbakọtara ebe a na-enye aka na ka asụsụ anyị hapụ ịnwụ, ka anyị were ihe ndị a niile ụlọ, kachakwa ndị na-eto eto, maka agbụrụ ndị nọ ugbu a ọ bụrụ na ha gafechaa anyị amara ihe ga-abụ ọnọdụ, ka anyị mee ka mmasị asụsụ Igbo debanye edeba n'aka ụmụaka anyị na-eto eto, ka ha nwee ike zọrọ nzọrọ ụkwụ ebe ndị nne na nna anyị zọtara, ka ha buru asụsụ a bugorie na agbụrụ ndị ọzọ na-abịa abịa, ka asụsụ Igbo hapụ ịnwụ. Ndewonu.
Ndewo, kọọrọ ya aka, nke a dara ụda. Ọkwa nnukwu presentation ka nwanne anyị nwanyị Dr. Ebere Chris Agbedo mere anyị ọ lụtụrụ aka n'ihe dị iche iche asụsụ Igbo ya na otu anyị si akụziri ụmụazị. Anyị ka na-akọrọ ụmụazị Tom and Jerry, ka anyị na-akọziri ụmụazị akụkọ ihe merenụ gbasalụ mbe na nkịta. Ya bụ ihe onye ọbụla anyị na-ayọ onye ọbụla na je eche malụ ka anyị si akụziri ụmụazị ihe. Okay, so na-atụpụghị oge ọbụla anyị agaba n'iru maka ndị anyị nwe na-eme president ife na onye ọbụla ma aja akwụkwọ. So anya ka anyị na-agbala ọsọ ka anyị dị sure na anyị n'ofu ma onye ọbụla. Interesting points: social, environmental, spiritual, political, and economic aspects. Anyị na-anụcha ncha. Okay, biko onye nke ọzọ, biko gaba n'iru, anyị na-anụ.
Okay.
Beyond introduction.
Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Juliana Gini Kamama. I'm here to present on a topic, sociolinguistic analysis of Okebuno's speech, in a play titled Old Wine Our Thirsty. This is a play. Okebuno is a man that represents an Igbo man who traveled abroad for greener pasture, or in a city for greener pasture. But after he made it, he came back to the village to take a title or a political position. But at the end of the day, he could not manage his language, the context, the situation. This work used speaking paradigm to analyze Okebuno's speech. This speaking paradigm is talking about the situation and the participants that are involved in any speech, in any conversation. Because social linguistics is all about how language is being used in a society. So in this work, we try to bring out how Okebuno was able to communicate with the elders in the village as an Igbo man. But unfortunately, this man couldn't represent the man who has traveled abroad and come back to his village to show his work. Because he saw the villagers as those who are hungry, who doesn't have anything to offer, and as a result, he could not abide by the rules of speaking paradigm, which gives the opportunity to respect your participants, to observe the situations, and at the same time, he couldn't get or he couldn't realize his intention, being able to secure a political position in his village because of his use of language. He was rude to the elders, rude to his family, rude to his uncle, those who can even present him to the elders in the village. He couldn't respect them. He couldn't observe the situations, the participants, and at the same time, made his position impossible for him to get. And as a result of that, the position was given to someone who is not worthy to have that position. So in this course, we are trying to tell us that there is need for us as Igbo man, Igbo woman, young or old, to know that in Igbo culture, we have respect. We have ways of making our beliefs, making people to understand us. And as a result, there is situations that each situation calls for a different language. So we should observe the type of language we use before the adults, before the children, and any other person that's involved. Thanks for your listening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kai Koloniaka.
Anyway, paper.
Yeah, they did very well.
Huh?
Yeah. Story of Made Sopolo.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Ndigbo. Ndigbo are people.
Somebody wants to ask question.
Okay, question. Yes, let her go ahead. Let the person go ahead.
First.
Igbo bye. Igbo ndị nwe mma mmanụ. Ịma ndị Igbo gbakọ etu esi akwalite mmụọ ndị Igbo na-agbakọ nya ekene eji akpanite mmụọ ka e wee gee ntị. Mụnwa bụ Chukwudozie Charles, onye nkụzi ndị nkụzi. Akụzi na University of Nigeria na Humanities Unit wee retire. Ana asị abịa sị Igbo kwenu, Igbo kwenu. Ụfọdụ na-ekwu ugboro na-abụ, ụfọdụ na-ekwu ugboro ịtọ, ụfọdụ na-ekwu ugboro ịnọ. Mana etu nsi nyopụta na ọka mma ndị Igbo gbakọọ etu anyị esi kene ugboro ịnọ. Igbo kwenu asị ya, Igbo kwenu ya, Igbo kwenu ya, Igbo kwezuenu ya. Eke, Orie, Afọ, Nkwọ. Ọnwụ na-achịkọta ihe a maka onye na-akwalite mmụọ. Nwoke ọbụla ma onye Igbo ọ na-apụta anụ okwuo ya ugboro ịtọ, nke nọzi iwu kwezuenu asị ya. Abịa na ụmụ nwanyị pụta ka ha mee adreesị ọha na ụmụ nwanyị ha na-ekwu Igbo kwenu ka na-ekwu Igbo mma mmanụ. Ka anyị neba ya anya maka na ihe awụ isi mmalite. Etu ekene si dị, etu aka ọjị si dị, mmalite Igbo, Igbo zukọ. Mụnwa na-atụnye elo ka onye Igbo pụta ebe ọ na oyi ekwu okwu ebe ndị Igbo gbakọrọ. Ka o kwuo Igbo kwenu ya, Igbo kwenu Igbo kwenu ya, Igbo kwezuonu. Nke n'ọwụ Igbo kwezuonu. Ewee sị mma nwanna ka nke a si dị. Ajụ na-ajụ bụ ajụ abụ kedu etu etosi iji wee na-ekene ekene na Igbo gbakọ.
Ndewo. Ajụjụ a bụ maka onye ọbụla. Onye nwere ya bụ azịza maka ya bụ ajụjụ nwere ike zaa ya bụ ajụjụ. Ndewo ndị na-ege anyị ntị.
Ka m zọta obere ịma Igbo na-asụ n'olu n'olu. Asị egbu akụ ọda agbe mana agbọbịa ọlaba n'ọyọ n'ọyọ. Ndị Igbo kwukọrọ okwu sị na ịkpọ like Chigozie nọfụ kịta ma ọ prọfesọ Agbaedo nsị gị prof ịza, nsị gị prof ịza. Mkpọ gị ugboro ịtọ asị ekwe kpọ ma gị ugboro ịtọ ọbụzụ na warning. So onye na-asị ka akpọ ugboro ịnọ like ịtọ a Chigozie na ha enye anyị 1 minute to talk. Aga m enwekwe time ịkpọsụ ugboro ịnọ. Well, daalụ.
Daalụ rinne. Daalụ rinne. Ịmago na ihe ọ na-akọwa n'ezie bụ na ọ depende na situation anyị na-ekwu maka ya. Na nke anyị nọ na conference. And ịma na ya nọ na conference a na-enwe biye na anyị na-emebe ka anyị mee ihe nke. So na ihe mere ya bụ na ụfọdụ oge anyị na-amacha otu anyị si eme ya nọ na ohere anaghị adịchazi ọfụma. Asị nka m ama na ọ tụrụ ilu sị ka m kọwagharịa anyị obele o nwere ka o si ekwu ya. Ngwa daalụ rinne. Anyị fụkwalụ ada anyị nwaanyị Dr. Daisy Nwozuzu. Ọ chọrọ ịgwa anyị okwu, biko go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Ndị Igbo ekele m ọnụ.
Ekele anyị anaghị afụ gị anya.
Yeah, sorry, Amaka, my current location, but apologies for that. Okay. Oh, bere ajụjụ na bụrụkwa comment maka onye jụrụ ka a ga-esi wee kene. So nke mbụ bụ ma ga-ekwu ya ugboro anọ. Mụwa na-suggest ọkwa ele ka ọgbakọ ahụ si nọrọ. Ọ na ọ dị rowdy, ọ dị noisy, a na-eme mkpọtụ, anyị na-achọ ikwu ekene. The first one will calm people down and make them, to listen. So the number will vary between 3 and 4. Ọ na-asị Igbo kwenu aka na-eme mkpọtụ, anyị na-emekarị meeting na anyị na-eme experience dị ihe a. Igbo nke abụọ, ọ na ha dị calm, then you can stop at 1. The quiz zone is always the last one. Because onye ọbụla ga-anọ in unison before quiz zone kwekọrịta. So that's my suggestion on that, depending on the situation, on all the noise in Kembo all the time, go to calm them down, to draw attention. Then Kabo might be the quiz zone if everywhere is calm, because they need to also say, yeah, iji quiz zone here. Because one way can why get see we my address public. I'm sure in a response answer from that one. Ken Kegawo the right approach. One you give me quite the same Igbo zone because they were bengara in Natojina Handi Association. As now one yana Natojina ebute motanka one. Mbiano those yards in another occasion. Representation never as now that event is a book was Simba onye ka ọgwa ga-eji butere ya jinsi ọkụnụ gwa m before na nwa ya na ha aga iwere ọjị na aga ewetere ya ọjị eweta tata anọzi m ọdụ kunu wetara m ọjị asịzikwa na ọdịrọ mma so ọ ya mere m ji chọọ this clarification on ihe nwaanyị ga-ekwe na ka ọ ga-esi wee tụọ iji kelee ndị be ha ma ọ gaa na public because those are the kind of things we do regularly in UK. Thank you, Dalquan.
Yeah, Dalorin na Diane, there is a Mozuzu. O nwere ajụjụ ọjọọ ka ka nwaanyị ka uso ka onye nwee ike kọwanwulie ka o si adị ka nwaanyị nwee ike isi wee zanwu onye chọrọ ịza ajụjụ a nya biko onye ahụ mụtu onwe ekwu okwu ka anyị nye onye ahụ ohere ka ọ zaa ajụjụ a onye nọ na ground zero maọbụ onye nọ online
enwere m aka ịnụ nkwube
ngwakwube nne.
Okay, adalụ. So o nwere ajụjụ ọjụ maka okwu maka ọjị mana onye kwuru okwu izizi si ụmụ nwaanyị ga na-asị Igbo kwenu. Mụnwa ana m adị elu na ụmụ nwoke sọsọ ga na-asị Igbo kwenu maka ana m eje nzukọ na-representikwa na nnukwu emume nlu ebe ahụ ana m adasị ndị be anyị ekene m ana m like isi Igbo kwenu maka mụnwa na-elu na ụmụ nwoke nwee ekene nke anwa. So nwere ofu ụbọchị onogbu abaga na akpọ m sị ka nje represent anya na nna ya nwodo n'ife ndị as chairman of the occasion n'ife ndị ụmụada Igbo na-eme na New Jersey. So wee jelu ebe anwa as the chairman eluo fa like nwanne nwaanyị akwụrụ okwu ikpeazụ elu ebe a fa dịka a ga-ese okwu asị ike ka a ga-esi butere ya ọjị na nwaanyị ka ọ bụ mụnwa just na ọlụkwa na-enefe anya ofu onye wee sị mba nọ ofu onye pụtasị mba na onye nwa wụ chairman na onye nwa ya wụrịrị chairman mụnwa amalụgo mụnwa nwa afọ Igbo ama m na nwaanyị anara asụrụ nwaanyị ọjị so mụ ekwuru okwu mgba nnọọ nkịtị mana afasizie na onye na-anọchite na vice bụ nwoke na-eluzie ka asọlụ nwoke ọjị mana omenala Igbo omenala ndị be anyị bụ na anara asọlụ nwaanyị ọjị anyị anaghị ejebe ọjị dị mana nwoke ka a na-asọlụ ọjị even though na mbụkwa chief ama m nke anwa ama so eluzie kpọọ m n'isi oche anwa njezie n'ọlụ nọchite onowu na nna ya nwodo mbọsị anwa eluzie ebutezi ọjị the vice chairman bụ nwoke asọlụ ya ọjị so nwanne nwaanyị like onye kwuru okwu kwukwasị na Igbo na-asụ n'onu ọ dịkwa ka o si wee debe ndị onwe ndị a na-aga elu asị na onwe part of Imo State asị na nwatakịrị nwoke ka a na-ebunye ọjị nwekwa ebe asị na ụmụ nwaanyị ka a na-ebunye ọjị mana mụnwa bụ onye Anambra anyị anara asọlụ nwaanyị ọjị nwoke ọbụla ebute ọjị ahụ nwoke ọbụla nọ around ka a ga-ebunye ọjị okpe ekpele gọọ ọjị ọwazie anyị nwanwe ọtịta ngwa otu a ka ọra m daalụ.
Okay, daalụ rinne. Daalụ rinne.
Azụrụ ọfụma.
Chelu. So now onye anyị enye mma akpọnite onye nze ama apụkwa m ndị wenyere aka ha enu anyị akpọcha ha ncha biko nwere onye obere ndị mma akpọnite onye nze Amadi Ebube Mbama ka ọ summarize ala anyị ihe ọ observe n'ihe niile anyị discuss concerning Ekene.
Honorable Secretary, biko onye nkwulu okwu kwutere ọfụma ahịa anọ ugbo na anọ Eke Orie Afọ Nkwọ ndị Igbo na-asị Igbo kwenu ọ na-abụ ugboro anọ in line with ahịa anọ ugbo na anọ na nwanna ka esi na akwụkwọ time ma ị ga-eme omenala ị ga-emerụ ya emerụ time or no time ka ọ na-abụ ụmụ anyị na-eto ha na-amụtakwa ihe ndị nna nna anyị ha ndị nna anyị nyere anyị biko nụ iji Igbo ana m ekwugo m ya ana m nje ọgbakọ a na-ekwali ugboro atọ si ndị mmadụ biko na ihe abụ ugboro anọ maka ọ bụ ahịa na-anọ ugboro anọ biko daalụnụ.
Daalụ rinne onye nze Amadi Ebube Mbama. I think na anyị emechigo okwu Ekene a onwe anyị tụkwara ndị wenyere aka ha enu na other intervention. So anyị akpọnite Prọfesọ Onyeke ka ọ gwa anyị okwu. After that Prọfesọ Chris Agboedo, and then after that anyị enyekwa floor to Prọfesọ Douglas. We'll give the floor to Prọfesọ Douglas Chambers to also talk to us about some of his observance in Igbo democracy and on what he has observed in his research and studies so far at the village level and also in this conference in general. So we will take it in this particular order. And yeah, please, we ask everyone to try to be as brief as possible. Professor Onyeke, you have the floor, sir.
Professor Onyeke.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Ihe bụ ka m chọrọ itinye maka okwu ekwugoro nnugoro. The first one bụ issues of our tribe and politics. Ihe m chọrọ ikwu bụ that na anyị nwere opportunity when our language is threatened to even apply for funding or grant from NGOs and from UN. But if we continue to align with political agitations, it will then threaten such opportunities. So we have to be very careful when we link what we are doing with issues of political interest. Secondly, the issue of greeting Igbo Kwen is a theoretical issue. Our language, we are just trying to recover our language. We can give this a thought and then research on the best approach. But it makes sense that Nandi Kuru 4 rounds of Igbo Kwen, meaning the 4 native days in Igbo land. If that theory is acceptable by many, nobody can challenge it, because even the language we are talking about, and we brought Ihana University, but theoretically somebody just came up with Mahadum, Apowia Mahadum. So it is left for us here to say that when we start to grow and to form committees and research committees and so on and so forth, we will start improving on all these arguments or misunderstandings about our traditions and so on. Again, thirdly, I want to suggest that these things are relative. No, ka ndị si asụ ha asụba. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for that intervention. Onye maka eji wee mepee Center for Igbo Studies. I ji ekwulu okwu gbasara Igbo Cultural Village Complex.
Yes.
Ihe niile aka ya na-akụzi and ha nchesichakwa na ihe anyị na-ekwu maka ya. And anyị address bugo issue of na ihe anyị na-address the multifaceted in nature. Na ọ bụrụ so okwu anyị na-afụ ma social, economic, cultural, anyị na-emetụkwa political aka mana anyị na-avoid ndị dị too sensitive na ọgbakọ nnukwu ọgbakọ dị otu a. So anyị ejisi ike na-aga n'iru otu anyị si ekwube. Okay, so na-atụpụghị oge ọzọ mma asị Prọfesọ Agbaedo ya gwa anyị okwu o wenyere aka na ọ chọrọ ịgwa anyị okwu. I will not from Professor Chris Agbaedo, then I am from Professor Douglas Chambers will be coming next after him. Prof, you have the floor.
Adema, ihe m chọrọ ịrụte aka bụ okwu onye ajụjụ ofu onye jụrụ gbasara ma ụmụ nwanyị ha tosiri iji Igbo kwenu wee na-ekele ndị mmadụ n'ọgbakọ mbọ n'emume. Ọ bụ na nlote ihe ọka nkụzi Gabriela Ihuarugo Nwozuzu kwuru na akwụkwọ nkụzi o wepụtara n'ọgbakọ anyị nwere n'afọ gara aga bụ na Ọgọst nke Nnowu nọ n'isi ya. N'okwu ngụpụta ọ gụpụtara, ọ rụtụrụ ya aka sị na ụmụ nwanyị etu omenala Igbo si wee dị etosiri ikene iji Igbo kwenu wee kene ọha na eze, kama na ihe ọ ga-ekwu bụ Igbo mma mmanụ ọ etu esi wee kpoo ya. Nya ya na-ekwu ka m chetara unu ihe onye ọka nkụzi onye kụziri m site na ogo nke undergraduate, masters na PhD kwuru n'afọ gara aga na ụmụ nwanyị etosiri iji Igbo kwenu wee na-ekene ọha na eze na ọgbakọ, kama na ọ bụ Igbo mma mmanụ. Ya ka anyị mụta nke a. Ya sọ nya maka ihe m chọrọ ka m kwuo. Ndewo.
Ndewo, daalụ rinne.
Daalụ Prof.
Daalụ rinne, Prof. Na-atụpụghị oge, we will be giving the floor now to Professor Douglas Chambers to be able to address us briefly. We appreciate also, we bring everyone together. And some of us has asked the question, why are we using English as well? But I think that question has been answered. We want to make sure that we bring in every one of us who are interested in Igbo and Igbo language, Igbo culture. And we want to, of course, those of us who are working in that field as well, want to support them too, to produce the best. Okay, Professor Chambers, you have the floor to address us on the topics, on the themes you want to talk to us about.
Thank you. On the issue of language, there's a universal language, and I can hear a little Igbo, but also I can hear all of the human language. So I would say, particularly at this point, people should speak whatever, as the old proverb says, a rooster crows in the language of its village, and that village is not necessarily universal. But that's not what I'm really asked to speak. I want to compliment this group of people and this organization and what I've been hearing, particularly the conversation with Chief Emmanuel Ohanaze. It struck me that what I'm witnessing here, and which is so wonderfully, typically Igbo, which when I tried to explain to my students the principle of Igbo democracy, of village democracy, they had a hard time understanding that. But I've seen this speaking truth to power and this exercise of what I call the democracy principle at the village level. 20 years ago, Umunri Royal Family Association of Obagu Village of Agukunri debated updating their constitution, their lineage constitution. And it was an all-day affair, and entirely in Igbo. And I had, at that point, I could understand very little. But again, the universal human language. And my point is that I've been watching this today, the rather pointed questions of Professor Abuelo and also of Mr. Onya were an excellent example of the Igbo democracy principle, and asking in a respectful but strong way for answers. And the chief did his part too. And he rallied a defense of his efforts and of the efforts of Ohanaze in the face of these pointed questions. And then I think something also to the credit of this group of people and these organizations and Ndigbo culture in general is coming to a consensus, right? And part of that consensus is that political issues, which are very strong, and Kano's case is an absolute travesty, and really is a human rights issue. Nobody even mentioned the organization that he was, is the head of, because they didn't have to, because also that itself raises a whole different sort of issue. But then coming to a sense of consensus, and through that process, creating a sense of harmony and connection. And I just think that's a very beautiful thing. And I'm so grateful that I'm having this opportunity to listen in and to watch. So I thank you all.
Yeah, thank you so much for that intervention, Professor Chambers. Yeah, from University of Missouri. Yeah, so thank you so much for that. Prof, I don't know, from ground zero, have we exhausted the presenters for today? We can hear you. We can hear you, Prof.
Okay. We have exhausted those here now, but there are other people, joining from their different homes and offices. So if you can go down to maybe the third or fourth panel, you may call them so that we know who is ready to make presentation. I'm sure that the other people that are ready to join us in making their presentation virtually.
All
so,
right.
but for here, we have exhausted all those that are
seated there.
prepared.
Okay.
Yes, to make presentation here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for that, Prof. Yeah, I will just call on these names. If you are here, you can indicate that you are here, and you'll be given the floor. You can indicate in various means. You can write in the chat, you can raise up your hand, and we will give you the floor. So if you hear your name, so Okoro, VC Okoro, HOH Uchechi, UC Udoderem, NO Ahamefula, EC Ono, the people that are supposed to present on Metota maybe Nworeta Okwu Otu Onye Na-asụ. Okay, she has already presented. I think that she has already presented. Onye Na-asụ nso. Then constructive analysis of English and Egon languages. If we have Theophilus here, EO Theophilus. Sociolinguistic analysis of Okebunus speech in old wines are tested. That's by J.U. Eze and J.G. Mama. In plenary 4, if you are here, please indicate yourself. We have here also Abonye, D.O. Abonye, the language and themes of suicide in suicidal notes. The language and themes in suicidal notes. Then we also have an appraisal of the contextual use of proverbs in Gode Onye Kwomo's play, Nwatariawo, by B. Osai. We're also asking, is Mr. Ngwoke with us with the presentation languages and identity construction among Igbos, together with, okay, I think that Ebere Chris Awedo has already presented. Yeah, if you heard your name and you are here present, okay, I can see you. What's your name? Can you unmute yourself? Can you unmute yourself? Yes, we can hear you now. Can you speak?
Okay.
Start by introducing yourself, please, and your topic.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I am Dr. Daniel Abonyi from the Imo State University, Owerri. And my topic is the language and themes of suicide notes, a psycholinguistic perspective. So, suicide, as we know, is an abomination in Igbo land. In short, it's a taboo and is frowned at. And in most communities, there are various punishments for suicide. But then these punishments are given to a dead person. Sometimes the person is thrown into an evil forest. That is where evil forest still exists. Or any other type of, the person is buried without people mourning and all others. But all these are punishments that are given to somebody who has already left. So, but then, apart from the Igbo land, and apart from the fact that suicide is not restricted to those in Igbo land, even those of them in diaspora, they can still do this, commit suicide. But then, I think it's more in our communities, maybe because of the stress factors and all others. So, when we are talking about suicide, it's a global issue. And just like I've said earlier, it is better to prevent it than giving somebody who is already dead punishment. And that is why we have decided to embark on this research. And the main objective is to bring out the language and themes in suicide notes. And then suicide notes here, operational definition, I do not only mean suicide notes alone, but equally oral evidences or actions and inactions that may portray that somebody has that intent to commit suicide. And moreover, based on the people I even interviewed or my respondents, some people have even attempted suicide, and all these are categorized under, do I say suicide, or it's either you have attempted or you committed it. So, and then why is it that we are looking at suicide notes? It's because these are what can reveal to us what was in the mind of this particular person that committed suicide. These are what can reveal to us the stress factor. These are what can reveal to us the last thing the person thought or whatever before the person committed suicide. And from these, we can now be able to know how to handle people. We can now be able to know the actions and inactions that possibly people who are depressed, because most of these people that commit suicide, most of them is out of frustration, hopelessness, and negative thinkings. And that's why we decided to choose the cognitive behavior theory as our theoretical framework, because it talks about these negative factors that are in the mind of people that commit suicide. And this particular theory equally have the counterpart, the CBT again, the cognitive behavior therapy, which can help those with this negative mind to come out of it. So in the field of study, we actually studied people. We chose people from in our methodology, we use purposive sampling to sample 2 communities from Nsukka area. From Nsukka area, we sampled Odenigwe and the university community. And then from this area again, we sampled the Imsu community and the Obinze, that is the Futo community. We decided to sample these areas because these are areas that the researchers found that people may know people who committed suicides and can actually talk to them or be able to cite the suicide note if possible. However, since this is a global phenomenon, we equally looked at suicide notes in the net and in other places. And at the end of our investigation and at the end of our research, we were able to find out that the language in suicide note are so peculiar. And like one person that I interviewed personally, she was telling me that actually the brother left a suicide note, but that he cannot believe, apart from the fact that the writing was his brother's, but he cannot believe that his brother can be making such mistakes, that his brother was so intelligent and cannot be writing in such a manner. And that even if it's the brother that wrote it, that he was forced. But then we know that in the mind, suicide is a mental health problem. And this may have affected his brain. This may have affected his mind. And maybe it was impossible for him to write as he used to do. So in the language, even speaking, before committing suicides, if people were observant, there may be utterances from this person that suggest that there is depression, or some inaction that may suggest that there are depression. And this may be reflected in the suicide note when the person will be, say, if actually the person wrote such. This may be reflected. The type of language, even the language from the ones I got from the north, because from the people, the respondent I interviewed, I didn't actually cite the suicide note. It was only what they told me that I'm working with. But from the ones I cited from the internet, you can see that there are grammatical errors. There are the sentences are always short but filled with meaning, and the same way, if the person was around the last discussion of that particular person may still reflect this type of thing. Then in the themes of these suicide notes sometimes show that these people are no more afraid of death. They are ready to die. And they think that dying is the solution to their problem. These are some of the themes. They think that the best solution to their problem is death. And they are ready to take it. Then another thing we found out was that some of them were equally sick and were having some excruciating pain, which they believe they cannot bear again. And the best thing for them to do was to take their own life. Then some of them even asked for forgiveness, that is remorse. That is showing that they have remorse. But even while writing or talking about remorse, they are still ready to do what they wanted to do because they think that is the solution to their problem. So the main thing we found out, also again, there is a peculiar one here because I found out in one of the person that wanted to commit suicide, it was that after staying with the Oga, that is the apprenticeship we have in Igbo land, that he stayed for up to 7 years and he was not settled. and he now came back to the village and was a laughingstock. So he attempted suicide, but was rescued and rushed to the hospital. So what we are trying to say is that these are the themes, but then what insights do these, both the language and the themes, give us? Of course, it tells us that these are the reasons why people commit suicide. These are some of the actions of people who intend to commit suicide. And more importantly, from those who actually attempted suicide, we can learn a lot from them. And from that, we can now be able to counsel our students or our relations and whatever. And from especially those who, from their behaviors, sometimes you see a student or your brother or relation who has mood swing, and we just take it that is a natural phenomenon, that somebody can naturally have mood swing. But if you go deep inside it, you will understand that there is a cause that makes that person's mood to swing from being cheerful to being moody or something like that. So from all these things, we can learn a lot and be able to handle our students or whoever is with us, and be able to read meaning into the behaviors, actions, and actions of our people. So we then conclude that we should actually use this cognitive behavior theory, which has the counterpart of cognitive behavior therapy, because it is a theory that teaches even the person, the patient, to be able to be a therapist to himself. So I think this is where I should stop for now.
Yeah, thank you so very much for that intervention. This is a psychological, very psychological angle to what we are talking about. As when we say we are multidisciplinary, we mean it. This was presented by D.O. Abonye, and his theme was the language and the themes in Suicide Notes, a psycholinguistic perspective. And I'm sure that we have been able to put it up. Okay, so I know that we have someone from Ground Zero who wants to make a presentation, but we've just been notified of the presence of a special guest of honor, a special guest, who is Mr. Griffin Lotson, he's the vice chair of the U.S. Federal Gula Gishi Cultural Heritage Corridor Commission, presidentially appointed last August. He received his Igbo name Ike Chukwu, conferred by CISA, and he is with us. If he's ready to address us, he was supposed to speak yesterday as a special guest, as one of the special guests. So if he's ready to address us in about 2 to 5 minutes, we welcome his address. Thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Lotson.
Yes, thank you.
Introduction. Yeah,
thank you for the opportunity. This presentation is wonderful. I've worked with some of the participants that's on now, Dr. Chambers. I do see him there, and then some of the Sydney from the U.S., Massachusetts. I see you there also, and a few others. My name is Griffin Lotson. I serve as the Vice Chairman of the United States of America for what we call the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Commission. I've been working with Dr. Sydney and Dr. Chambers with the Igbo landing, where in America is very well known on a national level, and more interest is being involved into the Igbo landing. People travel from Nigeria, Igbo country, all over the United States just to glimpse the site where the tragedy had happened during the enslaved days in America. So I live very close to that area and in the state of Georgia. So I've been working more with the Igbos over the last 3 years. And I'm grateful for that. Professor Num, I'll be in Chicago on Monday representing my connection to Igbo. I had no idea in my closing how much I was connected, and through asking my 95-year-old mother to do her DNA. And consequently, I did my DNA, and we both were surprised that we are directly connected to Igbo. So I cherish that for the rest of my life, and that's why I'm on this very important international conference. So I want to thank you for what you're doing, and wow, this is fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this is a very, very interesting. As we say, we have Igbos, our brothers and sisters all over the world. One of the major reasons why we organized this conference was to bring everyone together, to know each other and to talk about things that matter. And so we thank you so much for your intervention and for sticking to the time. Now we will continue with the panels, and I believe that we have people from Ground Zero that can speak to us now. We can hear you. Go ahead. Start with an introduction, please, and then name your topic and start.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Irene Odnaka-Ebu, and I'm presenting on towards better patient care in the management of diabetes, improving the outcome of patients in the management of diabetes in Nigeria. So I'll have to stand on the already existing protocols, but most especially, I would like to appreciate Professor Chris Agwedo, our director in this center, and Dr. Ebere Agwedo, Chris Agwedo too, and also Associate Professor Mrs. Ugwuona Crescencia, my role model, teacher, and my all. Thank you all. So I'll proceed. Introduction. Diabetes mellitus has proven to be a significant public health challenge over the years, with its global incidence and prevalence steadily rising, and its greatest rise being seen in low to middle income countries such as Nigeria. So persons living with diabetes lose life years and also lose years of productivity, and we don't want that, maybe due to lack of misinformation and ignorance. So patients who living with diabetes experience financial strains, because of the high cost of maintenance and the high cost of drugs. Okay, and on another part, their caregivers, that's the doctors, nurses, and all the health teams that take care of them and manage them, also suffer from patient care burnout, in the sense that some of them, because they don't adhere to instructions, they don't get better and all that. So they keep, they get frustrated trying to manage some of them and all that. So, and they also struggle with prioritizing activities for them, So how can we help patients living with diabetes mellitus? So let's give some background information. Diabetes mellitus refers to a group of common metabolic disorder. Metabolic here refers to, let's talk about digestion, maybe in a layman's understanding, that share the same phenotype with hyperglycemia. Hyperglycemia simply means the, high level of sugar in the blood and all that. So it is classified into three major groups. Type 1 diabetes, okay, known as DM1, type 2 diabetes, DM2, and then diabetes associated with other conditions like pregnancy. Some people, when they get pregnant, they tend to have pregnancy diabetes, but it doesn't last. After pregnancy, it goes down, and some other related conditions. So in type 1 diabetes, there is reduced insulin production. We know what insulin does. Insulin helps in the body's absorption of sugar and all that. So due to paucity in the number of available pancreatic beta cells, pancreas secretes insulin and also glucagon. So Then this result from autoimmune processes directed against this cell. This is for type 1 diabetes. Then individuals who develop type 1 diabetes often have a very strong disposition to developing autoimmune antibodies. These antibodies are just developed by the body. The person didn't do anything, he just developed and all that. So it most commonly begins in childhood, and that's why you can see children, they'll tell you this child has diabetes and you're wondering how. I thought it's for elderly people and all that. So it's just that it's developed. It's called juvenile onset diabetes. So it starts, as a child and all that. Then type 2 diabetes arises due to the cell resistance to the action of insulin. The cell is now resisting insulin, so it can't really be absorbed quickly. Okay, so another reason can be impaired insulin secretion. The body is not really secreting insulin the way it's meant to be. And also increased hepatic production of glucose. When you eat, what you eat passes through the liver. So when the glucose is high, the liver in turn produces high levels of sugar and all that. So it's not much in the body. So now type 2 diabetes arises due to cell resistance, as we've already mentioned. Then some symptoms of diabetes mellitus, that's type 2, because that's the one that is most common among elderly people and all that. Number 1 is polyuria, frequent urination and all of that. Then polydipsia, weight loss, the person just start losing weight all of a sudden. Fatigue, weakness, blurry vision, diabetes ketoacidosis. You see someone that says, I wear all your sugar na buying. And the person doesn't drink mineral, but the person will drink alcohol and maybe consume like 8 bottles of alcohol. So you're really doing yourself bad. So chronic symptoms of diabetes mellitus, that's the chronic, the more serious type. Number 1 is neuropathy. Your cognitive functions begin to diminish and all of that. Then kidney failure, this is bad. We don't pray that anybody gets to that. Then coronary heart disease, peripheral arterial disease, infections. Some people keep treating infection, but maybe it was triggered by diabetes mellitus. Then skin changes. When you see your skin, the skin begins to crack and all of that. Then hearing loss. Person will say, I can't really hear very well again. Then increased risk of dementia. You keep forgetting things and all that. So these are some of the chronic characteristics of diabetes mellitus. Then diagnosis of diabetes mellitus. Each of us needs to be informed on how to diagnose it. It's not a death sentence per se, but if you manage it very well, the person at least will have a longer lifespan. We won't lose life. Like many of our distinguished people here, maybe someone is already diagnosed with diabetes and you feel all is gone. No, all is not gone. Just manage this situation, adhere to the instruction given to you by your caregivers, and then everything will be fine by God's grace. Then, how to diagnose this? A diagnosis of diabetes mellitus is made when either of the following criteria are fulfilled. Number 1, symptoms of hyperglycemia. Hyperglycemia means large amounts of sugar or glucose in the blood. So hyperactivity too and all that. Then restlessness, all those things. Plus random blood glucose level. You have to check it. So it should be your random blood glucose level should be equal to or greater than 200 mg per dl. So some people say, my sugar level is 160 or 170. And they say, hey, I have diabetes. No. Do you understand? It's just that it's high, but you have to monitor it and make plans to bring it down. Then you also have to do 2 hours postprandial oral glucose. We call it 2-HPP tests. So we know how your body kind of digests glucose and then manage it and all of that. So the value should also be equal to or greater than 200 mg per dl. Then fasting blood glucose level. Now you don't eat. And fasting here refers to you don't take any caloric intake. Some people say, I'm not eating food, but you drank mineral or soda or something. No, it doesn't. You just, for the past 8 hours, you don't have to take any glucose or caloric intake. Then maybe is equal to or greater than 126 mg per dl. Do you understand? When you've not eaten and it's higher than 126 mg per dl, then you have to monitor it to be sure. Then, nursing care in the management of diabetes. Diabetes care is multidisciplinary care. Maybe you don't just go to the chemist beside you to manage your diabetes for you. The doctor has his place, the nurse has her place or his place, and other health teams. So the team oftentimes involves the endocrinologist. The pancreas is an endocrine organ. So the family physician, your family doctor, the diabetes specialists, nurses, the physiotherapists, the ophthalmologists, the psychologists, the plastic surgeons, and a whole lot of them in the team. Their management goal include reduce the incidence of diabetes mellitus. Some of them can be your lifestyle. Okay. Then slow down the disease progression via good glycemic control. Glycemic control in the sense that you control your sugar level. Okay. Then reduce risk of complication. You know that you have risk of developing diabetes mellitus, and you keep saying, or matter ho. No, no. There's a saying that so you have to control your sugar intake and all that. Then promptly identify and manage complication, rehabilitate patients. Then educate the public through available platforms, just like we are doing in this program. Thank God it was incorporated for our knowledge and awareness. Then evidence-based counsel should be made accessible to the public in such a manner that encourages lifestyle changes and better utilization of healthcare services. Then screening events should be organized to identify those with significant correlation of risk factors and impaired glucose tolerance. Okay. Then the role of nurses in slowing down disease progression. Shared learning session between nursing and medical students should be implemented so as to educate all on early identification of and sign of hyperglycemia. Okay, then the role of nurses in preventing complication. The nurses who make up or any other health team care or healthcare giver, they should be in charge of the management of person living with diabetes. Then dietary control, weight management. These are things that you do to help you manage or prevent diabetes mellitus. Dietary control, weight management, strict adherence to treatment. Some people won't take their treatment, and don't start treatment until you are asked to, because it's something that will last almost for a lifetime. So don't start it if you have not been asked to start. Don't just go and take any random diabetes drugs and all that. It must be prescribed. Okay. Then once it has been prescribed, you have to adhere to it. Then faithfulness to hospital visits. Some are meant to be visiting maybe every 2 weeks, every month, or every quarter, but they will come at any time they want, maybe once in 6 months. Or no, it's not meant to be so. You have to be faithful to your hospital visits. Then skin care. You have to take care of your skin, and then skin examination. Then regular screening for complication and regular communication with your primary healthcare provider. You have to talk. Do you understand? Don't die in silence. Then patients should be taught on how to recognize the signs and symptoms of diabetic ketoacidosis. Okay, hypoglycemia. Now, this involves hypoglycemia means when your blood sugar level is low. Do you understand? It can affect your brain functions and all of that. Then hyperglycemic hyperosmolar states. No, these are medical terms, but if you need further clarification, you can go for it. Then the patient should be provided with practical examples of blood glucose self-monitoring. You should be able to know how to monitor your blood glucose level by yourself. Then keep a log. Okay, today maybe you did the test, you got 96, tomorrow you got 120, tomorrow you got 130. You have to keep a log so that maybe you can plot a graph or something. So you know what to do that maybe increases it or decreases it. Then you have to also know how to recalibrate your devices, so that you don't get wrong results. Maybe because you didn't manage the device well, it will give you a wrong result, and then you go on treating diabetes when you don't have any. So you have to know how to use the devices. Then For patients in the ward, those that have been admitted, there should be prompt and regular drug administration to prevent development of complication. If they say take your drug by 8 in the morning, please take it by 8 in the morning, something like that. Then this paper is not meant to put fear in you, but there's a saying in our language now, so when you know what you're meant to do, it's not like you're afraid of something, and we don't pray anybody develops it, but please to tell us what to do just in case. Then the other members of the managing team should be provided with regular updates of the patient's condition.
Can you be rounding up?
Any identification of complication. We reversal achieved results where possible. So, okay, in summary, one of the challenges we have in Nigeria, because Nigeria is an upcoming country, is poor utilization of healthcare, loss of healthcare professionals to other countries. So the government should try and remunerate the healthcare givers well, so that they don't travel out and leave. Then poor diabetic care is needed. Proper diabetes care is needed in our environment. Then people should speak out, don't die in silence. So with this few points of mine, I feel I've been able to enlighten you on diabetes mellitus.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you remain there? I think there are some questions from the house. Can you remain there? So thank you for that. And I have one question, and I am going to also, Professor Chambers has some questions as well for you. I want you to articulate how this health relates to Igbo as well. I know the Igbo system also have their traditional way of treating. Maybe if you have any idea on that, you can share it. That's one. But before that, before you answer, you can take the second one also from Professor Chambers.
Oh, yes, thank you. What a very interesting presentation and very timely. In the US, diabetes has become epidemic. What historically was a disease of the elderly is now increasingly a disease of the young. So my question is, are you seeing a measurable increase in the incidence of diabetes in Nigeria generally and Igbo land in particular, and why? Changes in diet, soft drinks, the Western diet? I'm curious.
All right.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Diabetes is a global incidence. It's not restricted to Nigeria or to Igbo people. It's a global trend, but it's more prevalent in low-income and middle-income countries. And Nigeria is a middle-income country. So the prevalence is more over here, but it's a global incidence. So it calls for our attention. So changes in lifestyle changes, because some diabetes develop due to our lifestyle, such as the kind of food we eat. For example, we mentioned increase in the hepatic glucose level or glucose output. So when you take so much sugar and your liver processes it and then releases it into your bloodstream, it's already high. So over the time, it can lead to diabetes. And in some conditions, just like mentioned, for example, pregnancy, some people tend to develop pregnancy-related diabetes, So it is not just restricted to Nigeria or to Igbo land, but we need to enlighten our people so that we'll know what to do just in case. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. So thank you. We can now have your seat. Thank you.
I don't know. There's a question. Somebody wants to ask a question.
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, here.
Good day, all. I have one question on this diabetes issue, because actually in our society, it's a sickness that is rampant and disturbing so many people, especially the aged one and at times the youth. So my question is, what are the major preventive measures that one can take so that we don't fall into the temptation of getting diabetes? What can we do, especially those ones that do not have it? What can we do so that we continue to live our life without getting diabetes? Or even if we have the traces, what can we do so that it can be avoided entirely? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One of the causes of diabetes is let me say a malfunction in the body that causes a limited amount of insulin being produced. So if you've been diagnosed of such and your insulin level is not enough to handle the level of glucose that comes into your body, you can as well supplement. You know, there's this glucose injection they give, but that's if already you have been diagnosed with such conditions. Then, like I already mentioned earlier, some of the preventive measures to take is dietary control. Don't overload your body with too much glucose. You know, so most of the things we eat, our body don't really utilize all. At the end of the day, it ends up, you know, like taking them away from the body. So when you keep pumping the body with glucose, now I'm talking about the one that developed due to lifestyle. Some are just metabolic, and what you do is to manage it. You know, then good nutrition, balanced diet, taking natural food, you know, not processed or synthetic food and all that can help. Then weight management, don't be like obese or don't add too much weight. Manage your weight. Regular exercise can help you to shed off extra weight, you know, and then good nutrition. Then you some of the ways to avoid it too is good nutrition generally. Then if it's insulin dependent, you take, you know, an additional insulin dose that will help to make up the one your body is producing. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think we have come to a very good end of that particular session, of that particular presentation. So I think we have someone on board to speak. Also, it came to my notice that it is going to be related to that. We have a presentation from Dr. Ebere Chris Abedo and F.U. Ngwoke. Are they ready to make the second presentation? Are they ready to make their second presentation now?
They are presenting virtually. You can call them.
Okay, can they raise their hand? Can they raise their hand maybe or wave so that we can see them? If you are presenting virtually, can you wait? Can you wave your hand? Yeah, we cannot see anybody that is ready to present online.
They are not on ground zero.
All right, okay. Yeah, because we got that message. So anyway, let's just use this opportunity. Okay, okay. We can see you. Can you unmute yourself? Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Good
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Can you start with an introduction of yourself, affiliation, and then topic, and go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Ebere Chris Agbedo of the Use of English Unit, School of General Studies, UNN.
The network.
Can you go ahead? We can hear you. We cannot hear you anymore.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Please continue.
Okay. So the title is Language Use and Identity Construction Among Igbo Communities in Diaspora, the abstract. This paper examines language use and the construction of identity among Igbo communities in diaspora, using interactions within the Center for Igbo Studies CIS WhatsApp group as a case study. It explores identity negotiation in digital communication contexts with a focus on the dynamic nature of cultural identity among Igbo communities. Now, drawing upon the identity construction theory, the study investigates how members of that particular WhatsApp group construct and negotiate their cultural identity through language use and discourse. So charts were extracted from the group and analyzed to
Yeah, we can no longer hear you right now. Yeah, please go ahead. We can hear you now. Oh, she just logged off. All right, please go ahead. Unmute yourself first.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear
please.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. That these diasporic communities often grapple with the questions of identity, seeking to reconcile their cultural heritage with the realities of their new environment. So among these communities, language plays a central role in shaping and maintaining a sense of identity. The Igbo people have a rich cultural heritage characterized by unique language, customs, and traditions. And as the Igbo communities have dispersed across the globe due to migration and globalization, questions of identity and cultural preservation have been increasingly salient. In this context, the use of language serves as a powerful tool for consulting and negotiating identity within the diasporic Igbo community. So this paper seeks to explore the seismic relationship between language use and the construction of identity among Igbo communities in diaspora. Now, we know that identity is a multifaceted that accounts for the features that a person or group of persons are associated with or is associated with, as the case may be, and all that a group stands for, equal and whole. Identity is the social. The current trend in identity construction has brought to the fore the collective perspective of identity, fashioned along gender lines. At this level, scholars are examining the mechanics by which distinctions are created, maintained, and changed.
Yeah, we can no longer hear you. You freezed.
Framework adopted for this study is Booker and Hall's 2005 sociocultural linguistic approach, anchored on 5 principles. These principles are the positionality, the emergence, the indexicality, the rationality, and the partialness principles. These principles emphasize that identity is not static, but emerge through social. Then the methodology. The study used qualitative design to explore the relationship between language use and identity construction among Igbo communities in diaspora. So this research method allows for in-depth exploration of participant perspectives, experiences, and different shades of meaning associated with a language and then identity. Then data used for the study, as I've noted earlier, was extracted from the CIS WhatsApp group. We are on language use, cultural events, and identity discourse. Then data was analyzed in accordance with the framework mentioned earlier, Buko and Hall's sociocultural linguistic approach, which emphasizes, this framework emphasizes the unbreakable relationship that exists between language, culture, and the identity formation. Now the data.
We're having a lot of hitches.
Of S-type identity. First of all the posts shared on the platform are directly connected with the Igbo affairs thematically. Then secondly, the language used there is purely Igbo oriented. Some posts are written in Igbo, some with a mixture of Igbo and English through code switching. For instance, we have those written purely in Igbo. I have something like Ise, Kodili Ndigbo Mao. Then another one, Igbo Amakano Ndibe anyị. Onye ọbụla jide ogo ma jidekwa ọfọ maka na ọfọ ka ide eji awa anyị. Igbo amaka ya gaziere anyị n'ụbọchị taa. Then I have those written with
Hello. Yeah, I think we're having some network issues.
I think she needs to round up, please. She needs to round up, please.
I think that we are.
Hello.
Yeah, we can. Can you round up, please, so that we can come to an end, please.
Okay. So I was saying that there are some posts made in English, and I feel that they are made for the benefit of our brothers and sisters who are of Igbo descent but cannot understand the language. And even such posts still negotiate and maintain Igbo identity. So I won't give examples because of time, because I have a number of them. Then, in conclusion, in this work, we have examined language use and construction of identity among Igbo communities in diaspora. Then, by employing that qualitative analysis technique, the study has uncovered ways in which language is utilized by diasporic communities.
Okay, so thank you so much for that intervention. Yeah, thank you so much for that intervention. I think I from what I could hear, it's really an interesting contribution, but she was not able to speak. We couldn't be able to hear her, so we encourage her to maybe put the abstract in a place where we can access it, so we can share it with others. But thank you so much so far for this. We want to see the paper. We want to see the abstract so that we can share it in the group. Okay.
Okay.
We want to share. We want you to share the abstract in the group. We cannot hear you so much well, but we think it's a very interesting contribution. So now, this brings us now to the closing protocol. I mean, I believe that everyone here who is supposed to actually speak has spoken. The abstracts, we have been having this event for 2 days now. Long hours. People from all over the world, United States, Europe, and Nigeria, from the Caribbeans, are here with us for these 2 days. They have sacrificed, some of them have sacrificed their sleeps. Others have sacrificed, activities, so many things to join us, and we don't take it for granted at all. We thank everyone who has one way or the other contributed to this event. So we are coming to the official closing of the event. This is not my thanks yet, but I just want to point it out. So the closing protocol, we are going to call on Dr. Uzamaka Agwoje, who is the second vice chairman of Igbo Cultural Village Complex, Center for Igbo Studies, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, to give us her closing remarks in about 4 to 5 minutes. Dr. Agwoje, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother from Germany. That's what you're going to be from today. My brother from Germany. Honestly speaking, they say that there's a saying that whatever has a beginning has an end. And thank God it has come really to an end. Having said that, this second World Igbo Conference CIS, oh my goodness, it was a blast from yesterday to today. 2 days in a row, and we are still consuming. We are not, the appetite is still there. So Ohanaze Ndigbo, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here at the concluding session of the second Igbo World Conference, focused on bridging the Igbo Homeland-Diaspora disconnect. Largely, this conference reached its objectives. It is clear that our present and future are intricately linked, and it is crucial that we work together to strengthen our connections and build a brighter future for all Igbo people, both at home and abroad. We have been inspired by the passion and dedication of everyone involved in this conference, and confident that with continued collaboration and unity, we can overcome any challenges that may come our way. Let us continue to celebrate our rich culture and heritage, while also embracing the differences and opportunities that come with globalization and modernization. I urge us all to stay connected, stay engaged, focused, and continue working towards a shared vision of prosperity, unity for Ndi Igbo niile. Together we can transform our present, our future for the better. Since this is an annual event, we look forward to seeing you in 2025. And mind you, we're going to see you 2 times. So after seeing you for the 3rd version of this, we're going to see you in December. December, where CIS is going to come down to partner with other well-meaning Igbo organizations so we can interact and mingle together on that Igbo village, which we are all pointing at. May God bless all of you. By the grace of God, we're going to actualize all our visions and goals. In Jesus' name. Ndi Igbo niile mma mma no.
Mama, thank you so much for that. Yeah, that was a very good statement, final speech by our Vice Chairman, the second of ICVC, Center for Igbo Studies, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. She also seconds as the president of CISA. So she has her hands full. Yeah, so thank you so much for that. A very nice summary. I want to also give Onowu Abagana, Dr. Mwachukwu Anakwenze. Do you want to say something to us? before we give to Prof.
I was just saying for you to show the picture of the
3D. Okay.
3D, and then the last fundraising show the banks where people can call them for money. That's all. I don't have anything to say. Show that, then show the bank account for people to put money so we can build the center. That's all. I don't have
Akụkọ gbasara ogige ezumezu omenala ndị Igbo nke a kpọrọ ICVC nke CIS Mahadum Naijiria Nsụka nke si n'aka ọka nkụzi Chris Uchenna Agbedo, onye nchepụta nakwa onye isi CIS. Ndị ngalaba asụsụ aka nka na omenala Igbo nke a na-akpọ CIS nke Mahadum Naijiria Nsụka akwadola ma na-ahazikwa ọkpụrụkpụ na oke ihe ha ji n'aka bụ ogige ezumezu omenala ndị Igbo ICVC. Ọkpụrụkpụ ihe a gụnyere ọtụtụ ụlọ karịrị 15, nke ọbụla n'ime ha nwere ọrụ pụrụ iche ọ na-arụ, nke bụ nchekwa, ịkwalite omenala na ọnatarachi ndị Igbo. Otu n'ime ihe ọzọ dị mkpa na ICVC a bụ ụlọ ọrụ nhazi nke CIS. Nke a ga-arụ ọrụ dịka isi ahụ nkwado okpu maka ihe niile a ga-eme n'ogige ezumezu, nke gụnyere ebe ndị ọrụ, ndị nchọcha, ndị mmụta ga-anọ na-ahazi, na-amụ maka nakwa ịkwalite omenala Igbo. Ihe ọzọ dị oke mkpa bụ ọba akwụkwọ na ebe a ga-enwe mkpokọta ọtụtụ ihe, akwụkwọ, atụmatụ, ihe ọkpụ na ngwa niile metụtara akụkọ ọdịnala.
Okay, thank you for that. The video we just saw here is the video of the Igbo Cultural Village Complex we are trying to build. We're already on it. Yeah, we're not going back at it. What you saw there was, what we are trying to achieve. We have graded the land. We have put in some initial infrastructures. We are going to continue to move. Going ahead, we're going to do more mobilization. We're going to reach out to many people for financial support and technical support. And we are going to get it done. And we want to encourage everyone who has already made pledges. For those who want to go back home and think about their pledges, please do so and communicate to us. We'll be free to listen to you. We want to encourage everyone, young and small, to be able to, nothing is small, whichever way you want to support, feel free to reach out to us. I put up the website of ICVC to you. In that website, you can see everything we are doing, what we are about, our emails, our phone numbers, and we can see all of them. We want to encourage all those who are present here all this while. We also welcome back our Queen Mother, Frida Sredov, who is also here. She intervened yesterday. And all of us here who have taken time, sleepless nights, to be here till the end. For the very final speech, I don't know if Ground Zero people are ready to give us 3 to 5 minutes closing address. Professor Chris Uchenna Agbedo to address us on behalf of the organizing committee. No, you want to say something?
Go see the bank's information, the financial stuff.
Okay, you want us to do fundraising before we end?
Show the accounts, the wire, just show it,
Okay. Let's just show it one more time. We've shown it before, but we'll show it again one more time, just in case anyone is wondering how they can donate.
Yeah.
Just in case anyone is wondering how they can donate to what we're doing. One moment, but as we are doing that, please, I would ask Professor Chris Abedu to get ready to give us the final, just to give us a final thank you greeting. So what you see on your screen is the account details. These account details, as I said earlier, is also on our website, and I've shared the links of our website. It's not hidden. If you want this information, you can also write any one of us. We'll provide it for you. For all of us who are ready to donate, we have the Zelle account in the United States. You have the direct deposit account, CISA, Bank of America. You have also the Nigerian account, which is UBA, where you can actually make your donation. And as we said, we are keeping record of all those who are making donation in these initial times. And we want to also use that opportunity to appreciate all those who have actually made donations before. It is well appreciated. We have the list, the first list and the second list. We have it intact. We also appreciate all those who have promised and made. We want to thank all those who made pledges. We received pledges from Iyom, Josephine and Ine. We also received pledges today from those who want to give us also, and as it comes. For instance, we know that Professor Onyeke said he will be giving us 20% of the proceeds coming out of his book. And we also heard Dr. Douglas Chambers promise that he will be giving us proceeds coming out of his book he's about to publish. So we appreciate all of those commitments, and we are calling for more. The more you give, the more God blesses you. What we are trying to do here is to form a melting point for everything Igbo worldwide, so that we can have a place we can meet. And it is good to have it in Igbo land, where we can all come. We see all the structures that is available. We see all the complex. We want to be comfortable when we come there. That's what we're trying to do. So, and have all discussions we want to have. The discussions we had today is just a tip of the iceberg. There is no time to discuss everything. So we just had to discuss what we could discuss with the time we had. So going forward, we're also planning to organize periodic webinars. And in those periodic webinars, we'll be calling on people to expatiate. For instance, we heard from Professor Claudette Anderson. We're going to call her back to present in details concerning the Igbo calendar, which is something we need to know. We are going to call other people as well. We're going to call other people as well to be able to intervene from time to time as time goes on. So in closing, I would also just give the floor now to Professor Abedu to address us finally. After that, we are going to, I'm going to say my final thank you and then give the floor to Mr. Maazito Chwezo, okay? To also just greet us finally, and we end for today as well. Yeah, Professor Chris Abedu, you have the floor.
Ndị Igbo ekele m unu. On behalf of the Center for Igbo Studies, University of Nigeria, and then also on behalf of the administration of the University of Nigeria, under the able leadership of Professor Charles Arizechukwu Igwe, I want to thank all of you that have made out time, resources, energy, both physical, mental, and psychological, to make sure that the second World Igbo Conference, which we organized in partnership with so many organizations like CISA, IWA, Ohanaze Ndigbo, AVID, Spelling Obia, and the Unity Foundation, among others, is a huge success. Even though I was the host and the convener, I can almost beat my chest and self-adulation that it has been a success. But this would not have been possible without these very, very strategic partners. I want to thank all of you, starting from Dr. Nwachukwu Anakwenze and his Ndigbo Homeland-Diaspora stakeholders group that through their co-weight behind us, as I keep on saying, and tell whoever cares to listen, that whoever sees Anakwenze, Odowa Bagan, and his group should thank them, thank Onowu and his group immeasurably on our behalf. And like I keep on saying that we don't have anything to show or to thank you other than this word of mouth. We are short of words to express our deep and profound gratitude. So only God can thank you enough to thank you, all our brothers and sisters, our friends and well-wishers, both in homeland, in diaspora, and even in the Caribbean, all of them that came is part of their very busy schedule. You decided to be part of this historic occasion. We thank you so much. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We are talking about Igbo Cultural Village Project, our legacy project. We want to bequeath to the upcoming generation. We have just started. We are here on the ground. The moderator, Chigoze, used to continue to refer to as ground zero. We are on ground zero. Look at it. We are still as naked as anything, bare, nothing. But we believe God, we believe in you, in the collective spirit of the Igbo man. Never say die. When I was being interviewed by FIA TV, the first question was, how do you define an Igbo man? I said that the Igbo man is marked out by his I can spirit. I can do it. The resilience, the sense of industry. And they agree with me. And so we cannot shy away from what this thing that defines us. I can spirit. I know it's a multi-billion naira project, but I know Ndigbo, those who like good things, and there are so many of them, those who are wealthy enough, I refer to them as Ndi Ego Neruberisi, they're in their thousands. All we need is to perhaps draw the attention to what we are doing here. And I believe that at the appropriate time, they will answer our passionate plea and call. And so I want to thank all of you, everybody that has participated, contributed in one way or the other, as a host, as co-host, as a moderator, as a special guest, as a lead paper presenter, keynote speak presenter, commission paper presenter, the conferees, those who made special appearances, our brothers from the Caribbeans, the other Igbo organizations from US, UK, like UNA, UK, UNA, USA, Igbo Network Group, the Igbo Unite Group, so many of them that appeared yesterday and today. We want to thank all of you for being with us. Your appearance alone has given us a lot of reassurances that yes, we are not alone. That team spirit for which Ndigbo are known is there intact. You have reignited it again. And so we'll continue to leverage on this to move forward, backward ever, and forward ever. We are moving forward. Nothing can stop us. We are like a moving train, and nothing can stop a moving train. When we have people like Onowu Bagana behind us, when we have people like Onyenze, Amadiebu, when we have people like Emeritus President of CISA, that is James Umekwe, when we have people like Emeka Nwosu, when we have people like the current president of CISA, the engine room behind all we're doing today, that is, I'm talking about Dr. Mrs. Josephine Uzamaka, Agwoj. There are so many of them that I can't enumerate their names. Please, we thank you. All those have made their donations, we thank you. Those who are intending to do that, we thank you in anticipation. Please, accept. I cannot thank you enough. Dr. Chigozie, yes, he said PhD in view, but I want to address it today. Let it be a remarkable thing that you are Dr. Chigozie Nwekeze, whether they like it or not. The one who gave us very, very, very funny proverb yesterday. Na ekene ike nyuru aru, ekene ekwe imi nurisiye. I'm talking about Mazi Tochukwu Ezoke. An enigma, I refer to you as an enigma. You are so wonderful at your duty post. All of you. I don't know where to stop and where to begin, but all the same, know it from if you can open my heart, open the heart of my colleagues out there, you will see, all you see is gratitude, appreciation. And so we want to thank you. May God bless you, continue to bless you. When we call on you again, like the sister president has said, that their annual festival they used to hold in America and other places, that they are coming back home. That is the real reconnection we are talking about. They are going to reconnect with us, with the Igbo homeland by December 2025. I hope and I believe that before then, this naked place, this background would have been swimming with different structures as we have planned. God willing, we are going to achieve it. Nothing is going to stop us. We thank Chief Emmanuel Iwanyanwu, who gave us reassurances about all the efforts Ohanaze Ndigbo are making, that is Ohanaze Ndigbo worldwide is making to ensure that all those rights of Ndigbo that were being denied, that make sure that they are going to say, the organization will secure we are not begging. We are not, they are our legitimate rights, whether political, economical, social, linguistical. We have the right to demand for our legitimate natural rights. And nobody has any right to treat us as second-class citizens in this country called Nigeria. We're not going anywhere. No grief for anybody. That is the popular slang now. Ndigbo, no grief for anybody. We are here in Nigeria. We're not going anywhere. Nobody has the right to drive us away. On this note, I say thank you once again, and may God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There one.
No one's clapping.
Ndewo, Prof. Daalụ rinne for. Thank you so much for your very, very well spoken speech, as if you rehearsed it. That is also why you're a professor. It is not a doubt. You are a very eloquent speaker. We are very happy to have you all the time. And we're very happy for all the work you have put in. And all your team members there, we are all gathered here because of all this. You have already started. Your team, also Associate Professor Ugwana, and everyone there, we thank you all. Center for Igbo Studies staff members, and all those technical teams, back end, front end. We thank you all. We all contributed one way or the other to making this event successful. In fact, it can be it can be surprising how things are so clear. Even, we are making progress, and we are very happy that we are driving it and we're going to get there. So thank you so much also from my own side. And I would not want to end without giving the floor to our host, the technical host of today, which is Njenje Media, who will give us the final statement and give us the ending protocol. But from my whole heart, I want to thank everyone for their active involvement and also for your cooperation. I know we had very short times and we had to encourage people to finish fast. And it was not out of hard feelings at all. It was because of time, and everyone adhered to it. I want to thank you all, and we are looking forward to the next one. Thank you. I hand over the floor now to Mazi Tochukwu. It's okay to end.
Thank you. Ekenem. Imana onwe inu ntrunya. Ano di ko toka prof. Wesi prof ngwan ebunye ngi ya binu. Ma atu azi ozo. Maka meme atu ozo. Atota mive. Prof. Asina ekene onye akedi. Gwota ozo. Ekene ngi. Uno uwa bagan. Imana onwe inu na atoba. Emesịa isi na ọrụ mmanwụ niile ọ bụrụ alụsị niile ka a na-amaba akwa ọcha. And for the benefit of those who may not understand the language, that is the language of my ancestors, that is English. And for many of you online who for the past 6 hours plus been following us, and some of you been commenting on what the use of English language, but we have on many occasions explained why that is the case. Ayejiro Jojo Kuro. Obro na ayamara asi. Aina asi. Ne diede. Ne ikuya nonu. Wole na agoji. Wole na emekwa mmụọ. Na obro ife ayanoro n'ife obodo. Okwu abụrụ okwu obodo. Ihe anọ na ya bụ ka ịkọ ya esi dị ala Igbo mma. Mana ọ bụrụ ka ekwutasịa. Ihe dịzị ya bụ na anyị emego. Anyị egbugo na mma, anyị egbugo n'aka nri, gbuo n'aka ekpe. Ọ dịgola anyị mma na eke, dịla anyị mma na oye, dịla anyị mma na akpọt, ma dịkwaziala anyị mma na nkwọ. Anyị na-asịzi na otu a niile anyị si wee nọla ebe a, ndị niile nọ na ebe anyị na-eme ihe zọdo ụkwụ na onye ọbụla nnaba anụ biko nụ na anyị na-ayọ anyị ga-analụ n'udo. O nwere onye bịa anụ ụkwụ ya akpọ n'ụzọ. Ndị niile nọkwanụ na-ararụlụla sinsi nya biko na o nwere onye ga-abụ ọla hụọ ya bụ ụla ka ọ ghara iteta. Onwe onye nwere ibe ọ na-eme buli eme maka na iwepụta oge niile anyị wepụta dịka ụmụnne wee bịa maka ọdịmma anyị na ọ ga-adịla anyị na mma na Chukwu okike abịa ga-enyela anyị aka n'ife niile nke anyị na-eme site n'ụbọchị nke tata na ọ ga-adịla anyị na mma. Ọ ga-adịla anyị na mma na mbọsị eke na eke ya eketala anyị ife ọma. Ọ ya adịla anyị ncha niile mma na mbọsị orie na orie ya elotala anyị. Ọ ya adị anyị mma mbọsị n'afọ ga-afọtala anyị nke ọma. Na nkwọ ya akwọtala anyị ya dịka esi akwọ nwa. Ụmụnne m ọgwụ nke ọra n'ọnụ na asịkwa na prof mma tụkwala ya ọzọ na ọgba mgbada bụkwanụ ya bụ ma agba egwu sokwa na ọ bụrụ na ọ gbakọta egwu bọọ ike ịma na ife ọ mụta na egwu agwụna ya dịkwa ka ọra n'ọnụ ya dị n'otu a. Nwanne m nwoke bụ Chigozie biko udonu ka arọnyekwa ya n'aka.
Yeah, daalụ rinne, thank you so much. Anyị emechizi kịta. Okay, Prof, nwere ịchọ ikwu na obele ngwa ka Prof gwa anyị obele okwu. Ngwa Prof, you can go ahead.
Please, I want to remind us that in a few days' time, we are going to come up with a communique of this conference that is highlighting the key issues and resolutions that were adopted in this conference, and possibly tell you when next to expect another version of this World Igbo Conference. That's all. Thank you so much. And I want to thank Tochukwu for another Ike-related proverb. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we are all happy. We are ending in a very light mood. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, so Ayana Sonia Bananan Nudo, go well and remain, let everything